Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hi, I am Sparkle, the legendary gamer dog. Welcome to Vault 45 Teamwork Tycoons. Settle in for an evening of fun with your host Kismet. Let's teleport inside.
Hello and welcome everybody, it's me, Kismet. Thanks for coming in and hanging out in the stream. You're like, Kismet, I thought you weren't going to stream today. Well, I am. We're going to play that awesome game right there, Satisfactory. Oh, it's perfect timing. I don't know why that is. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. You'll show up right over here in the Tycoon chat. Yes, I wasn't going to stream, but I keep asking myself, double or exponent? And so I just can't stand it when I have a riddle to solve, and I even know how to solve it. So we're going to go in here. We're going to play some 7 Days to Die tomorrow, but not today, right? Today we are going to focus on some Satisfactory. We're going to restart the game tomorrow. In 3.1, so if you're looking for 7 Days to Die, it'll be tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be doing a whole bunch of stuff in a sequence for tomorrow. But again, we're going to do a bonus stream tonight on Satisfactory. Now, here's some of our issues. Some of our issues are if we have to do a tremendous amount, an unprecedented amount of resources, right? We need 100,000 right here. We need 100,000 smart platings. We need 100,000 versatile framework. Now, we can just let it run for like a month and then it would be done. But I keep thinking about the power and how much power is being used for each thing. Now, we're using the summer sloops to double up the production because we have a good amount of power. But we're also using a bunch of power on our radar now. And of course, the point of using the radar is so you can find the nodes that you want. So if we can find the nodes that we want, we could run more nodes and thus not having to really have to worry about the doubling of the thing. We would just do more, and would that be less power, more power, equal amount of power? That kind of questions are the questions that we will try to answer today. Now, we also have a little bit of Fallout Shelter ready to go as well. We're going to check in on Vault 56. Now, what we've been doing in Fallout Shelter is just kind of checking in on it while we're playing other games. We get a bunch of things queued up, and then we dip. And we go back to Satisfactory or whatever other game we've been playing. I will be kind of dedicating some time on Thursday to just be doing Fallout Shelter so we can run quests and do things of that nature. Maybe even get some season stuff in there. We'll see. We'll see. But again, I feel like the factory needs to be retooled at this point because we have already gotten one of them done out of the 3, which you can see we've got our advanced wiring done. And we have a whole backlog of that advanced wiring. So really, we don't even need any of that production anymore. So we can just eliminate all of that production and focus all of our energies on the 2 things that we need. Because there's nothing really else I can do. I've unlocked every single thing I can in the MAM. In fact, we unlocked some stuff we didn't even know we could do in Phase 1. We went around and collected just about every single crash ship I could possibly find. And what really needs to happen is the optimization of how we're using our power and how much is being produced toward smart plating and toward versatile framework. Now, the first thing I would do is focus, right? So we got to focus the factory to just get that one thing done. And when you focus the factory, you can then focus all your power toward that one thing. And man, it really is very, very effective, as you'll see as we go through tonight. So we're going to be basically rebuilding what we already have and trying to figure out what is the optimum way. Now, again, we have all these radars, though. We only need the radar every now and again, right? So we need the radar to see where the nodes are, and then we can just turn it off because the radar actually takes a lot of power, too. So the radars take like 150 power per radar, and we have, I think I counted them, there are like 14 radars. So 14 times 150, we'll figure out all the math. We'll get the spreadsheet out. We'll do a whole bunch of fun stuff like that. So that's why we're doing a bonus stream, everybody, because that's all I can think of. Okay, I got all that other stuff done. I got my stuff backing up and all of that. We got all that done. Time to get in there. Now, if you missed it, yesterday, everybody, we did an 18-hour stream. Before that, we did a 16-hour stream. We're crushing it up in here. So I say we say hello to the chat. We get started on this bonus stream, and then we're going to go in here and optimize what we got going on so we can let this run. Because, again, it's still got 75,000 more smart platings to make, and I think we could really do a great job of optimizing it. Bub Stubbs coming in saying, hola, hola, Bub Stubbs. Thanks for coming in and hanging out in the stream. We got Tab going, hey, Kismet's doing a bonus stream, bringing that hype. Thanks for the 1 as well. Let me know everything's working. Hello, Tab. Thanks for being here. Bubs also let me know everything's working. Ams is here as well. What's up, Ams? How you doing? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Also wanted to follow up on that Deep Rock Galactic and Satisfactory and Valheim bundle, everybody. If you already own 1 or 2 of those, man, it is 70% off right now. So I went and bought the bundle because I already own the other 2 things. So that means it's 70% off Deep Rock Galactic. So I bought it for like $8. That's a steal right there, everybody. If you don't know, just go search for Valheim on Steam, and then go look for the bundle, and then snatch up that bundle. All 3 of those games are great. I can vouch for 2. I've absolutely Satisfactory and Valheim. Both of those are exceptionally great games. And then Deep Rock Galactic, I hear, is awesome. But now I got it on my list of things that I'll circle back to one day, and we'll play it a bit. We'll check it out. And there's actually like Deep Rock Galactic, and then there's like the other one, which is like a whole swarm of stuff at you at the same time. But again, I'm a big fan of all of those games. Definitely going to try them out, though. Definitely going to try them out. But hey, it's time to get optimizing. Let's go figure out if it's double or exponent is the best way of doing it. Let's go. All right, here we are in the factory, everybody. Let's just take a quick little look around. So you can see I'm up on my little thing here. I'm going to just float down. Oh, there's them caps for everybody. Tab making it rain up in here. I'm so glad I got that to work. I had that for a long time. It used to be called the Polypop reward that I couldn't. It's like Ghost in the Machine. Every time I delete that, it'd come right back. And then I turned it into Make It Rain, and then I finally got it where you guys can actually do it on your end. I don't have to manually do it every time. So you can guys just every stream, you can just blast everybody with a bunch of caps. So very, very cool. All right, so here we are. So we got a bunch of production going in the background over here. You can see it's producing quick wire and it's producing concrete and so on. And it's backlogging it into these boxes for my use. And then also I have them all diverted, as you can see, diverting into various processes. So diverting into producing a bunch of stuff over here. Now, I don't really need anything for me because I have basically built all the stuff that I need to build. I've upgraded all the things that need to be upgraded and so on. Well, at least as far as I can. And so basically at this point, there's nothing else I really need to do other than get to phase 2 because I can't progress any further without going to phase 2. So what we want to do is figure out, one, how to get more power. So we do have the option of coal power. And we already know where all the nodes are because we spent a good amount of time adding all of these radars, as you can see. Actually, let me get over here. Adding all of these radars. Now, these radars are pretty expensive power-wise. So, again, we have 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So, 16. Oops, something just went by me. What was that? Oh, that guy. We have 16 of these. Actually, I miscounted there. Oh, no, I wrote it down right there. All right, I just remembered incorrectly. So, yeah, 16 of them. And it's 16 times 150. Now, we're going to go over here to our awesome overseer spreadsheet, everybody, in which we're doing satisfactory power optimizing. I'll move over here to the left a little bit. There we go. Power optimizing is the tab. Now, if you want to see the same spreadsheet that I'm doing and copy, paste it, do whatever you want to do, you can't modify mine, but you can copy, paste it, make your own spreadsheet. You can also look directly at the spreadsheet. Now, what we're going to do is go down the bottom here. Oh, has this got like 10 million of these things at the bottom? Oh, no, it doesn't have that many. Okay. So usually when you first open a spreadsheet, it gives you way too many of the things underneath it. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a bunch of these here, and we're going to move these up to the top. You won't see anybody else working the spreadsheets, everybody. I work the spreadsheets up in here. You're like, Kismet, there's a whole bunch of things online you can use. This is true, but I like to be old school and play like if I was really there. But if I was really there, I crack open the spreadsheet and I get some things figured out. All right, so some of the stuff we need to figure out, I typed and put right there. We're going to put it right here at the top. All right, so we have a 16 radars. We're going to go ahead and put another row up here. There we go. Radars. Right here, and again, I'm going to zoom in for all you peeps on mobile. Don't worry, I got you back. Kismet got you. Radars, we have 16. Cost, power cost. This is way too wide there. There we go. Power cost here, which I think is 150. Power cost, megawatts. I think it's 150. Now, we're going to go double check over here. We can close this here. Close that. There we go. What else we got open that we can close? We're good. Okay. So we want to go back to the game. Here we go. And then we want to find our current radar tower right here. So this is the main primary one. And it's tied into all of the power. Now, I don't think it shows us there. I think we have to try to make one for it to show us. In organization. Here we go. Yeah, 150 megawatts each one. So we go back to the spreadsheet and we go ahead and say equals this one. Oh, it already figured it out. There we go. This one times this one is 2,400 power. Okay, wow. Okay, that was way more than I thought. And then this would be total power here. Okay, I hate it when they're offset like that. All right, let's. We got to zoom back out so I can use my centering. I've got to use my centering. Actually, we'll do this. There we go. Center that. There we go. Just visually easier to see. So we'll say radar towers times this times that. All right, there we go. 16 radar towers. So it's using 2,400 of our power that we could be using for something else. Now, what we want to do is also figure out the process. Is it better to use our doubling or to use an exponent? Now, an exponent is like the number at the end of something, right? So if you have 10 to the second power, that's an exponent of that particular thing. So if we wanted to scale up, we have two ways of really scaling up. One is to add our summer sloop. If we have the ability to multiply, it's going to double the output. So basically, instead of 5, it's now outputting 10. of those versatile frameworks there? Or is it better to, because it uses 300 megawatts, to make 4 of these and run 4 chains of resources, right? And then, of course, you also have 4 chains of conversion and production, and then a combination at the end. But we're not going to be working on our versatile frameworks. We're just going to go ahead and let those keep running, as well as going to let these ones keep running. Now, this one here at the end, this one here, which is our automated wiring, that one is done. So we don't even need that one anymore. Boom, you're out of there, bro. And then we'll take this out. We don't need any more stators back here or wire, but we got a bunch, so we might be able to use those for something else. So we're going to go ahead and take those out. We're also going to go ahead and take our automated wiring here and see if we just put that in the dimensional depot. Yeah, there we go. Put that in the depot. We've also got our summer sleeps, which are pretty precious. We'll put those away as well. We have a lot of hard drives, too. Okay, also, we're going to be doing 76 hard drives, everybody, which is 760 minutes of running hard drives. We're going to be running a lot of hard drives. That's for sure. Now, hard drives, of course, give you access to the alternate recipes. So we're going to go ahead and get that going as well. Let's see what we got over here. Now, I'm really looking for... oh, see, it doesn't give us any other option. I'm really looking for the expansion of my inventory. I'm not sure how many do we got? Satisfactory. How many times can ma'am expand inventory? Oh, wait. How many can hard drives? No, not ma'am. Hard drives. Hard drives. Expand inventory. There we go. Hard drives can expand your inventory 2 times, giving you 2 separate inflated pocket minutes each time you unlock one. It adds 6 slots in the thing. They show up randomly as research choice in the MAM when scanning a hard drive, typically appearing once you've unlocked enough tiers, cleared out alternate recipes. Okay, so our goal is to find that second inventory expansion. And again, it may be in later tiers. I don't know. I never used it before. I never bothered. Now you can see we have a bunch of alternate recipes, and we're just going to keep scanning all these alternate recipes. And it said down here, unable to rescan, no rewards currently available. So that tells us that we don't need to scan anymore. We have all of the alternate recipes that we can have in phase 1 done, which I thought there was going to be more, but apparently no. And once we get into the phase 2, we can, or into tier 5 is basically where we're going to try to get to, we can, of course, go ahead and scan some more and see what we can get out of it as well. But we can't rescan because there's no other alternate recipes, which tells us that there's no alternate expansion of our inventory. We already expanded our inventory once, which is what gave me the 6 additional slots. And then, of course, unlocking some more stuff in the MAM got us all the way up to where we are now, which is this is the maximum amount of slots I can open for now. And then eventually we can get the 6 more slots, and then we would have an absolute full inventory. Which is awesome. So we're going to keep looking for that in the MAM, but as we just saw, we can't scan anymore, so we might as well just put them in the depot for now. Get them out of there. Let's get our explosive rebar in there next as well. How about a little bit of this? I think these are already maxed out. They are. I'm just going to throw that away. There we go. How about stators? Do we have stators maxed out? Doesn't look like it. Let's actually switch those and switch these. There we go. How about these? Can we put those in there? Yes. Okay. How about this? This is okay. That's full. Let's go over here and see if we can put this into here. Oh, mama. Okay, that's full. All right, nice. I love it when it's maxed out like that. Okay, now we also need to go around and optimize all of our towers first because we want to put all of our towers in a single power line. And we're going to call it the purple line. We're going to use our very large towers here as the connection to the scanning tower. So we have the scanning tower over here. Currently it is connected here. And so we're going to start a whole new row of power towers here that have a sole purpose of managing all of our towers. So we can go in and turn all the power of all the towers off at the same time. So first thing we're going to do is disconnect this one, and if we disconnect it, does it instantly go off? It does. Okay, so we can't see the nodes. Now, it'd be nice to individually be able to turn these ones on based on where we're looking for the nodes, but I think we'll put them all in a single grid, meaning that we'll run just those power lines just to our scanners, and then we'll be able to turn them all off when we want to use that production, and we don't really need to look for the nodes. When we need to look for the nodes, we'll turn it on. We'll go find the nodes that we need to optimize what we have. Once we've maximized the optimization of what we have, then we will go, okay, turn those towers off, and then we have that extra 2400 power. That's a lot of power, but that's a lot. So yes, we confirmed that the second you turn them off, boom, you can no longer see on the radar. And that's kind of cool, actually. I wonder if I click on it. Yeah, no signals found in the area. Okay, good to know. So we're going to go ahead and tie this one directly in here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to call this the purple one, because we're going to basically color all those in with purple. And that's going to confirm that we have done that particular line. Whoa, here it comes. That we have done that particular line. And every one of these are optimized. Now, for right now, though, I'm going to go ahead and just do this connection so that this actually is on. There we go. See, it's on right now. And again, we're going to run separate power lines to all of that. And then we're going to come back once we've got that excess power and we're able to figure out what we want to do with that power, which is like going to be a grand adventure of us running around here and dodging mobs and doing all of that stuff. So settle in, everybody. We got some stuff to do. Just for the towers themselves. Because again, something I thought of was, man, we should have put those on a separate thing. Now, we do have the power to use our power switch, but we'd have to manually go to that particular location to turn the power on and off of each one, if we wanted to turn each one off individually. Now, the actual ultimate of it, but we don't have enough items, I don't think, would be the power switch, where the power switch, the automated power switch, let's go over here and look right in here in Criterium, would be this one right here. The priority power switch is actually what it is, because you can remotely turn it off wherever you are. So I need 25 of those circuit boards, but if I had 25 of those, I'd just put it toward more geysers, because that would be a better, more optimal thing. And again, I get the last 3 geysers that we still have to get. But since I don't have, the ability to unlock that now, because I used it all for geysers, and then I also don't really want to go and set those all up separately in this stage. Now, I would do it in the next stage when I can actually make circuit boards. Then I will definitely go and set up each one of those towers with power switches, and then I'll put them in their own category, and then I'll be able to just turn them all off at the same time. I just go boom, and then they'll all turn off in that category, which is pretty cool, because there's different categories, and I always put my power at the very top category, because that'll be the last one to turn off, and then my factories are usually at the very end, or extraction or something like that. That just has to do with the factories. That stuff will be all at the end, so that stuff turns off first, and it always keeps my primary power going. And we'll get into all of that when we have enough resources to make that happen. But for right now, we don't really need that. And the same thing up here. We don't need no level 3 power poles, and we don't need that right there, because we don't even have the rifle yet. Because we have to, we got to do a bunch of smokeless powder, which we can't really do because we don't have the refinery. So we got to have the refineries in the next stage. So we got lots to do, as you can see. But one thing we can do, though, is we can use the power switch at the very beginning. So instead of us having to cut the line every single time, now we don't need to do that. And we can go over here and just set up a very easy power off switch between the primary power, which is currently coming from there. And again, we're going to rework all of this, so or at least a bunch of this. So we don't really need to do that. So we can take a power switch and we can put it, let's say, right out here in the open. And I'm going to show you how these power switches work. Now, if we cut that line, again, you can see that the radar did go off, right? We can't see any of the nodes. And we're going to take this and we're going to put this into A right here. And again, I don't like it switched this way. Again, I like it where the A is on the left and the B is on the right. There we go. Because then it's easier just to figure out the flow of power. So this A is the input of power. B is the output of power. We're going to output it to our tower here, and then our tower goes directly there. It doesn't have any other connections. There's no other connections here. Just this line here and then that line there, which of course ties into all of our other power. And then we're going to call this the scan tower main. All right, so this is our main thing. So we can just go ahead and flip that switch, and that's going to turn that on. You can see it's operational. And then we can go over here, and we can see that the scanner is now scanning. And we can go ahead and roll over it. We weren't right on top of it. There we go. And then we can see all of the different signals that we found, weak signals found in the area, and fauna found in that area, including animals and flora as well. So again, now it's found a bunch of stuff in that area, and we can also, most optimally, we can find the actual nodes that we're going to need, right? And you can see we're pretty much tapping all the various nodes that we have for right now, and we're using our nodes. Now, one of the cool things, you can roll over the nodes, like right there, there is a pure limestone node, and it's just across the way here, so we could run it over here instead of using our normal node. Now at this stage, since we are optimizing our factory, we want to optimize our extraction and really just use pure nodes, because remember, I'm in the ultimate challenge. So in the ultimate challenge, for those who don't know, I'm sure a lot of you have heard me say it now 50 times, but what it is 100 times the resources in the space elevator. If you look in the upper right hand corner, I need 100,000 smart platings, not 1,000. 100,000 and 100,000 versatile frameworks, and we already did 25,000. That's the most I think I've ever done in any playthrough ever. But we're going to do even more because you got to think we also already did 5,000. So we've already done around 30,000 smart platings in this playthrough alone in phase 1. So yeah, pretty crazy. And then, of course, versatile frameworks, we need 100,000 of those. And by the way, some of these you also need in the next phase as well. So a good idea to backlog some of those. But if we don't need that thing, then we don't really need to run that thing, and we can actually remove that process at some point so that we can use those resources, use that power, use all that stuff to optimize the ones that we're still waiting on, right? We can optimize, like I would optimize smart plating would be the first one I would do. Because we can see that we are really hurting for rotors right now, right? We need to get more rotors, and we need to make a lot more rotors. Now, one of the things I realized earlier when I first logged in was that I have a lot of this, and I don't have a lot of the rotors, which belong in here. Also, I didn't have enough screws to get the rotors to run. Now, what I'm doing is I'm actually diverting some of the rotors right here, or the rods. And this whole box was full of rods. So what I did is I diverted those rods back here so I could make more screws, right? So that would speed that up. But what I really want to do is go like this. I want to take a smart splitter here and put that down. There we go. And then go ahead and split this like this. And then the primary one is going to go straight. So we're going to say rods. And this is what's great about a smart splitter, and then the left output is going to be any overflow. So if it fills this up and there's a bunch left over and it starts to overflow back into the box, it's going to divert it to help make more screws. So basically it's going to auto balance itself. That's what we want to do, and that's what the smart splitter allows you to do. And there's a lot more advanced stuff that we could do to make that happen. But for right now, we want to go ahead and take this and run this back here. And again, I did this right when I was starting up, and I thought, well, you know what? I'm just going to start up the stream so you guys can see what I'm doing. So there we go. So what I did is I just ran that up, ran that back here. So anytime there is, again, a whole box full of rods that are not being used, to run them back. Now, this is why this all needs to be optimized, because I have different production over there, I have production here, I have production over there, and what we really want to do is consolidate all that production so it's just focused on doing the smart platings. And then when we have the smart platings, guess what? Then we can focus all the power just on the versatile frameworks, and we can make as many of those as we want. Also, now that we know where all the nodes are, we could start up coal power, and we could get all the coal everywhere, and then start up a bunch of coal power. Now, I'm also creating a bunch of steel products, and those steel products are for use in running belts, but also we can see we're making modular frames and we need steel beams. So we actually need some steel, and which means it's going to use up some of our coal and iron to make those steel beams, unless you're using an alternate recipe, which sometimes those alternate recipes are amazing, by the way, everybody. Maybe I should do a future playthrough of just alternate recipes. There we go. That would be another big challenge. Don't use any basic recipes, just the thing. But then I have to go collect all those things again. Maybe we'll do that at the end. We'll do a challenge at the end of this playthrough that says, okay, nothing but alternate recipes. We'll find the most optimal alternate recipes. That'd be kind of fun. That'd be fun. But again, I'm just going to let this keep running, and you can see that the modular frames are not going fast enough, because this should never be idle. This should always be running at full speed. There we go. When it's idle, it has to start and stop and start and stop, and that actually slows down your production. But what we want to do is we're going to focus the smart platings. But before we focus the smart platings and we kind of replace our stuff over there, we're going to go over here and we're going to rebuild basically this over here, but not start it up yet. And then we're going to figure out how much power we have, how much power it uses, how many of these we can make total to scale up how many smart platings. And is it better to use your summer sloop and double it up? Or is it better to go ahead and create a bunch of different factory lines to run it? Is it efficient for us to run coal power with 5 times the power cost? That's right. So not only is it 100 times the resources in the space elevator, but it also costs me 5 times the power whenever I'm running anything. Right? So when I run this, it actually takes 75 power instead of 14. And then on top of that, when I do put the summer sloop in there, that costs me 4 times power on top of the 5 times power I normally would use. But I'm just going to call 75 as the default now. 75 is the default in this ultimate playthrough. Also, randomize all the nodes, randomize the quality of the nodes. I don't know where they are. So that's why we needed the radar. So we would now know where every single node is in the entire game, which is pretty awesome. And then you can say, okay, where are all the pure nodes? I want to go ahead and tap every pure node nearby me. Like, if I'm going to go ahead and make stuff out of limestone, and I want to optimize my production, if I extract it with a normal node, it's going to extract at 120 in the phase I'm in right now, which is the level 2 extractor. Or I could go over here and I could tap the pure node, and it just costs me more line runs. It just costs me a little bit more time to run the conveyor belts. But if I extract the pure node, it's going to cost me the same exact power. By the way, it costs you the same power to do a normal node that it does a pure node. But in a pure node, I'm going to get 240. So I'm going to get double the amount that I'm extracting right now for the same amount of power. Right? So if you can get double the resources for the same amount of power, that's optimizing, everybody, because remember, efficiency first, right? That's what we want to do. So same thing with all of our iron that we're using right now. We could go around and say, hey, where are all of the pure nodes? All right, no pure node there, no pure node there. What do we got here? Ah, there we go. We got an iron pure node. That's the one way at the bottom, too. And we can go down there. We can put the thing in there and then bring it out, extract it. Bring it over to the base. Now, again, we can move the base wherever we want. We could always move the base here to the center or wherever we're running nodes from. I'm a big fan of putting the base up really high, especially when you have your hypertubes, and then running everything up onto a flat plane and then just run that stuff to your base. But in this one, we're going to kind of keep the base a little bit lower here. I might later come back and just move everything up so it's above everything, and then I can just run plates to wherever I want it to go, and I can run stuff down those plates, and eventually we get to trains, and I don't even know how much power trains are going to cost, which might be pretty insane. But again, we got lots to do. Instead of just talking about it, we're going to go do it. Let's go. Let's go get it done. All right, now we got this one first. Now, how do we want to go and do the radar towers? This is a question. Do we want to go sideways and then go back and forth, or do we want to go up, left, and then down like that, right? So you go up along the thing, and then back down, and then up and down, and then it's there, or do we want to go across and then up and then cross it up? That's a good question. I kind of feel like I want to go this way. I don't know why. I feel like I want to go this way and then circle back down across these and then back up again and then back down Or we could go like this, this, then across, then down, across. But let's see, some of these are like the hardest zones, so you'd want to probably do the easier zones first, and then circle back. Again, this is going to be a lot of work here. A lot of worko. Okay, how is our cable doing right now? Okay, our cable is full. Okay, so we have full cable. I think we have some more over here that we just saw was full. Oh, that's not the way we're going. This way, this way. Other way. Again, I get turned around a lot in this base. We'll optimize it just so I stop getting turned around. And you can see also we have some backup power there too. I don't know what you're doing, crazy bird, but get out of here. Get out of there, crazy bird. Okay, right here we had this. And I'm just going to go ahead and bring a little bit of this out like this so we know what's in each of these boxes over there. By the way, I'm going to let it keep making stators here in the back as well. But what we could do is see if we can make a dimensional depot here. What do we need? Of course, that's what we need. We need some modular frames, and again, we'll probably end up making optimizing that later as well. But we have a lot of resources just sitting in the dimensional depot, which allows us to go ahead and utilize some of these modular frames. Now, oh, you know, the thing I should do is I should take the reinforced iron plates and put those in the dimensional depot first, and then use the dimensional depots. Oh, and we need some SAM fluctuators too. No problem. We'll make a bunch of that stuff. Okay, so we make that, and we'll make some SAM fluctuators. What do we need? This also not going in the dimensional depot. Oh, man. Why are we not sending our reanimated SAM in there? All right, see, there's always production to be optimized. Yeah, that's right over here. For some reason, not putting that in the dimensional depot, so I can't access it. Let's get that fixed also. So we'll go over here to our thing here, and so we'll go SAM fluctuator, and we'll go ahead. I think I might have taken it out for some other reason. That's what it kind of feels like, but maybe I just forgot. All right, there we go. And then we'll take this and we'll run that into the dimensional depot. And then we don't have to keep running over here to grab them all the time. If we want to make them, we can make them wherever we are. And we have the dimensional depot completely upgraded, everybody. All in phase 1. All max upgraded in there. You're like, no way, Kismet. I've never seen anybody do phase 1 and actually optimize the entire alien line in phase 1. I know, that's pretty crazy, everybody. I didn't even know you could do that. I had no idea. I thought there would be gated somewhere. The only thing that's gated is this, because we can't make the singularity until later. I mean, if I found some on the ground, I could probably do it and go and make 100 power shard things. But you can see I've actually upgraded all the way down because I went around and collected all the stuff. I made a bunch of SAM fluctuators, and you get the idea. So there we go. So we got that cranking and doing its thing. By the way, we could also do remote production. So if we want to make some SAM fluctuators, what we could do is say, okay, where's our optimal SAM fluctuators? Right here, because this is a pure node, and then up here we have an impure node. So this one is very inefficient. So we could go ahead and take that one out and put this here. In fact, we should probably be writing this stuff down. All right, let's think of the things we want to optimize. Optimize nodes. SAM or from impure to just pure. There we go. And I forget why I'm bringing the other pure node over. Probably to augment the SAM ore that I'm already doing. Where is that pure node coming to or going to? Or where's it coming from? That's a good question. It's running underneath there somewhere. And we know it's coming from this direction. So it's probably being run underneath here to my SAM ore production, which is over here on this side. There's another thing we could do. We could take that SAM ore production and move it to the node, which sometimes I do. especially if I have the dimensional depot and the depot is all the way upgraded. We could go ahead and move some of this stuff to the actual node itself and then just let it run. Like, great example, plates. Do I need to run the plates to where I am right now? Not really. I can go ahead, find me a iron pure node. By the way, Kismet Love Train coming in. It's first showing the love with 88 months of love right there, everybody. Now, again, you got one job in the chat, everybody. Go in there and throw some hearts anytime you see that Kismet Love Train. Anytime anybody donates bits or donates toward the Vault Van Life Project, everybody. Show them lots of love in the chat, all right? Let's go. Come on, you got the one job. I know I'm doing a bonus stream here, but we still show the love. Let's go. And how you doing, Isfer? Thanks for coming and hanging out. I love that Kismet Love Train. That's a big love train right there, everybody. Check it out. Oh, man, that's a sweet one. Sweet one for sure. Okay, so we've got that optimized now, so that goes in there for now. And again, we can go and optimize all this way better. Because at this point, everybody, I shouldn't need to do this anymore, where I'm back logging a bunch of stuff in a box for me to use. We could actually eliminate all of this and just go and make sure that we have every single process optimized in the fact that it will take all of the plates and put all the plates in the dimensional depot. In fact, we should put 5 dimensional depots for our plates and 5 dimensional depots for our concrete, because that's the thing we're going to use the most, right? And especially in the early game here. And I can't really make that much more stuff other than the stuff I'm already making. So if I optimize each thing on a pure node and I let that one thing run in the dimensional depot, and of course I'll make a backlog of all those things. So we have all of that to do as well, everybody. So we got a lot to do. We got a lot to do over here for sure. We'll get into all the optimizing and whatnot, but the radar towers is the thing we should optimize first. So we have the power to turn those on and off, and that's going to be the thing that takes us a little bit of time here running these power lines. Okay, so I've decided we're going to go this way, toward the left. Now, what I'm going to do is, I totally forgot about this until I accidentally hit it before the stream, which is these markers. We're going to call this Tower 2, right? And we're going to say Apply. Now, Tower 2 should show up on the side here somewhere. Yes, Tower 2. So we can go ahead and click on Tower 2 here, or we can click on it here, and we can then highlight Tower 2. And then we'll see it on the radar up there, which will lead us to that particular tower. Now, I'm going to try to be a little bit closer, but the problem with these icons is they're really difficult when they are right over the top of each other. By the way, if you're going to take a marker out, make sure that you do remove the highlighting first. But I'm just going to put it as close as I possibly can to that marker. There we go, like this, without overlapping it. So when I'm zoomed all the way in, I can click on it right there. So Tower 2, there we go. We're going to go ahead and select the icon for it. Let's see. How about some power? How about electric? There we go, something like that. Okay, so we got the thing there, and we're going to set it to purple. Something like this, more bright of a purple. And then we'll apply it, and there we go. So now we can see there's a little electric thing there. Very cool. Again, I haven't used this at all, everybody. I haven't used it at all. And the entire time I'm playing, almost 3,000-4,000 hours now, I've never used a lot of these things that I'm using in this particular playthrough. And it's super fun. Really, it's re-energized my love of Satisfactory, as you can see, because we've been playing it like, 16-hour streams, 18-hour streams, just having a fun time. Marker view distance on compass. Off. Oh, we're on fire! Look out! It's for bringing that fire as well. Okay, so yeah, we're going to go ahead and mark that, and we can see it on the thing, and it has a unique little lightning bolt, and it's purple. Okay, so we know we need to go that way. Now, we want to take this power tower here, and I want to figure out something. We're going to figure out right now. I just thought of it. Does it automatically pick up the color of this power thing if we pick it up from that one? Now, I would think it would, because normally that's what it does. Now, if you notice that I'm taking this power and I'm walking with it right now, I'm trying to get the optimal distance from the original. Okay, there we go. So right here we can put it there, but we can't put it there. So this would be, let's say over here, the optimal distance before it turns red. We're going to move back just a little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. Red is too far. That means it's too far to run the line from there. And we're going to say right there, and let's see if it turns purple. I would think it would. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, that's a bummer. Because a lot of times when you pick up other things, and if it's already colored, it will actually be that particular purple. But we can see that now we've got that at the max distance, and we're going to do that with each one. We're going to try to run them as far as we possibly can away. So we're optimizing not only the lines, but we're also optimizing the distance of our power lines, which means we're using less resources to run these power lines as well. And we'll come back and probably optimize all of these towers or not. We'll see. We'll see. And again, here I go again, right? I'm walking to see how far I can do it. I'll say, so about right here. I don't like to put it right on the road here just because I want to drive my vehicle on the road. But there we go. All right, now it's really easy when there's not like 10,000 mobs on you, but later on when a bunch of mobs are on us, then we will do this a little bit different. Oh, I forgot to color that one. Hold on, we got to go back. Again, we want to color these so we know these are our purple line of this. And again, it's a bummer that it doesn't automatically pick that up. I think if I actually went middle mouse button, it would do purple. Yes, if I do middle mouse button, it'll do purple. But if I run the power line, it does not pick up the power color. And actually, I just learned something. I didn't know that was a thing. But now we know. Again, we're going to run into some mobs, I'm sure, along the way. But again, we're just going to run this power line as far as we possibly can. Now again, also this will allow us to navigate to that particular thing. Probably better right here anyway. It's up here at the top. There we go, right there. And then we'll color that with purple. Now, we're not going to link these to any of the other ones because, again, we don't want to cross-connect the power. We want it just to be connected to the radar towers. Now, how close are we to the radar tower? We're not even anywhere close to that radar tower. So what we need to do is basically get where we can put this radar tower up higher. To get up there. So we're going to go ahead and take this and we're going to run it up here on the top. Or what we could do is use our nature rearranger, our novelist here, to clear some stuff around here so we can see this a little easier if we do go up there. Now we can see we already have some lines that are going up there. So what we could do is cross-connect this to another line like this, or maybe that one. There we go. And we could go up there and then disconnect this line and then connect this one to the one up there. So we'll try that. Let's go. Oh, or we'll miss it. How about that? Yeah, you got to be real diligent about making sure that that one is not connected into the rest of these power lines. We're going to go up here and we can see this is a really great way of going across the top here. Might want to run it down in there so it's kind of optimized that way, but I do like them running up here at the top. We'll use our parachute to get our way all the way up here to the top. Look around for mobs. And I'm going to say right here in this corner, we're going to get all this stuff out of the way just to optimize our view. And we'll say right here in the corner, we're going to go ahead and put the purple one. We're going to aim it this way so that if we want to take that line up here. Now we're going to take this one out. We're going to color this one. And then we're going to take this and we're going to try to see if we can connect it back down that way. There we go. See, it's purple and we moved all the trees, so it's really easy to see. So there we go. Now we optimize that. Nice. And then typically I'll get up on the tower. It's safer up on the tower somewhat. Some ranged mobs can still get you, but now we want to go ahead and again run its own line. So can't quite get to there, but I mean, I can't get up there, but I could get, I think, over here in its own separate spot. And now you can see we're running dual lines, which resource-wise is not good, but these things do not take power. So it's no big deal if you're running multiple of these. Just the most important thing is to make sure that you know which one's which, right? So that's why we're going to color these in as we go so we know where we are over here as well. And then this one I'm going to put over here. Now again, since I already have this line, the smart thing to do is to come back later and remove all these other ones and just have the main power line. Also, what I'll do too is I'll have my hyper tubes separate and all the other stuff separate again, so you can just turn that stuff on and off, especially when we get our smart ones going. And I think I could color it over there. No, I can't color. It's too far. All right, let's go to it, and we'll color that one. And I can see the radar tower right up there. So good to be up here at the top where we can see all that stuff, and again, be a bit away from the mobs. And we've cleared a bunch of these mobs already, but they could respawn, so we're going to do what we got to do. All right, we can't quite reach there, but we could reach right there. Okay, let's go. And we're using our power towers to help us navigate as well, so it's very cool. And this one's very specific where it goes. And again, this would probably be my primary thing if I wanted to come over here to the radar tower, or if I wanted to navigate. The purple line will become my kind of like a fast navigation from there to there. There we go. And then this one, try to optimize it way over there if we can. Yes. Okay. Nice. And we just got to do this over and over until we get all of just these ones connected, and then we can just flip the power switch and we can turn it all off and utilize that power elsewhere. Now, as we get there, though, we need to disconnect anything that's already connected over here. That'd be nice if we could... can't see because there's stuff in my way. Tree in my way. Get out of there, tree. It'd be nice if we could take this one and actually run it up there, but I don't think it can reach. Yeah, and I don't have the ability to click on that one because it's already connected in multiple ways. Kind of feel like we want to take this stuff out as well, and this one up here, throw that up there, throw that one over there. I think we got it. Further up. Oh, what a throw. All right, that was a good throw. And again, sometimes I just throw the stuff down just to get rid of the foliage so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. Oh, did that one not go away? Huh, thought I got it. Let's throw it again. If you think it's going to miss, you can actually hit it right in the middle of the air. Oh, that one missed. Doesn't look like we're going to get it. All right, did we color this one? We did not. All right, let's color this one in so we know where we're at. That's coming from that one. That's going to this one. All right, now it's going to get crowded up here. But it is what it is. We got to do what we got to do. That power lines going all over the place, and then that's going to want me to go and fix those power lines too. Now, I'm not going to worry about collecting these guys. I'm not going to be looking for immersive spheres or anything like that. We got a mission to get these in here again. Yeah, it's going to be a problem, but might be able just to put this down here. And see, these are all connected together too. So some of these are connected to the geysers. So we can go through and optimize our geyser connection as well in there to run along its own power lines as well. But really the main thing we want to do is the tower. So we can go ahead and just run this separate. Let's say down there seems like a better spot. Double check that we colored this one. No. We need to color it right when we get there. We should color it straight away. It's going to get a lot harder the further and further we get into what we're doing, because more and more mobs are going to be after us when we get in the harder zones. There we go. Very nice. Can we take out this line? Yes. Okay, so this one then should go off. Yeah, boop, there we go. Tower 2 is now off. And then we should be able, low side, no, go the other way. So if you go the other way like this, there we go. And we connect that back in, and then that should now be working. Okay, there we go. Tower 1 is done. Or Tower 2, because Tower 1 is obviously our tower. Now, we don't need to mark the one that's by our base, duh. We don't need to do that. But again, we'll have this marked just so we can navigate here in the future. So we'll stop highlighting that marker. It'd be nice if you could copy a marker too. That would be awesome. Apply. Okay. Now we need another marker for our next radar tower. So we're going to roll over here and zoom out. You can see we've got them as optimized as we can. So we've got this one is the next one. So we'll call this one Tower 3. Again, get right up next to it there, but not overlap it. Tower 3. Okay, select icon, this. We'll go purple. And highlight it. Go. There we go. All right, that way we go. And we did color this purple. Okay. And now we want to go. Again, we're going to have all these crisscrossing lines. But that'll just give us something to do later to come back and clean all this up. Clean all this up. Again, the priority power switches are the easier way of doing this because we could just go over here, put a priority power switch and control it from remote. But right now in phase 1, we don't have that option. And it is burning 2400 power that we could be using toward our primary production. So we definitely want to optimize all of this like that. And then, again, we're going this way toward that other tower. Creating its own separate line, everybody. That's what we're doing. Again, we should move forward, color it in, move forward, color it in. Oh, okay, we got our first baddie over here. He's probably going to try to get in our business. We'll try to hide back here for a second while we color this in. And we're just going to grab this, try to run somewhere else, maybe way up here at the top. Yeah, there we go. That's fun. Get up and away from this guy. Hopefully he doesn't aggro. Hope he did aggro on us. He'll try to throw a rock at us. Let's get way up here at the top. Okay, now I want to aim myself in this way so that I'm in the opposite direction where he is, because he can still hit me up here. And he'll usually throw a few more at you because he's aggro on you. So if he hits the side of this and I'm standing there, boom, it'll knock me back. So you got to watch out for that. So we're going to go up here. Now we got to figure out how we're going to get out of here. Okay, down to there, I think. Really optimize the distance if we can. There we go. Now we'll go back this way. Again, this is just to avoid hanging out with that stuff there. Now again, what we could do is just come across here and re-optimize it maybe back that way. Let's see if we can cross connect that. And then we'll color it first, this one. And see if we can connect this back to that other one. No, it's too far. Yeah, it's too far to hit it from here. And that's fine, we'll just leave it like that. All that really matters is that all of these are on a single circuit. All right, rinse and repeat until we get them all done. Again, I'm not even looking for stuff either. I'm not looking for stuff. I'm not doing any of that. Just focused on the one thing, which is to get this process down to a science. So you're just doing that. You're coloring it in. You're creating another spot where you can go to here, trying to avoid any mobs or anything that's going to like aggro on me. Oh, I see a thing over there we could blow up. And we can come back for another time. I just see it's one of those worm guys. And then optimizing the power. And we can't quite reach those, but we could reach that. All right, nice. Oh, there's a guy on top of there. Oh, boy. Right underneath it, too. That sucks. All right, can we get up here and not get hit by these bugs? Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Jump off, hold down the left mouse button, grab it, get out of there before that thing aggroes. Now, one of the drawbacks of this is if I am using my hover pack later, these are very far apart. So your hover pack, typically you want your connector things to be much closer together so that it can connect into that power. Because you get about halfway and then you'll lose power because it doesn't connect to the power line. It actually connects to the power pole or the power tower in this case. So that's why typically I use power poles because that distance is smaller. And then we color this. We take this, we run it way over there. All right, I think we're going to make short work of this, everybody, at this rate. I think we're going to get this done. Oh, did I color that last tower purple? I don't think I did. It's okay. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll color this one while we're at it. Again, coloring stuff is very useful for knowing what's going on visually. We'll put this right next to it. And we're going to do this. Move this line. Color this one purple. Right there. Then we can go ahead and turn off our marker. Not always an easy feat because see how this doesn't like roll over the thing behind it? There we go. It's very difficult to get that thing behind it. Okay, stop highlighting. And then we'll go ahead and disconnect the line and we'll see that the whole thing has gone off. All right, awesome. Kind of nicer also if you want to just see the map and not see all those little icons on there. If you're trying to make a marker or you're trying to navigate somewhere, it's actually easier not to see all the nodes, which is pretty awesome actually. Okay, so this is going to be Tower 4, I think it was. Tower 4, let's go see. This is Tower 3, yes. Okay, so Tower 4 up here. So we'll put our marker. We'll say Tower 4. Hit return on that. Select the icon, the bolt. We're going to go color is purple. And we'll highlight it and apply. There we go. All right, now we know we need to go that way. And this is colored. That one's colored. Again, I just look at the feet down there. I could just look up here, I guess. That works too. Okay, and then again, running these as far away as I possibly can. Over there. Well, let's go ahead and just go there. And this is just us running around the entire map. Much different than when you're looking for stuff. Because this goes way faster, obviously, because you're just going from place to place as fast as you can. And then we'll bring, oops. And we'll bring that up over the top of this if we can. Oh, there it was. Right there. Now, I could run along the ground and optimize these even more where they're at max distance from each other. Like I did in the beginning, but there'll be a bunch of mobs and they'll be in our way and they'll be annoying and all of that stuff. Can't get it up there. How about over here? I feel like I don't want it right next to that one. Some of these other ones are going to be in the optimal position that I probably want to be, but I'm going to try not to overlap them too much. Okay, purple here. And we'll run it way over there. Again, it would be nice if you picked up the color when you ran the power line. but it doesn't do that. If you middle mouse button and you put the power line down and then connect it, it'll be purple. But it's just easier for me to come over here, hit X, change that to purple as well. And see if we get this one up here on top. Oh, yep. And away we go. Now remember, it's making all these resources back in my base. So when I'm burning up all these resources, it's just making more. And that's what you want. Oh, we got some of these guys over here. Let's hope it doesn't aggro on me. And we out of here. Okay, we don't need to hang around and kill a bunch of mobs. Our goal is just to optimize our run line here. Meanwhile, by the way, it's still making all of those resources up there while I'm doing this. Really, there's not much else for me to do except for optimize everything. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to optimize all of our towers to be in one power line so we can just switch it all off at the same time. And we'll find out when we get all the way around to the end and then we work our way back to our base. We can then say, oh, okay, is this, if I flip the switch, do all the radars go off at the same time? That'll be the ultimate test. Once we get here, oh, there we go. This one's good. We can do it from right here. Like this. And then probably just take this whole tower out of there. And then color this purple. And then run this here. There we go. We're there first. Okay. And then there. A little too far for it. Okay, so we can see that it does work. If we take this out, just to double check, okay, all that has gone off. Okay, we see a bunch of spideys down there too. We can take those spideys out, but they're not the type of spideys that jump, so we should be okay. Now I really want to get this up here. Where's this line going? I could try to connect this, but I think it's already multi-connected. It would be nice to go up here, but maybe we'll move this over here and then just move the connection right there, and then we can just take this out for right now and then see if we can get by there. There we go. These spideys are going to get all excited when I go by. They're going to be like, oh, there's somebody to get, and I'll be like, too bad, suckers, I'm too far away. Right over here. All right, and then we'll get this one. And then good to run this back to here. This one should be purple. It is. We'll also go ahead and remove this tree because it's right in my way. And we could kill all the spiders and do all of that, but we don't want to do that right now. Then we're going to stop highlighting that. And then we're going to look toward our next tower. So we've gone up this way, and it's kind of cool because we can see the little electric bolts where we have already done. Then here, and then we're going to go back down this way. All right, and then again, we're going to do a new marker. Right here, this one is Tower 5. Now the reason why we do the marker instead of just this, because you can't track that, but you can track these markers. And that makes it way easier to do what we want to do. Purple. And then again, I'm going to speed up a little bit. I hope you guys don't mind. And we're going to apply that. There we go. So marker 5. And then now we want to go back down this way. And again, we're just going to be crisscrossing all over the place. And then this one I can just take out. I don't know what that one was for. And hopefully that doesn't cut all the power. Let's see if we still have power. Yes, we do. Power up there. Okay. That's all the power, right? 8,000. So yeah, at the low side it's 7671. Again, some of these are connected to the actual geysers, so we got to be careful. We can disconnect one; it might disconnect those geysers. I know that these geysers are connected down here. Might want to check that out on the way to make sure those geysers are still working. But we'll go up here somewhere. Right there is good. We'll check that out. I saw I was running it this way as well, so it might be running down into those geysers. Little Spidey's trying to get me. Yeah, down there. I'm going to double back. Just to make sure that these geysers are functioning and they are part of the network. Take this one out, use my parachute. The way you know they're part of the network is you go right to them, you hit E, and if you see the power here, you know they're part of your regular network. Yeah, those are both on the regular network. Okay, cool. And then we'll just work our way back up this way. Use that momentum, by the way, to help you fly around a little bit. Also, go ahead and slide jump, and you can use that momentum as well. Oh, look at this kind of little outcropping there. Cool. What up, guys? Dodge right, dodge left. Dodge right, left, right, left, right, left. Throw them off. All right, we're going to go say hello to these Spideys over here. Too slow, little Spideys. I'm already up here. Get over here. Get on there. Come on. There we go. Usually you can just stand there and click on it. Oh, they went back over that way. They missed their chance. And now we're back on our purple line, which is our optimized line here. And again, you can do this 50 different ways. I'm just doing it this way because that's how I feel like doing it. Let's put this over here. Again, this is going to be optimized for distance versus climbing around. Oh, wait. Hold on. There we go. Make sure we're coloring those in. I feel like we want to go this way a little bit so it's easier to kind of go down there. And then we can optimize this other one for distance. Notice I'm walking on the far side because there's mobs over there shooting at me. And that's just to use the tower as the ability to block that assault. That one is purple. Okay. Again, we're going to crisscross the whole map at this point, but this obviously makes this way easier. And then color it in. Oh, then we can just look at the top of the ladder there. Yeah, that's even easier. Don't think we're getting there, but we could go right up here. I've slightly turned it a little bit to aim it up there. And I see we already got a couple towers there that are probably going to be in our way. Again, we'll come back and optimize potentially all of this geyser power later as well. Later on when we have the hover pack, this will be way easier than sliding along here. Kind of feel like we'll put it up on that one. There we go. Totally missed it. Back on the ladder. Color this one in. Check the ladder. It's purple. And then we want to figure out where this one's being connected. Right here. Oh, that's that. So this is being connected on the other side, I think. Yes, there it is. So let's disconnect this one. Color that in with purple. Let us know that we've done that one, and then we'll connect it to this one. And we all good. Okay, we know we've got that one done. On to the next one. Again, this is like the easiest thing ever so far. Tower 5, we're going to do Tower 6 now, which is going to be right here. This is Tower 6. Right there. Tower. There we go. And then highlight, apply. Tower 6 is that way. All right, now we got a bit of a problem. We have to get up here. Right here. I kind of feel like we could get up there a different way. The connector up there. There's nothing just straight up this way. This looks like it all goes back that way. I see there's one over there. We connect to this one and then just run back over this way. So we can connect something up there, so in the future we could just go straight that way. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. So I can see this one goes up over here, and then we'll just come back and we'll continue that purple one going there. Use what we've already got, make it a little easier on us. Again, see, that's what's nice about running these other lines, is we can use those lines when we need to. Ooh, wrong way, wrong way. Loves to do that to me. Also loves to miss this ladder too. Okay, wrong way, bro. Going this way. There we go. We'll get way up on the top of this one. I feel like it's easier to just go straight toward the tower. And then we can see the tower there. Oops. Slide jump. There we go. And then what we're going to use is our... Oh, there's a Mercer sphere there, but we're going to ignore it for now. I'm going to go over here where our tower is. Hopefully there's no mobs right in our face when we get over here. We'll see. Right here looks like a good spot. And we want to bring that tower straight up here. And the cool thing is I can middle mouse button it now, because I know I'm going to set it up here. Oh. I'm some sort of mob. I'm going to climb up here, hopefully away from the mob. And then connect this back that way. There we go. Some sort of mob aggroed on me. Again, look at our things there. And we could tie all of our generator power in here, but we don't want to do that. And the reason why you don't want to do that, and I would make that like an orange line or something, or a yellow line. The reason why you don't want to do that is because I want to turn this off. And if I turn this off, boom, I lose all my power. So that would not be a smart move. It's actually smarter to come back later with our smart switches later. But for now, this is what we can do with what we got, is to just optimize our power. There's some mobs down there trying to get me. And also, this is optimizing all of the line runs as well, so those line runs are going much further. Oh, and there was a Mercer sphere back over there too. I should probably mark that. That was on the far side. of this water here, so I'm just going to mark that as something over there for later. Again, we're not going to do Mercer spheres for right now because that's just going to distract us from our mission. Get all these towers going. Go there. We're going to go way over here. Lots of hostility going on back there. You know, one of the things I keep forgetting is holding down Shift key. You hold down the Shift key, you go faster. I'm just kind of just going at the regular speed. We can actually speed this up by just using the Shift key. Again, you got to find that magic spot. And get on here, hold down the Shift key to go faster. Hold W. And you'll actually go along these lines much faster now. There we go. Look back, make sure I colored it purple. Took that ladder. All right, cool. And then we get this on the top of somewhere. That looks like it has a radiation on it. Oh, right here. Might want to turn the ladders in the direction that we're going as well. There we go. Again, just trying to run across the tops of stuff. And again, as I'm going along, I might see some stuff, but I'm just going to mark it, and we can always come back for it later. Every second you spend collecting stuff is a second you're not running power lines. And again, we just want to optimize this first, so we can turn it off at some point and utilize 100% of our power. So whenever we're not playing would be the smartest time to just turn it off. Wow, 2 hours already. Really? Is it really? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's because I had it on 30 minutes before the stream. That's right. I had started the game. Yeah, no, it's only been an hour and a half. I was like, wow, that went by fast. Still went by fast because having a fun time. Again, we want these to be up as high as we can and as far out as we can for optimal. Uh-oh. Let's get out of here. Mr. Spidey going to try to jump at us. There he is. Again, we'll get to the far side here. We'll do this one, and we'll try to get this going to the next spot. Quickly as possible. Get away from that guy from jumping at us. Yeah, look at that. Free guy there. There it is, right there. I'm going to put that right next to it. Trying to avoid... He's back. I'll chase you for a long way, those spiders. Okay, purple here. Disconnect this power. Double check that it did go off. Yes, it did. And this to here. That on there. And tower 6 is up and running. Okay. Again, see how fast this goes when you're not actually looking for loot? It goes pretty fast. Now we need tower number 7. Okay, we're right here. This would be tower number 7. Okay. I zoom all the way in, max zoom, and then I just put this right here in the same spot. And I'm putting all the rest, tower 7. Again, it'd be nice to pick up all this stuff from the other one, but it's not going to let me do that. And it doesn't have to be perfect. It's just, you know, similar design is helpful. Okay, back the other way. There's a whole bunch of other ways we could do this as well, but we're just doing it the way I feel like doing it today. And again, we're just going to go in a different direction than all of this stuff is. Again, when you go also and you're crisscrossing all over the place with these power things, you're going to see new stuff as you go. Another good reason to do that. Just try to avoid accidentally running into trees and stuff. Again, trying my best to route it through the trees where I'm not just smacking right into it. Because you can actually have a line go through a tree, and if you hit that tree, That's it. It's gonna knock you off of there. Okay, another one marked. And back the other way. Now, one of the things we could do is we could just go down to this one and then just run it straight this way. But I'm actually going to just do a zigzag pattern like this, just so this is all in one long line. And we could do a redundant connection across here. Same thing this way. Again, you can do a bunch of redundant connections, but I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to do it this way. It just feels optimal to me. Something moving over there. We'll go ahead and put that right there. Again, some of these we're going to put close just so we can optimize the down angle. Also, by the way, we can go reverse later if we want to come back up. So that'll be super helpful. And optimizing the down angle. And we're going which way? This way. Nice. Okay, so that gets us really far there. Whoop. By the way, I don't even need to ride the thing, though I go a lot faster if I hold down Shift and W. I'm going to get that down at some point. Just watch out when you get to the end. Ooh, look at that lag. Holy moly. Lagzilla. And I did color that one? Yes, I did. Okay. Yeah, just optimizing our distance. That's a great way to navigate the game. Just watch out for the baddies. They will try to aggro on you like that guy. And he's going to try to jump up here, so we're going to get on the far side here. Color this in. Go like this. Try to get out of here as fast as possible to the next thing. Again, that spider will chase you for a long ways, but if you have the thing block him, you get a few extra seconds to dip out of there. We got this down now. Again, put this right on the edge. Oh, here he comes. There he is. He's trying to get me. But again, I'm standing on the back side of it. If I go fast enough, I can get ahead of him. So again, assume that he's going to attack from the back. Then really far away. Really far, hard for him to follow me that far. But see, he's right there. He's going to try to jump toward me. And bye-bye. Over there. He'll try it again, too. And see, he'll just keep following me as fast as he can. But me, I'm going to hold down W and E to get here, and he'll just keep coming. He'll keep chasing you until he loses aggro. Again, we'll try to go way down there. Again, if you want to ditch him, hold down the W and the E, which is going to go much faster. And then he'll lose aggro on you. Oop, went right past it. Swing around, back up, go right for the ladder. I found that if you just go straight for the ladder, it doesn't grab onto it, which makes my job super difficult. And we colored that one. We did. We colored this one. And we're going to end up right next to it. Right there. And again, so much easier when you're not doing all the other stuff. Very efficiently getting this done. And stuff going to try to shoot at me down there. That guy going to come over here and be annoying, I'm sure. And this. Move that power. Take a look. Oh, this one actually we were running via a regular power line. Wow, look at that. Okay. Yeah, that's all. See how it doesn't show the thing anymore? There's no more stuff. This to here. Color that in. Can't remember if I colored the last one. But it is what it is. All right, now we're going to go where? We're going to go to this one and then I think this one and then back up that way. How are we feeling? Or do we want to go this one and then that way? Kind of feel like that one. So we did all of those. So go to that one, to this, and then down, and then back. So we're going to this one. This will be tower number 8. Tower 8. Okay. Organizing our stuff, and again, we're just letting our stuff run as well, everybody. It's not like we're not doing a bunch of things at the same time, which we are. By the way, when I do highlight this one, it'll automatically unhighlight the one that I'm at, which I just realized is a much better way of doing that. Over there, yeah. See, it looks like that other one is closer, but it's not. It's way over there. Way over there. We just want to go up to that one. Okay, north it is. We'd actually backlog that way instead of using this tower. We could go back to that tower, and thus optimizing a little bit of our route. Let's do that. So we can you can double chain power poles. Let's hope that spider guy isn't back over here. Let's see. He probably reset back where he was. By the way, once you lose aggro, he'll usually go back where he was or reset. It depends on how long it's been since he was there. Oh yeah, there's a magic spot right there. We saw it flash for a second. So we know it's possible. Right there. Again, see, now I have two connections. One to go that way and one go this way. And again, I don't want to accidentally connect into any of these because I want to have it all one line. I flip it off, all the radars should go off. We'll see. Try to avoid aggro any of these mobs if I can as well. Oh, and we should turn these around the other way so we can see the ladder on our way through. I'll just go right here because that'll probably make that pretty easy. There's probably some mobs there though. Again, coloring them purple so we know this is a separate line and we know this is our tower line. A lot of trees in the way through here. Maybe way up there. Yeah, there we go. And up here, hold on W and shift to go a little faster. If I see any crash ships or anything that I just want to mark, I might mark those along the way. We'll come back and grab those. Ooh, mama. Way over that. This here, check and see if it's purple. Yep. Okay. Can't get that far, but we could probably get somewhere over there. Go down this way. Yeah, we go here and then we can go up to there. Yeah, I saw some aggro as we were going, so keep our back to it. Bingo. Oh yeah, see, somebody was throwing something at us there. You're going to throw some more stuff at us too. Remember, some of these zones are like the hardest zones in the game. There's this crazy ton of really tough mobs. Now, they're not that tough in the later game. In the early game, though, here, they are very difficult. And usually I either use my rebar gun or if I have it, I do the explosives. Okay, we turn that off. We check and see if it went off. It did. Then we take this, run it to our purple here, make sure to color this one, then this one, and then we're good with that one. All right, on to the next one, which is up here. Okay, going to this one next. This will be tower number, see, I already forgot what number I'm on. This currently is tower 7, 9, what is this, what? Tower number 8. Okay, so now we're on tower 9. And again, we're also counting them while we're doing this as well, if you didn't notice. We're making sure that we end up with 16 towers. So this will be tower 9. We'll zoom all the way in so we're nice and close. There we go. And tower 9. Also tells you need about 9 towers to be able to see all the nodes in the entire game. Okay, which way are we going? We're going that way. Definitely up here. Nice and solid there. Off we go. Again, if I see any more crashed ships, I'll be absolutely stunned, everybody. I've collected about 100 plus. Oh, Mercer Sphere right there. Okay, we'll mark that. Again, not going to get it right now. We'll come back and get a bunch of stuff later. Don't really even need it right now either. So, and again, we'll just mark, you know, nearby where it's at. So we'll have that for later. Then we'll mark this with a color. And we're going to try to go in between here. And making it easy for us to see where we're going really helps a bunch. And again, staying up out of the way of all the mobs and all the stuff that's doing it. I'm trying to route it also in a way that I'm not right next to a bunch of mobs. But it's inevitable you're going to be by some mobs, but at least we're not by the radiation. And again, I always get to the far side here where the mobs are in case they start shooting at me. It also helps me run the lines as well. I feel like we'll go this way. Then I just aim at it and I press the left mouse button and then shift and W, go a little faster. I'll just try to, whoa. Try to hit the side of it. Didn't hit the side of it. Oh yeah, some mobs down there that want to shoot me. There we go. Are we going this way? Can't see where I'm going, so I'm just going to try to get a spot. There we go. Nope. Try it again. There he is. Trying to get me. Oh, this one's up on top of the tree. Oh, cool. I always love to put my stuff in unusual places. That's nice. It's way up high. Okay, maybe over here. Stay with this theme of running this stuff nice and high. Okay, we got to actually go that way. Oh, I can see it from here over there. Maybe up high and then down. Again, we're just trying to navigate away from any mobs that we can. And usually there's a bunch of mobs up high, and usually those are the toughest mobs in the game. But also it allows you to avoid the massive amount of mobs that are going to be in the lower area. So not only will you have mobs down here, but you'll also, and there's more, another generator. It's like a loot or something down there. But the thing it is you'll be able to navigate faster because you're going to be able to go up, down, and all over the place. This guy's going to shoot at me, so I'm going to go around the corner here. And then we're trying to go way down there. Get on this one. Again, if I was going to navigate my way out here, I would navigate via the purple line because it's optimized now. We get a lot of aggro of a lot of mobs while we're doing this. I do it in such a way I'm not hitting the tree. Colored this one. Mob right underneath where I'm at. Okay, is this just coming off of that other power line over there? Yeah, that's just coming off of there. So I'm just going to cut that. Then we're going to look and see. It should double check it each time. This to here, and then this is purple, and this is purple. And we got another one done. Okay. And we're going to this one. We're on tower number 10. Yes, in that amount of time, I've already forgotten which one I'm on. All right, tower 10. Okay. This is going to be awesome when we get this done. Awesome, awesome. Highlight that one. Apply. And we're going this way. I feel like we'll find the edge here. There we go. Oh, and we're just going to totally miss it. Because sometimes it just decides it doesn't want to get on it. All right, there we go. Again, you want to put it on the edge of a drop down because it's just easier to span it way out there. When you're up high like this, you can just span it way out, which is awesome. All right, and then this, and probably up to this one. Yeah, this one here. They were thinking more about distance and that kind of navigation versus navigating to specific things like we were doing before. We were trying to navigate to getting hyper or immersive spheres or whatever. And this one, we're just trying to go for distance. Go the distance. Actually, it's a little bit this way. A little bit this way. All right. And there's a great use of color too. So I use color for a whole bunch of different things. Hey, Paul, what's up, man? I use color for a whole bunch of different things. And this is a great use of color to say, okay, look, this is different from everything else. Got to really remember to hold down the thing and then boom, bump into the back of it. Is a great way to do it. We can double check it by looking at this. And then where are we with that thing, man? It's over there somewhere. Way over there. Over there, this one. We got to go this side. I got towers all over the place. Look at them all. Yeah, it definitely makes me want to optimize them all. But right now, we just want to get all of our towers here in one line. Again, instead of using our smart switches, which we could use and probably will use eventually, we're going to have our own separate line. Now, one of the cool things we can do with this later is once we have our smart switches, we could also put all of our geysers on this purple line. And then take all the other stuff out and just run just the geysers on the purple line. And then we'd also have the ability to turn the geysers on and off if we want to, or prioritize those geysers as well. Immersive sphere right there. Again, we are not picking those up right now, just so we don't get distracted. But we are marking them if we see them. And this one I'm going to go, those guys or these guys. I think these guys probably a little easier. And also when I come back this way, I can just use this as a slide area and then go down there and grab that. Again, we could get it right now, but your time is your most valuable asset, and we have a lot of stuff to do today. Oh, right there by that Caterium ore, because maybe in the future we could use it for powering that Caterium. And that iron, and all this other stuff. And it is purple? Yep. A lot of trees up in here. There we go, a little easier to see now. Clear this stuff away from my my thing here. All right, take that off. Goes off. Yep. This into here. This purple. Purple. And now tower number 10 is done, which means we have 6 left to go. Okay, we did all of those. And again, it's really cool to see all the little lightning bolts. Very neat. And then over here, we're going to go down. And then probably this one, this one. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. All right, so this will be number 11. Tower 11. And now we're going, which way? Back that way. And we want to turn the ladder away from us. There we go. Let's go along the beach edge. Like this. Really love this spot right here, this little tropical paradise. I actually built a big old mega train station there in a previous playthrough. It was awesome. Came down from way over there all the way down in here. And of course we were getting a bunch of oil, which is not here in this playthrough, because this playthrough, ooh, I see the tower way up there. You can see it way up on the top there. It makes it easier if you can visually see it too. Did not color that one. Oh, that's why I check, because sometimes I forget these things. And that'll trip me up later. Let's make sure that we double check that stuff. There we go. And it just takes a second to look behind to see if I colored it. I did color those. And we're on a mission to get all these towers on the same power line. Okay, how to get over there. We can just put this in the water. Ooh, that's some deep water though. What if it gets deeper? Let's go find out. I mean, I could run it up there and then run it over there and then up there, but let's just see if we can go straight. We got a mob over here on the right. Hopefully it does not aggro on us. Nope, we are far enough away. Awesome. All right, we're going to go into deep water now. I'm sure running electricity into deep water is not going to cause any problems at all. Oh, it's over this way too. Sure, we're not going to have any issues. And we probably want to split the difference so it's a little easier to put that up on top of there. And so off we go. Because this is what they normally do, everybody. They just love running electricity by water. I'm sure that nothing tragic is going to happen. And we can see it's right up there. Oh, W and shift. Go faster. Must go faster. And that one is purple. Yep. The problem with W and shift is you start building a lot of momentum. When you get here, it just flings you off the side. But it does help you go faster. Faster we get this done, the faster we can get to optimizing the production. Let's stay on the thing. There we go. Now we want to go way up here. Can't get there. Oh, maybe here? Nope. Too far. Maybe over this way, and then we could try to go up. There, and then maybe there. Anything that's actually going up there? I can go that way and go up there. It's already there. Let's just see if we can get this to go straight up to it. Oh yeah. Awesome. If it's too vertical, it's very difficult to go up and down. Now, if it's straight vertical, it won't let you do it. But if it is at an angle like this, you can do it. And again, holding down Shift and then W. Get us there just a little bit faster. And I'll try to aim myself at the tower. God, man, it just loves to bounce me off the side of the tower. I gotta climb back up the ladder every time. It costs me time to do that every time, but it is what it is. All right, disconnect this one. See if it lost all the things. It did. And into here. Color this. We've already colored this one. And another one done. All right. That was number 11, and I actually, this one is called New Marker. Okay. I actually thought I called it Tower 11, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I was going so fast I didn't properly name it. There we go. Now notice I don't have Tower 1 marked because that's at my base. That's just not necessary, I think. Then we'll go up here. Look at our radar towers. So down this one. And then bing, bing, bing. Okay, almost done. Then the fun part, we get to just run back to the base. This is Tower 12. Make sure to hit return or it doesn't seem to take it. And then here, here. And then highlight that. All right, that's in that direction. It's kind of fun to look around while you're going. Oh, this guy's going to be shooting at me here. Got these guys on the left as well. Man. Yeah, they're coming at me. Probably have to take a hit here. Or we can try to bail. Let's bail. Oh yeah, outrunning them. Ha ha. Man, again, it just bounces you off the side of that thing. And I don't need to sit and fight all the mobs. My goal is to get all these radar towers in the same line. What I'm trying to do is slow myself down with this parachute, but it's unwieldy sometimes. It's just like left, right, left, right. A bit unwieldy. Can't go there. We can't go way down there. Oh, I see it up there. Oh. Didn't appear until I'd already passed it. Okay, over here. No. Yeah, sometimes it's way further than you think. Like those mountains are way further than they look. And this is about as far as we can go. Yeah, I feel like I just want to bump into the back here. Oh, somebody after me. Go up here. Who's after me? Fire guy. Okay, here to there to there. And again, if I ricochet off of there, man, it just sends me going. Sends me going for sure. Oh. I'm just going to put it right here. No mobs here right now, so best time to grab it. There's a mob around somewhere. There always is. But if he's not going to do his job, I'm going to do my job, which is to grab that Mercer Sphere. But it's easy to get distracted on Mercer Spheres and summer sloops and all that stuff. And we'll come back and use our scanner to find as many of those as we can. There we go. Now we're getting the stopper going. Can we reach all the way there? No. I kind of feel like we got to go here first. What up, big boy? You're going to definitely try to shoot at me. Go faster. Go faster. Then just boom, right into the back there. There we go. And then right up here to the tippy top. Kind of looks like that's connected from down there. But it's not. This one's probably connected into that one. Let's pop down here to see where this line is. Yeah, right here. So right now it's scanning all of these. We take that out. It just dropped all of that. Yep. So we have some overlap in what we're doing. And so this one's purple and this is purple. And then back up on the tower. Okay, this is going to be fun. We're going to go down in the desert next. Okay, this one, which is, I've already forgotten the name of the tower. New marker. What the heck? Why is our markers not actually calling them what we call them? Tower 12. Apply. Yeah, weird. Didn't do anything. Maybe I didn't apply it. I don't know. That was weird. Okay, well, let's just do it all over again because we love doing stuff twice when we don't really want to do stuff twice, but we'll do it anyway. Apply. Maybe I just closed it without applying it. I don't think so, but it is what it is. But now we know what tower it is. We're going tower 13 now. Again, I never bothered to do this where I've taken all of the, marked all the icons and marked all the locations, but you can see it's actually very effective because it's very easy to find. Now I'm going to go back in the marker thing here. My marker's just acting funky now. Okay, no, there we go. So now we're going to do number 13, which is over there. Way way down there we go. Those are good. Down in the desert. Oh, he's going to try to shoot me. He's going to try, but I'm already gone. Turn these in the other way so we can see when it's purple. Let's go way over this way. So let's turn this ladder away from me. That just allows me to see when I color it in. I can see the ladder has been colored. Oh, look at the thing up there. Cool. Cool, cool. Kind of at level with some of this other stuff on the side. Yeah, growing something. Oh, that guy down there. Again, all that stuff is tempting, but we got stuff to do. We're almost done. This tower, I got one more tower somewhere over there. Shift and E. Sometimes I'm just sliding and I just realize, oh wait, I'm not going faster. I'm just going normal speed. Oh yeah, we go way out here. Again, the reason why we don't use all these lines is these are the primary power lines, and those primary power lines are really for the geysers. And also for navigation, but mainly for the geyser power, which right now is about 9K. As many as we could possibly do, as many circuit boards as we could find. We used every last one of them that we could. Right there. That one's purple. Fun little spot for this one. And we built a foundation there. Did that yesterday. I remember that one. And up there to down here. It's here. Oh, I forgot to double check that's not connected anywhere else. Nope. And then color that purple. Okay. Now we are at number 13, 14, 15. Oh, wait. Missed a number. 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh boy. Did we miss one? Go see again. Okay, how many of these have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh wait, let's do this. We can see which ones we're counting. 1, 2, 3. Can we rename these? No. See, it'd be nice if you could rename it right there. I wonder if we could rename that. Oh, nice. I don't think I've ever bothered to go to the thing and see if I can actually rename the tower itself. Yeah, oh, we can actually rename the tower itself. So this should be tower 13, 14, 15. I thought I had 16. Maybe I miscounted. But we can call this one tower 13. Yeah, we should have been renaming the actual towers as we were going, because I forgot that you could actually rename them until just now. Then when we go look in here, yeah, we can see where tower 13 is right there. Okay. Oh, man. Well, as we go around in the future, everybody, we're going to make a note to rename those. See, we had that opportunity to rename them while we're going in. Rename towers to proper name, proper number. There we go. See, always at the end, you realize, oh, man, I could have done insert name of thing here. But we want to go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is number 10. The upper right hand corner is number 10. Okay, so we're going to scroll down and then start with number 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh boy. Oh boy. We got problems. I think I missed one. I think I missed one. we called this one Tower 2, Tower 3, 4. Come on. Come on, roll over it. Tower 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, right there. This one is number 13. See, I made an error. This one's 13, and the one I'm on is actually 14. But that's okay. We'll dip down here, and then we can just come back. So we'll just rename this tower, Tower 14. There we go. All right. Glad I double-checked. Always double-check your measurements, your numbers, double-check all your stuff. And then we'll rename this Tower 14. And there we go. So we need to go back and do Tower 13. And show my bad. So we're just going to double back on our lines here. This way. No problem. We got this. I got all excited to run down to this one. I could see it off in the distance, and we skipped one. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can see that other one off in the distance. Because these towers are really tall. The radar towers. Okay, so now we'll go over here and we'll mark this one. This is Tower 13. Also, on the way back, we could go ahead and stop by each tower again and navigate pretty quickly because we already have all of the stuff established. And rename all of these. Okay, highlight that. Apply. Okay. That away. Oh, I see it right there. Okay, do you want to go back that way a little bit more? Maybe to the tower. And go off of that other tower that way. Yeah. So instead of coming down, going like this, because I could see the tower, the thing to do would have been go from that one to the other tower. And we'll even hold down Shift and W, so we'll go a little faster. This guy gets another shot at us. Okay. This way. Don't worry when you make a mistake, everybody. Best thing to do is say, oh, okay, made a mistake. I'm going to go fix it. And just fix it. Move on. That's it. Don't have to be a big old thing. Oh, I could have named that one when I was there. And we'll name it on the way back. Land right on the top here, too. Way through the middle of that. Again, me turning around, looking back there is just me double checking that I got it. Mobs down there trying to get me, whatever they are. Some sort of mobs. Yeah. About way up here on the top. There we go. Way up and over. And again, if you have enough resources for it, definitely want to use as many of these towers as you can, at least in this stage, for navigation. Faster. Right between the, whoa, okay. Yeah, and I just come down and I just ricochet off the side of that sucker. Because they're going so fast. Let's get over on this side, man. I can't see squat. This thing's right in the way. Can't remember if you can blow these things up. Let's find out. I think you can. Oh yeah, there we go. Not a problem now. Right there. Oh, wrong thing. I don't like stuff touching my towers. Oh boy, that one's right in the way. Okay, where are we at? Right here. So all those should go off. You can't, yeah, there we go. You can't really multiple connect that to other things anyway, but might as well just double check while we're here. All right, this one we can turn off, and so this is 14. Let's go name the tower. Okay, not close enough. Apparently no. This one is tower 13. Do it while we're floating in our floating on our parachute there. All right, hit these towers on the way back. Man, I wish I would have thought of that earlier. But you can actually rename the tower itself, because that would be super helpful. There's definitely a difference between when you're holding down shift and when you're not holding it down. Boom, there we go. Okay, let's go ahead and see if we got those named. Yeah, Tower 13 and 14 are named. And that is a bummer, man. That is a bummer that I should have named that. Is there a ladder? Isn't there a ladder on the side of this thing? Ladder in the center of it. Oh, right here. Okay. Yeah, we can go up all the way up in there if we wanted to. What tower is this number? Or what number is this tower? How about that? 12. Tower 12. There we go. Nice, nice. Okay, and again, we'll get all the towers done first, and then we'll come back to all that other stuff. Okay, where are we going? We're going back this way. Going this way. So you want to do it all in the first round so you don't have to go back and do stuff again. But again, I didn't think about it, so it caused me some extra time. But that's okay. I still got to wait for my resources to run. And then, again, we can always optimize it. Try to get this going, and then we'll be styling. We just turn the power off, and we should see on the map that all of these have been turned off. Okay. I can see the tower over there to the left. Over here. So this is tower 14, 15, and 16. All right. Now I notice I'm just doing them one at a time. I could have already pre-named them all. Tower 15. And then this. Purple. And then Highlight, apply. Somebody walking around down there. That's the right button. So when this game is pretty relaxing, when there's not 5,000 mobs trying to attack you. Pretty relaxing. Except for when you just ricochet off the thing and then it puts you behind the ladder and you can't click on the ladder because it doesn't want to grab onto the ladder. It does that a lot with the parachute, I find. Does that a lot. And again, okay, all this up here should disappear. And it does. This here, this and this. And then we'll go name the tower. I believe this one is 15. Let's just double check. Yep, 15. Tower 15. Now we should have named these when we were putting them down originally. That would have been super smart. Okay, now number 16 over here. Oh, okay. Not what I wanted to do, but sure. Kind of just hit enter. There we go. Up there. Probably back behind there somewhere. I don't see it up there at the top, which is where I'm kind of looking for it. Oh, we're not putting the ladders forward either. Assume it's going to be on the far side there. I actually don't remember where I put it. We have some wires going that way. Oh, there it is up there. I don't feel like a... No, can't put it there. Just put it here. Bottomless pit down there. That's insta-death. Get up there? No. Gotta go over here and ricochet off the side of that one. Almost done. One more tower, and then we'll backlog all the towers because we might as well be thorough if we're going to do it. We'll go back and rename all the towers. Sadly, didn't think of it earlier. And it's okay. We'll be able to navigate pretty quickly using our new towers. Yep. That one is in the way. Just bounced me off of there. There we go. That other tower was in the way. I don't think this one's getting much over here anyway, but yeah, I don't think it's really getting anything. I actually might be able to take this tower out. It doesn't seem to be really scanning anything over here. 9. Yeah, these other ones are getting this other stuff. There doesn't seem to be anything up in that upper corner. How much is this? This is 17. Do we really need that one is a question. Kind of feel like it might be redundant, unnecessary, but we'll go ahead and just leave it there since we took all the effort to make it. For now, tower 16. And we'll color it in. There we go. Okie dokie. Now we got to go back to the base anyway, but we're going to go kind of a convoluted way, but we'll get there. Via our purple line. Let's see, this is going to get in my way. Fantastic job of not grabbing it. Oh, before we get too far, we better double check that that did kick in. 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, see, man, if we only had numbered all of those while we were going. That's okay. This won't take too long to get back to where we were. We could cut across that way, but we'll just follow the track back. Also double check that we colored all these in as well. Good little double check. Yeah, see, if you come in too sharp, it's going to kick you off of there. What if I slide jump? I slide jump if it does a little bit faster. I don't know if it really has an effect, but kind of feels faster. Oh, wait. Oh, there's one we missed. Oh, that's why we double check these things. Slide jump. Got it now. Too far. Tried to jump off so it wouldn't just fling me off, but then I got too low and I couldn't grab it. Oh my God, get on the ladder, dude. Get on the ladder, bro. Probably the biggest problem with zipline navigation is just getting on that darn ladder sometimes. Now we know we had numbered all of these, so we'll just backtrack, not backpack, but backtrack. Oh, that one's gonna go this way. Okay, there we go. I think we did 13 and on, but we need to do, I think we're on 12. So we just want to go backwards, 12, 11, 10, 9. Yeah, see, that's not good right there. That navigation right there, not good. Oh my God. Get on the ladder. There we go. So crazy. Okay, so this one we did, which is 12. Right, yeah, so 12, and then we want to do 11, which is this one. So, probably want to highlight 11 just so it'll give us going in the right direction. And it's that way. It kind of feels like we just came from that way, but we didn't. We came up this way. Out running along the electric lines in the rain. It's a pretty cool shot though. The rain coming down as we're sliding along. This is Tower 11. Sun's coming up. Okay. Now in theory, we should be able just to go that way because that's just going to take us where we want to go anyway, because there's only all the lines are connected in theory. Yeah, 12, 11. This one should then be 10. So yeah, we'll just go that way. And we did see that it changed to Tower 11. Yes, okay. So we out of here. Again, it only typically goes in one direction, so as long as we're following the purple line, it'll just take us to each and every one, and that's the point. The point is that there's just it goes from one to the next in a very simple grid. It allows us to navigate very quickly between them all. Very quickly. Oh yeah, this is the one that's going across the water. I forgot. Also, raining, electricity in the water. Sure, there's no problems there. And so this should make it where we shouldn't have to highlight this stuff anymore. It should be able just to navigate. But we'll double check as we go. I feel like I should have put these towers way closer too, so I could just reach and access the tower from this power tower instead of having to go down there to configure it. This is Tower 10, I think it is. Just some sort of mob going to try to get me as well? Go up here and we'll double check. Oh yeah, the fireball guy. Alright, this should be Tower 10. Tower 10 it is. Tower 10 it is right there. Okay. And then we're going this way. No, that's an orange one. We're going down here to Tower 9, which is that away. Oh, wait, this is not colored. This is the wrong one. That's the wrong line. Okay, Tower 10 that way. Tower 10 that way. Off we go. See, that's because I could see it was orange, so I knew it was the wrong line, and we were looking for the purple line. Purple line is our tower lines. Great. This is also, again, a great double check to make sure that we've colored all of them in purple, that we can navigate from one to the other, which is pretty great. Setting up a whole navigation system on top of the ability to get our 2400 power back that we're using for these things, and we can turn it on when we need it and turn it off when we don't. Oh, this one needs to be. That needs to be corrected. Adjusting Mother Nature. Easy. All right. Back to work. That one's purple. Yep, purple. Again, holding down Shift and E, and you can see we navigate across the whole entire world now. We basically have a world navigation built in. And I forgot what tower this is. Gonna double check anyway. Tower 9. Okay, Tower 9. Okay, I love how these are not in order though. I'm the kind of stickler person that would go back to Tower 1, take that one out, put it back in, call it Tower 1, then go to Tower 2, take that one out, put it in, call it Tower 2, just so they're all like in sequence. And so, again, Tower 1, it'd actually go reverse. So it'd be Tower 1, then Tower 2, then Tower 3, and Tower 4, etc. Because I built these in different orders than they currently are in. Because I was just wandering around, and we went this way, and then that way, and this way, and then we had to readjust a bunch of these. But I'm also that guy that would go around and take them all out in sequence and do that. But we're not doing that right now. We're going toward Tower 8 over here. All right, we'll try to remember that it's Tower 8 on the way there, too. All right, which direction? This way? Yes, this way. I should have went on the left one. Because this one's going to run into the side. Yep, there we go. Mob shooting at me. I'd take that mob out just to eliminate him shooting at me, but he'll just respawn later. So, ooh, can't see where I'm going here. Right through the middle of it. In this case, it's a good thing because, boom, it'll stop me and drop me down. Oh, felt like I was going to fall off the back there. All right, this is Tower 8. There we go. Tower 8 it is. This is the purple one. the ladder. I have a feeling we're going that way. Yep, going that way. Tower 7. It's purple, that's purple. Some momentum on the downturn. We got 2 different directions here. Let's just go ahead and stop here and figure out where we're going here. We're going to that one. And then I guess we're going to come back up this one and then, yeah, back to this one and then back the other way. Again, we can go inside here and climb up this, by the way. If you've never climbed up inside the tower, you totally can. I'll just do it on this one just for funsies. Where is it? Oh, down here. Then you can climb up this thing, and then there's another ladder here. This really activates my vertigo, by the way. It really does. And then you got a little thing you stand way up here on the top of the tower. Pretty cool, right? Way up here. But we're just here to give it a name and then bail. This is Tower 7. Okay, it'd be nice if you could highlight these, though. If you could just click on it and say highlight this thing instead of having to put a marker there, because then it would be less work for me. But it is what it is. Tower 7, and we looked in the thing that it did Tower 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yes, okay, we've got about 5 towers to go. Did not grab it. What's up, buddy? I believe we're going off the other way. We're going that way. Yep. We'll get this done, chat. Man, we've spent about 2.5 hours getting this going, but it's going to be awesome when we get it done. We'll have all of our towers labeled, which I've never bothered to do ever. And then we'll have all of our coverage, the ability to turn that power off when we're not actually in the game. Because the only time I need it is when I'm looking for nodes. If I'm not looking for nodes, then I don't need it on, and that's 2400 power, which is basically a quarter of all the power, pretty much, that I'm using right now. And that's a lot of power we could be using for other things. And then we're going to optimize all of our extraction for only pure nodes. And then grab as many pure nodes as we can based on how much power we have. And just really crank out those 100,000 smart plates. We'll really focus that. And then we'll switch over and super focus our versatile framework. Okay, bumped me just a little bit, but didn't kick me off of the line. Yeah, see, I should have put these closer where I could have just reached them and renamed them, but it's okay. Okay, I forget what tower this is, but luckily we got them all labeled. Right here, tower number 6. And yes, I can't remember between the last tower and this tower what number I'm on. One of the problems with sleep apnea and a constant insomnia, everybody, is that you have really bad memory. Bad memory. I'm going this way. tower number 5. Let's go. Radar tower number 5. Again, you're seeing an epic journey here, everybody. We're going across the entire world twice. One going forward, connecting all these, and then now one going backwards where we're renaming all of these, but also allows us to double check that we colored it all properly. I did find a few that I missed, and that, again, our navigation is pretty great. This is actually pretty fast when you're holding down shift and you're going from one to the next to the next. You're just bypassing all of these mobs, you're bypassing all of the other stuff to easy mode your way right over here. Okay. This is tower 5. Let's just look at it now before we jump down there. Tower 5, okay. But here's a little trick. Since we're way up here, we can just go right here. Get on that top thing. There we go. And then we just name it from up here. Tower. Oh, get that thing out of my way. Can't see what I'm typing. Tower 5. There we go. Now we're going to Tower 4. Tower 4 is which way? This way. Oh, yeah. Again, see how we have multiple here, but we have this color-coded, so we know is it. And again, we should be checking that I color-coded all of the radars, too. I think I started coloring them there, and I forgot some of these ones back here anyway. So as we are naming them, we can also check that we color-coded everything properly. Again, I've never bothered to make a travel system as this extensive through zip lines, but it is very effective. We're literally on the whole other side of the map now in just a few minutes. Unlike running or even using your vehicle, came in a little hot. Right for the ladder guy. Try not to trigger any mobs. How's your chance? Later! Oh, we should have just went. Should have just went over there. Alright, we're going to probably have to take care of these Spideys. Because they're going to be bothering us while we're down there, so time to make things go boom. Missed him. Got that guy. Oh, right on that one. I actually meant to throw it in between the two of them. You just need to get close. Alright, any others? I don't think so. Normal coal node there. Oh, somebody coming in. Aha, there he is. Seek the higher ground. Got him. Also, just to be safe, we can go up on the ladder a little bit here. And then double check what number we are. Number 4. Tower 4. Boom. Okay. Yeah, we're doing a good job of coloring these. On to Tower 3. Did a pretty thorough job. Only found a couple there toward the end that I didn't color because I probably got ahead of myself, but all this stuff looks very organized. Yeah, definitely gained momentum on the down angle. Tower 3. Try to remember it. Oh, I think my thing is done copying too. Your mom's gonna bother us? We'll see. Tower 3. Double check it on the map just to make sure. Tower 3, yep. And that means we got one more tower to go. And you're like, well, Kismet, there's 2 more to go. Nope, the first one is my original one. And that one I'll just name when I get back to the base as Tower 1. There's a tree in my way. Am I going to smack into it? Nope. I'm going to go right through it. What's up, Fred? Don't mind me. I'm just zipping around, navigating the whole entire world at this point. Navigating in easy mode. Yeah, these zip lines are very effective if you set up a cool network like this. Especially if you got to do your radars anyway, you might as well have a easy way of navigating around. Might as well, chat. Might as well get it going. Man, this is fun, by the way, everybody. I highly recommend a new playthrough of Satisfactory. Very, very fun. I feel like I should be able to bypass that one up there. I'm going to see if I can bypass it. Maybe go that way. Yeah, go this way. I need to go up there and take that one out, though. And then connect those two. And the reason why I want to bypass it is it's hard to transition right there. And then this just takes you way off this way when you could just go there and then there, or even there and then there. Oh, even better. Up here. Oh, and now you got to take out the tower from here, which means I'm going to need to float my way down this way. And then I'm going to try to do something real tricky. I'm going to try to connect these two. That one and this one. But I got to get close enough to where I can get it. Connect that one. Take this one out. And then I'm bypassing all of this radiation in this guy over here that's shooting me normally. And then we want to make sure we color this one. And there we go. We just improved our navigation there. Much nicer. Let's go. And we did color it. Yeah, we did. Alright, see, we'll bypass all that craziness over there. Let's just bypass the craziness. Oh, I see our tower here. Maybe get to this one. This one's nice and close. Can't reach it though. Can't reach it. And we didn't color this one in. We know this one is Tower 2. But we will just keep double checking all of our stuff since we're double checking stuff. Might as well. Tower 2, yep. And we'll actually color it in. There we go. And where's that connected? That's connected to this one. Okay. Okay, feel free to lag out. Appreciate that big old laggy lag. There we go. Okay, so that one's good. This one's here. This one's colored purple. And onward. Now, the only thing we got to do now is navigate back to the base. And I have a feeling we're going to get there nice and fast here. Woo, yeah, it definitely speeds up when you have it at a down angle like that. See my space elevator from here. I can seize it. nice to make this one go there. Can we make this one go over there? Nope, too far. Too far. I hear you down there shooting at me, getting crazy or whatever you're doing. Whatever you're doing. And this one's going to flip me off the side because it's such a sharp angle. I can definitely optimize some of these. Optimize this one. Optimizing my route, so a little easier to get from A to Z. And then, by the way, all of our things turned off. Confirmed, everybody, that that's all in one chain, because I turned them off because I just disconnected it from the primary power, which is this one over here. But again, we can go that way instead. Can we get this from here? No. Got it. Make sure we got the right one. Yep. We didn't really know where to go on that one, but now we are super optimized there. So again, we're going back that way. We could go much quicker and much faster because it's just going to be one thing. And we're going to go all the way back. I'm just going to bounce into the side here. All the way back to our primary switch. We're going to flip that switch and we're going to see if it all goes off. First, we're going to see if it's all on. Well, that's going to be useful too. All right, all this is good. Down we go. Okay. How about we just cut this down to scan towers? Just so it doesn't have to scroll. Oh, it does have to scroll. Scan tower. How about just towers? Towers. There we go. And we're going to color this purple as well. Okay, so all of our scan towers go to this right here. We're going to look on here. We can see all of the nodes. We go here. We flip the switch off. And all of the towers now went off. Awesome. That's what we just did, everybody. We just made that happen. And if we look at our power usage, which we can't use this, we need something else over here, like up here. If we go look at our power usage just dropped off the thing. Look at that. Boom. See how much power we just dropped? And look how much power down here we just dropped too. So that's like 2,400 power because we were burning tons of power just to do the radars. Very, very cool, everybody. Again, now we're using like 2,000 or 2,700 power versus all of that. And again, that's a huge chunk. Huge chunk right there. Okay, what else we need to do over here? We gotta revamp all this. We're gonna build a whole bunch of cool stuff over this way. Let's go ahead and make ourselves a little tower over here. To do this, and again, we don't want to mess with any of this power here though, because again, all of our geysers are running from different directions and stuff. We'd have to trace down all of that power. And again, what we want to do is make a note of our max power right now too. So our max power 8,300, our low power is around 7678. 7678. So we'll make a note of that. Max power 7678. This way, if we do disconnect the lines and we reconnect them all, we'll have a base of understanding where that's at. Right now, actually, it's what is it? It's 7672 was the lowest. 7672 is our roughly our lowest. So again, we probably should have checked that before we left, so that again, if I accidentally took out a line and then now I'm not using some of that power, But I think that's what I will do later when I have my priority switches, is that I'll just turn on an area when I'm looking for a certain thing. And then I will go through and combine all the geysers into its own purple connection level. And we'll just connect it into the same switch. So it'll just be towers and geysers. And then each geyser will have their own ability to turn those on and off if I want. But really, those just need to be on a separate power so that I know if I take all of this out and I took out every single other of the power towers, and I can take them out however I want, I know that those are all going to be on the power circuit, right? So that we'll do that another day. We just did a big adventure there, but we could actually do that pretty easily now because, again, we have our purple navigation towers that we could just go and find the geysers nearby. Where's our geysers? Oh, I gotta turn the towers on to be able to see the geysers. That's right. That would be helpful. That would be helpful. Go back over here. Flip these back on. Now, one of the problems, if I do flip these back on like that, if I flip these back on and I'm too close to this, boom, it's going to kick my power off. So got to watch out for that. And I'll probably build a bunch of batteries just in case. We'll get to that eventually. I do like to have as much power in backup batteries as I'm actually producing. So I do like to have like 10,000 power so that the power just doesn't go off. Again, this will save me between 800 power. But maybe we could put, just to start, we could do at least 2,400 power. So when we do turn that on, we have that extra leeway and whatnot. So we're going to go ahead and make a note of that. Expand backup power. And we'll do that later on. Again, we got our little to-do list going over here in our spreadsheet. Over here, expand backup power. There we go. So we'll go over here and we'll get that running for now, and then that allows us to look at the geysers, which is what we're trying to look at. There we go. Geysers here, and then we can see that the geysers are pretty close to where we just ran all of those. Some of those would have to be side run, but we could definitely go through and do all of those. I wonder if you can name those geysers. I would imagine you could. Number out all the geysers that we have. And actually, one of the things I would do, if you could name the geysers, is there one real close? Yeah, there's one over here. Let's go over here and see if we can just go name one of those geysers, because I would name it whatever it is. So I would name it like impure geyser or whatever, right? But it doesn't really matter because it doesn't show up in here, right? So we can see all of our map markers, all of our tower markers. So what we could do is do the same thing we were doing. Do a map marker, put it next to there. Say this is, geyser, impure, or 1, 0, 1, because it would probably be more than this. Normally I put a 0 in front too. Oh, I didn't put zeros in front of those. This way, when you're looking at it in a thing like this, it'll be lined up. But also, by the way, notice that it did alphabetize it now. That's cool. I just noticed that. So again, if we do rename them and we go out and come back in, it actually is in numeric order. Very cool. So again, we could do everything. We can do the same thing with the geysers, which is probably what we will do. And then we'll just say, okay, this is geyser 1, this is geyser 2. And then I'd say, geyser 1, geyser 2, geyser 3. And then I would put a dash impure. And then also, we could also note it with how much power it is actually producing, if we could do that. So, I don't know. I don't know if we can do that. So let's go look real quick and see if we could get that going. And one of the fun things we can do also is ping the geyser while we're at it. Again, we've already been around all over the place, so we've got a lot of navigation that we can use for getting where we need to go. I had to jump off of there early and use my parachute. Let's just stop for a second, make sure we're not going past them. Oh, we are. Ping those geysers again. Right over this way. There they are. Fly guys trying to get me. Okay, I would imagine you could rename your geysers. Again, this is the first time I ever even bothered using them. I made one of these a long time ago. Nope, cannot rename your geysers. So you would have to go through and put a marker on there. So this one is producing how much? How can we see the amount that a geyser is going to produce? Oh, there it is right there. Impure geyser, 50 to 150, 100 average. Yeah. Okay, but what type of, how do we know what this one is? 100 to 300. So if it's 100 to 300, this one is a normal geyser. And then let's double check it by rolling over it. Yeah, okay. All right, cool. We could also put our geysers in our spreadsheet. So we're going to definitely need more space. We're going to just track all of our geysers here. I'm going to make this really small, apparently. Okay, a little too small. And then we're going to go ahead and get a big chunk of empty stuff, and we're just going to push all this other stuff down. Which we were calculating our smart platings and all that stuff. So we'll say geyser 1, and we'll say that this is purity. So this is a normal purity. Now actually I think geyser number 1 is the pure node over here. Yeah, so I would probably put that as geyser number 1. Maybe go left or right on the geysers. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, we'll call this geyser 4 for right now. And oh, we can make a note too. I'll make a note to remind myself that this is geyser 4. And we will try to give it some sort of something. What kind of stamps do we want to be? Now this one actually we'd want to be power too. Maybe the water. Yeah, do the water icon. And then we will choose like a blue, just to give it a different look than the other one. And then geyser 4. There we go. All right, I like that. And we're going to call this one geyser 5. Geyser 5. Use this. Go blue. And apply. There we go. All right, now we can also navigate to where those geysers are. And even if we turn the radar off, we have the navigation to go and find those now. And again, you can just use your map markers for every single node, which is what we're going to do. We're going to go in and find all the pure nodes, and we're going to mark them. And then those are the only nodes that we need. Now, but what's going to happen, though, up in our radar up here, everybody, is going to get real cluttered. So if you do want to hide those, you can hide certain things on the map. You can say show hide all. So we can hide all the towers at once. We can also shrink this down. We can just go ahead and close that down. We can hide all the tower or all of the map markers over there. It'd be nice if you could group your map markers to be separate, so your geysers could be separate as well. I wonder if we can just do the individual one. Can we hide that marker? I wonder if we can go into it and hide it like this. Marker compass. Marker distance on compass. Yeah, we could just make this near so we only see it when we're near. That's one way of doing it. Marker size on map. Very large. Oh, cool. You can make it super large. I don't think I've ever bothered to even try that function. There's also a subcategory. Right here, geysers. Oh, yeah, you can make a subcategory out of it. Oh, why didn't I go through and do that with all the towers? I think I am going to do that with the towers. All right, subcategory. Again, everybody, I never use these even close to this much. Geysers. And then we apply, and then there we go. They're separate. Oh, awesome. I don't think you can turn them off and on separately, though, but you can hide them in here if you don't want to look at them. Which is awesome. All right, now we want to think about our geyser here. Our geyser is a normal geyser, so we want to rename this one here, geyser 4, to norm. And it is how much power? I think it said 100 to 300. And then it was like 150 average, something like that. We'll do a small a. And we can double check by trying to build one here. 100 to 300, 200 average. Yeah, but it drops below 200. Does it drop all the way to 100? See, it has a minimum amount of power. And it's going to go all the way to 100, but it's not going to go below 100. Yeah, see, it doesn't go below 100. So what you really want to do is just use the 100, everybody, and just forget the other 200 because it's going to go up and down. But I noticed when they are more of them are together that they seem to have a higher average because some of them are going down while others are going up, and so you have this kind of apex of that. But again, if I had them all on a separate power line, I could just flip that power line off, wait a few seconds, and then turn it back on, and then we'd all be synced, where they would go up to the highest high and the lowest low, which you wouldn't want to do. You really want to have like one half of them on the up thing while the other one's on the down thing, and then you would actually get more power out of it, have a higher power average. But I can see what the power average is just simply by moving my little cursor once it gets over here on this low edge of the gray line here, which is the actual power production over here. Oh, I want to let me go there. A weird skipping, like a lagging. Yeah, something weird going on there. Will not let me roll over that middle part where I want to roll over. It's like it's when it cycles, that's when it lets me do it. I might be taxing the server right now. Okay, so cool. We can turn a bunch of stuff on and off, and we can just hide all of those. And we can show all of those. Very cool. Hide all these on map. Oh, we can hide them all on the compass too. Oh, right. So when we're up here, this is the compass up here at the top. So we're looking at all of our towers there, and then we go here and we say hide them on the compass, and now we no longer see those map markers. And then see, we can see this one here that's highlighted on tower 11. Turn that off. No longer up there. Nice. I actually like that. Radar towers, I can hide those as well. So they're on the map, so I can see them over here, but they're not there. I think we can also hide all the resources too on the map. Yeah, we can just hide it when we don't want to see it, and then it doesn't have the thing on the radar because you can't actually see it on the radar. You can't actually see the stuff up there unless we ping it like this. Then it will show up there. But see how much nicer our thing is up there. Yeah, our compass. Very nice. All right, let's turn our... Do I need to see the radar towers in my compass? No, I don't need to see it. I would actually prefer to see the map markers. The map markers would actually be easier for me to navigate. Map markers. Oh. Oh, I don't see them on the radar. See tower 11. Oh, I think it's only when they're highlighted that it shows it on there. So let's go ahead and stop highlighting. Yeah, so naturally those are off of there until you highlight them. But I think even when, say you're highlighting one, it'll show that one. But then if you tell it to stop showing, and then it'll even take the highlighted one off of there. Yeah, that's what's going on. Okay, well, good to know. And then we also want to turn off our highlighting for that. So those will naturally not be in your bar, so it's not blocking your view. We also got the spawn toilets up there we can see right here. That's funny. Spawn toilets. I wonder if you can put those in their own thing too. But there we go. So our average is 150, but we know that the low side is 100. Now, we want to go in here and we want to say purity normal. So I'm going to say low, right here, low, average, and then high. Okay, so low side 100, average is 150, and then 300. So basically half of whatever the high level is. And then put this in the center. Put this also in the center. Oops, center. Shrink this down a little bit. Make these. The Apple spreadsheet one has a really cool thing that allows you to have multiple spreadsheets in the same thing where they're separate from each other. So if you adjust the column widths, it doesn't affect all the stuff that's underneath it, like this is what's going on right now. Hey, Ice Cold Killer, we're doing some fun stuff in Satisfactory. Hope you're having a good day. We're doing a bonus stream right now. Bonus stream. All right. So optimize smart plating first. All right, we're making some notes down here. Let's go ahead and move that down there. And we know how much our power, our radar towers are taking, and we want to know how much our geysers are generating. So this actually is not geyser 1. This is actually geyser 4 over here. Now, actually what this allows us to do is actually return to our base, which is what we're going to do. Where is our lines here? Oh, okay, this is going through here, but we don't actually have a tower down here. We'll just make one. That'll get her done. So we actually don't need to be at the geysers, and that's because we have all the radar already done. So we can actually find all the geysers, and we can see what purity levels they are, and then number them all, and then figure out how much power we're producing from our geysers on the low end, on the mid, and on the high side. And we can do it from the comfort of our base way over here. What up, guys? From the comfort way over here in our base. How about from our little tower that we built over here? Oh, where's our tower? I didn't build the tower yet. Oh, I forgot. I got sidetracked. Okay. Where is it? Organizational. I only build these towers to just kind of stand up on the towers to look at cool stuff. We're going to set this up right here. Oh, that is not the direction I wanted it to go. It does. There we go. We're going to set this up right here so that we can run up on the tower here and watch. Yeah, nice thing there. Watch this unfold, because we're going to take all of this and we're going to put it over on this side, and we're going to expand this out and basically optimize every single node extraction. We're going to optimize our whole entire production of our smart platings, and we're going to try to maximize our production of smart platings. So when we flip that on, it's using every bit of power and producing every bit, as many of those as it can. And we're going to see if doubling it is better by using the summer sloops, doubling the output, or is it better to use a component of how many? So if we instead of using that 300 power for doubling when we're using our summer sloops, we could then maybe use 300 power worth of the process and bring a bunch of nodes in. It would be more line runs and all of that stuff, but it might use less power, and it might use less power by half. and thus we could instead of doubling, we could then do 4 times as much, right? We'll see how it works out when we do all the math and do all the fun stuff along the way. Now, by the way, you don't have to do any of this kind of math stuff. You can play the game all the way through without even figuring out any of the math. Just see if you're making more or less than what you need. That's pretty much it. Now, before we get into all that, though, we are going to go ahead and bring up some words on stream for you guys to enjoy while I go ahead and take a little bit of a break here. Then we'll come back. We'll do some more Satisfactory, have some more fun. We're also going to check in on Vault 56 as well when we come back in Fallout Shelter. All right, enjoy.
Hi, this is Norbert, here to remind everyone on YouTube to hit the subscribe button, like button, and leave a comment below. All good Vault Dwellers and Dragons leave comments. You can also become a member on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, drop a follow and consider using your Twitch Prime. Thanks, Kismet will be back from AFK soon.
I'm back, everybody. Let's go ahead and try to get some of these puzzles going on. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's see. Down, down. Boom. Not down. Down. There we go. Try to get it before I got locked. Okay, yeah, I got it unlocked. There we go. Load. Right there. Wood. Oh, you got woodland. So wood and land is a word. So land is a word. Oh, am I still locked? I think I'm still locked. Land. There we go. Still locked now. So you can see the little lock next to me. That means I can't do any more words until it gets to the little lock thing. We'll get it going. Still locked. I see Waldo. Waldo. No, that's not a word. All right. Nude. Dune. Loon. There's a word. All right. Oh my God. We just got a few left. Let's go, chat. Come on, rise up. We get all of these. I think you guys got the ability to do it. Lawn. Yeah. There we go. Wow. I got a lot of words this time. It was like a miracle. Down is a word. W-O-W-W-N. I can't do it. I can't do it. See, download, right? So down is a word. Put the word down. Quick. Oh, good class. Good try, everybody. Good try. I couldn't put it in because I was still locked. All right, but great job. We got it done. Excellent job, chat. Let's go ahead and give you a bunch of kids counts. Put a 1 in the chat if you can. See and hear me. I appreciate you guys all working together while I was taking a little bit of a break there. Let's go ahead and get back to it over here, like so. There we go. All right, and we've got our spreadsheet ready. We're going to work on our geyser and how much our geysers are doing. So we're going to make markers for all of our geysers. So we're going to call this geyser number 1 over here. And so we'll go here. And this is a pure node. So geyser 1, pure. And the pure is how much? Oh, what happened? Dropping a dragon hammer. Yeah, there you go. Hit that follow button, everybody. All right, so geyser pure and then geyser. Now, we probably don't need to label all of these with their megawatts level, but we probably should at least do one of each type just to remind ourselves. And again, this is going to be blue. And so we'll go like that. Oh, that was not blue. There we go. Nice bright blue. There we go. We'll want to look at if we put one down on the high end, it's going to be 200 to 600. Okay, 400 average. So this one here, which is a pure node, pure. Oh, okay. Try that again. Pure. There we go. And I already forgot the numbers now. 200 to 600. Again, I never even bothered to even try this. That's actually 400 on the high. Sorry, I had to sneeze. That actually is better average. See, it's a 400 average, so it's actually more than half on average. Same thing with the normal geyser, I just realized, because it should be 150. And then impure geyser also higher on average than a half. So it's more than a half. Yeah, it's like a percentage of the average. Yeah. So the pure one actually is a half. Yeah, because that'd be 200 more. And then this one would be 100 more. And then the other one would be 50 more. 50, 100, 200. So yeah, it's basically doubling the amount for those geysers. Okay. And then an impure is going to be 50 to 150 with 100. So we'll just do that over here. 50 to 150 with 100. Yeah. We're just going to go in here and grab all of these and tell all of this to be centered, so we don't have to do that all the way down. Okay, so this is an impure. And then we're going to move this way down here for right now. Okay, so pure, geyser 1 is on the low side 100, 400, and 600. And we know the normal is 100, 150, and 300? Or no, it's 200. It's 200 actually. We just learned. Yeah, 200 average. Okay, cool. So we got that wrong. So let's go ahead and make this 200. And now we got all of the numbers looking good. Now we can just use our map, again, since we have the radar, to make all this work. And we're going to go ahead and find out where our geysers are. Okay, here's geyser number 1. And then we'll go over here and we will make this, right here, geyser 2. And geysers, put that in a subcategory. Did I subcategory the other one? No. Here, select icon, here, blue there, blue, blue, and then geyser 2. Oh, geyser and geysers. Yes, we want to put this as geysers, so they're all in the same. Oh, geyser 2. No. Nope, did not want to do that. Geysers with an S. There we go. Brain, come on, work with me. G-Y-S. Oh, I forgot the S over here. And these ones. Okay, well. Geysers. What happens when we apply it? Okay, yeah, there we go. We can fix it that way. So just here, click this, geysers, and apply. Okay, we'll get these all actually spelt properly. Sometimes I screw stuff up. It happens. All right, geyser, geyser, geyser. They're all spelled properly. That's in its own group. And then again, we have all of these in towers. I don't think we marked tower 1, did we? I don't think we actually went over there and called it tower 1. Let's go. Turn our sound back on. Tower 1. There we go. So when we're actually looking at the radar towers themselves, this will be tower 1. I think if we go out and come back in, it should change the numbers. I don't know why it changed the numbers before, because these actually were in order. But I noticed the map markers are in order, because that's the way we put them down. But I have a feeling if we put a tower 1 down, it might end up here at the bottom. But these are based on how we put them down. So we're the tower 7. I think we moved tower 1 after we put tower 7 down. But it is what it is. Alright, so we're using our markers here. So this is a pure node. Geyser 2 is also a pure node. Okay, so pure. Apply that. And then another map marker. Okay, geyser 3, which I think also is a pure node. Yes, okay. Man, we found all the pure nodes right away. Oh, what the heck happened there? Okay. Geyser 3, pure. And that, okay, gotta hit return or it doesn't take it. Okay, geyser 3, pure, return. Then I can go down here, subcategory. There we go, geysers. Hit that, make sure to hit return on that. And then this. And this, and this, and this. And apply. Okay, geyser 3, geyser 2, and geyser 3 are pure nodes, so that's easy. Just take this and paste it. Now we'll just paste that in there, and then we'll just change the numbers. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So 1, 2, 3. This is 4. This is 5. Okay, 5 is an impure node. Hit that and apply. And again, geyser 5. Now again, we don't have to actually put all the numbers on the thing because now we know just by rolling over it what kind of node it is, and we can just do it like that. Now we can also take this and put this down like this and watch what it does. Boom, it automatically numbers them all for us. Isn't that cool? I actually don't know how many geysers I have, but we're about to find out. So we're going to go from right to left, and we could probably turn off a lot of this stuff for right now. So we could just go ahead and hide all of these for a minute, and show just the geysers. We just showed just the geysers. Can we turn unclaimed, claimed? Unclaimed. I'm not really sure. I think it's highlighting the ones that are unclaimed. Oh, I see. Yeah, it highlights them all, and then just the ones that are unclaimed. Actually, that's really useful. Very awesome, except for I just want to turn off the individual ones where I can't see these, and I can just see the geysers, which would be super useful. But since it's not going to do that, apparently, we've done our 5 there. And so we'll start over here. So this should be number 5. And then we'll go here. And we'll call this geyser 6. And it is a impure. It's also an impure. Man, we are getting organized. Impure. There we go. And then this is geysers. Oh man, I cannot seem to spell the word geyser today. There we go. And again, and then this. And apply. Geyser 7. Okay, hold on. Well, this is a normal node. And we'll say geyser 8, normal. Enter. Geysers, enter. And apply. Okay, so 6, 7, and 8. So 6 is impure, 7 impure, 8 is a normal. Let's double check it. Impure. Come on. Impure. Normal. Okay, impure, impure, normal. Impure, impure. Geyser 8 is a normal. Up here. Geyser 8 is a normal. Okay. Again, we'll go look at our geysers again to see where they're at. If we're missing any. These two here. This one again is number 8. We'll make this one number 9. And this one is a normal and pure. Okay, so this is a normal. And then geysers. Okay, so number 9 is a normal. Geyser 10. I already forgot. Yeah, 10, which is a pure one. And then geysers a little awkward to do these, but you do them to be in the map, then having to run to them is way better. Guys are 10 pure, so normal and pure, 9 and 10. Normal, and then pure. There we go. And again, once we get all of them in there, then we'll be able to total all of this and see what our power is and all of that stuff. We'll do a little bit of header there. We'll be able to see what our total power should be and what our total average power should be, and so on. But all we really care about is the low side, to make sure to try to stay under that. And then, of course, if we can average a pretty high average, then we'd be doing pretty good. Again, we could balance the pure ones are on the upswing while the impure ones are on the downswing, and you get the idea. Guys are number 11, and let's go find that one. Over here. And this is a pure. Whoa, 3 pure nodes. So here, 11, which is a pure node. It'd be nice if you just pick this up from another one. You don't have to retype it every single time. But it doesn't do that. So we do what we must. And it'd be great to just copy that other marker. Maybe it does do that. Is there any copy function? No. No copy function. So this is 11. This would be 12. I could do this though. Could go to this one and just go like this and copy that. Oh, that was weird. Copied something else. Copy. Cannot copy in this menu. There we go. And unless we save, oh, and this is 12. Oh, come on, 12, and then enter. We probably typed it faster. And there we go. This, nope, this. Pure, number 12. Okay, we're going to be doing a little bit of map work here. Get all of our geysers in a row. Then apply, and then again, double checking these, pure node. Wow, that was a jackpot right there, 3 pure nodes. So 11, 12, and 13 are pure nodes. There we go, and we'll be on 14. Find out where our next geysers are. Over here. We did those. Yeah, so here. Number 14. What are these? This is a normal. Normal, both normal. And select all, copy. Geysers. And I've never bothered to even organize my stuff like this before, but again, we're doing a whole bunch of new stuff in this playthrough. That is for sure. Oops, I copied, it's saying new marker. Copy. Geyser 14, this is going to be geyser 15, and then geysers. Apply. Okay, 14 and 15 are normal. Okie dokie. More geysers. So We already did these geysers over here, so that would put us in these geysers here. And it looks like we didn't do one of these. So we're on geyser 16. So we should probably name these ones we're not using, number those last. Geyser 16, and it is probably the normal. Yeah, normal. Geysers. A lot of repetitive stuff here, but it's going to be awesome when we have it done. And apply. So 16 is a normal one. I don't know why I have this here. Maybe for navigation or something. 16 normal. See, I'm a little tempted to call that one 17, but we're not using that one. And I probably should put the ones I'm not using at the end so that I can find them later to add those later. Because I only see 3 more that we don't already have. It's this one here, an impure there, an impure up here, and then another impure here, which would be about 300 power on the low end. So I think I'm going to skip that one. And then I'll come back, do all these other ones, and then these last 3 will be the last 3. So this is 16 normal. Normal. And then number 17 over here. We'll put it down here like this. And weirdly that it keeps copying that. Why is it not got this over here? 17. Okay, yeah, there it is, 17 normal. Oh, that's because I'm copying this in between, that's why. Copy and pasting that underneath there, that's why it's then copy this name here. Alright, and more geysers this way. I got those ones. So, probably want to go here, then go across, then go across, and then that one there. Just to keep it consistent on whatever I'm doing now. So 17, where this is be 18. I just do this too. Let's do both of these at the same time, and then this is out of there. Still then copy it. Gonna do select all for it to work. This is 18. And enter. There we go. Geysers. Well, that just made it harder or easier, but it is what it is now. This is 18. This is 19. Okay, let's double check what these are. This is a normal node and an impure. So this one's normal. This one is impure. Okay, so 18 normal, 19 impure. We're getting organized. Very, very organized. All right, we got those two done. Skip those ones. Going to number 20 right here. Guys are 20. And it is, easy if I just type it, normal. Is a normal. $21, and it is also a normal. Interested to know how many of these there are total in the entire game. 21. This is 20. 21 is a normal. Okay, then 21, 2, 3, it's tough. That's double tough. It doesn't copy sometimes, so it makes it awkward. Making it awkward, you gotta select all and then copy. There we go. 22, and it is a normal node. Just trying to be diligent and thorough here. This one, 3, it is a pure node. Okay, normal, pure, 22, 23, pure, normal. Okay, and again, this beats running out there, looking at each and every one. Definitely way easier. Okay, so we got those marked. And we're ready to go back over here and mark these other ones. Should I just start up in that one? Yeah, these are the ones that are claimed. Yeah, I might want to just put it up there at the top. 22, 23, and then we'll just do this one as 24. Impure. This category. Okay, 24 is impure. Okay, dokie. More. Show some more geysers. And then down here, this one is 24. it's 25. And it's impure. And I never even bothered to use this marker system, but right now it's coming in handy. Guys are 25. Impure. Remember this one, 24. Impure. Guys are 26. Six, 27, 28. 26, 27, 28, yeah, 26 here. Another pure. This, and this. Okay, guys, the 26 is pure. I like to do it as I'm going so I don't just come back and make a mistake. Less chance you make a mistake while you're doing it in the moment. And then two more over here. Yes, this is geyser 26. This will be 7. This is a normal and a normal. Okay, two normals. 27, 28 are normal. Oh, okay. 29, 30. There's 31 apparently because we've gotten all the other ones marked. Kind of weird to be an odd number, but I believe it. All right. Again, we'll just double check. There's none that we missed. Unless I forgot to label one. Okay, so 28 normal, normal. So normal and normal. All right, now 29 is going to be one that we haven't done yet. So the unclaimed ones over here. So this will be 29. Geyser 29, and it is a impure. I think all the rest of these are impure. This is pretty elaborate. This is very involved. Hope you guys are digging this. Because this is a lot of work right here. Yeah, that one and then the other one. Okay. So Geyser 29 is impure. Frankly, the rest of these, we know they're all going to be impure. So we just do that. We can take out these. So total of 31. And we know the last three here, we're not currently using those, so we're just going to split those over there. And so 29. 30 impure. impure. Okay, so that gives us our totals. Okay. So first we'll total this, and oh, it already looks. It already does the sum for you. There we go. Get out of here. I don't want no table. And then I can grab this and just go this way, and it will do the same thing. It'll total it up. So 3,400 on the minimum amount. And we're really getting around this average, more like 6,000. But on the high side, it's 10,000. Wow. Okay, that's cool. That's cool to know. Again, so it gives us insight on how much we're producing. Then what we'll do is we tell it to sum all of these, and then tell it to repeat that sum across that way. Center that outcome, and then we will make that one green, and then we'll have it this plus this equals what the total is here. Center all of that, and then we can copy this across, and that'll total that all up. Also, I'll take this number plus this number. So the total amount of geyser power that I could produce on the very high end, 10,650. That's like 100, typically 120 coal power plants is equivalent to this. But of course, the coal power plants have an overhead as well. So yeah, 3550. But again, I feel like we're getting more like an average of 600. But again, it'd be nice to balance them all perfectly, so they're making it where it's a higher rating. But we go look in the game and we look at that that average power going on here. So again, in the high side, it says 8,300. Yeah, so there might be some sort of power disconnect. And then on the low side, it's 7,600. But again, some could be going up while the other one's down. On average, we're actually getting pretty high power. Again, if we turn them all off and turn them back on again, then they would be to these numbers here, which I actually don't need. I like it when it averages pretty high amount, and that allows us to run a lot more stuff. When the average is way up here at 7,600. Which it is, usually around 8,000, and then here on the top side is 8,000 as well. So kind of a very small area once you combine all the geysers together. All right, that sounds good. There we go. And probably another good time to take a little bit of a break. I'm a little dizzy, been pushing myself lately. So here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and take another little break real quick, and then come back and really get to work on this when I can focus without the room spinning. I have a really bad vertigo, everybody, all the time. It sucks. It's really like it has a long name of what it really is, but vertigo, you understand, the dizziness that happens. All right, so we'll go ahead and do this. We'll take another little break, and then we'll be back in just a bit.
Hi, this is Norbert, here to remind everyone on YouTube to hit the subscribe button, like button, and leave a comment below. All good vault dwellers and dragons leave comments. You can also become a member on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, drop a follow and consider using your Twitch Prime. Thanks, Kismet will be back from AFK soon.
I'm back, everybody. Let's keep at it. Let's go ahead and get some of these words done. Stella. Rats right there in front of my face. Oh, wait, those, that's not the letters. Oh, there's a fake letter in there. The S might be a fake letter. Salt. No, S-A-L-T. Oh, maybe the T is a fake letter. Oh, the S is fake. Yeah, the S is fake. Don't use the S. What? Later. L-A-T-E. Late. I already got late. L-A-T. Atra. S is not working. S is not a 1. Don't use the S. I gotta tell myself sometimes. Leet. Tall. Tall. Oh my God, I finally found a word there. All right. I got one. Oh, you got taller. Lateral. Oh, good one, Bubs Tubbs. Holy mackerel. Late. Alta. Alert. Using combination. Lert. Letar. Aider. Oh man, what are the rest of these words? That's a T word right there. And I don't know what it is. Nice job, chat, man. You guys crushed that one. I could not get any of those words. I kept using the S, which was a fake letter, but we figured it out. We got it done. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. All right, we'll go ahead and pop on out of there, back into some Satisfactory. All right, so we did a whole bunch of work today, everybody. We went and labeled all of our towers over here. We also went in and labeled all of our geysers. Oh, see, look, it does adjust based on how you put them down. See, in order of how you put them down. Yeah, so it makes me want to change those around as well to make this geyser 1, 2, 3, 4. That's okay. We'll leave it as is. We know there's 31 geysers and we have 28 of them running. So on average, we should be getting around 7,000 for all of them, or 6,800 for the low side. And right now we're getting about around 7,600. So actually we're probably doing pretty good, better than normal right now. We're only using about 5,000, and we can actually turn it off, and we'd only be using about 2,400. So that tells us that we could be doing a massively improved amount of work here. So what we want to do is go ahead and claim just the pure nodes and none of the non-pure. So, what do we got here? An impure, normal. This is our pure node over here. Now, impure, impure, impure. So, we should probably just label all of the pure nodes as well. So, we're going to say this one is a pure node. In fact, I could probably just do this. Just do that. And then we can go in here and say iron pure, and then this is pure nodes. And then we'll just do that. Maybe give it a different icon. Where's one that's like resources? Here. Yeah, there we go. And this would be coal pure, iron pure, coal pure. Pure nodes. Okay. Impure, normal, pure coal, impure there. So this is a pure coal one. Oh, pure copper, actually, copper. This would be pure nodes. Now, see, this is the great thing about the radar. Now, once we label them all, then we really won't need the radar. See, that's the trick. We won't need the power of the radar once we find all the pure nodes. Oh, 2 pure nodes here. Okay, and this would be 1 there. And 1 there. And so this would be iron, pure nodes. I would copy that so I don't type that every time. And then here, this, like that. Pure nodes, make sure to put enter there, apply. Okay, and then we should have a bunch of markers called pure nodes down here. Yeah, see, then we know where all of our pure nodes are. All right, this is actually the most I've ever used this marking system, and actually pretty great. There you go. Yeah, well, I'm not going to label every single one in the game, but I'm going to label the ones that are nearby. My base, obviously. Right here. Right here. So we're going to do over here limestone. Limestone pure. Boom. And then paste that so I don't have to type it. Put this up here. Select that. Apply that. Again, never bothered to do this to this level ever. But very useful though. So we got limestone pure there. We got caterium pure here. Caterium. Oh boy, my brain is like not functioning. C-A-R-T-E-R-I-U-M. T-E-R-I-U-M. Caterium pure. Paste that. Enter this. That. This. Select. Apply. Kind of feel like I might want to put these in a different color though. Let's try yellow. Yeah, there we go. Better in yellow. Okay, now we're talking. If we don't mind, I'm all speed way up. Normally I play at like 10 times speed that you would see me play here on stream, everybody. And again, when I feel like you got the gist of it, then I will go speed up to a faster speed. Because again, a lot of people like to see what the heck I'm doing, and I slow down just so you can see what I'm doing, and then I'll get kind of a momentum going, and then we'll go with that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, those are those pure nodes, and normal node, impure, normal. And again, we're going to place every line that we currently have to just get started. I think this was a pure here too. And then we'll put this here. Notice I'm not putting it directly right over it. This is Sam pure. Now again, I could number these as well, but we might come back and do that in a bit. Once we get our idea of what we need for our production. All right, so there we go. And remember, all these nodes are randomized, so we could have got all impures for all we know. And this is limestone pure. So kind of redundant to type it every single time because I'm only marking the pure nodes. So really I could just say limestone. But I like to label my stuff as is. So if I come back, I'm like, what did I label that for? Now I know. This one here is also a pure node, which we already took over. Iron pure. And this is bug in here. Get out of here, bug. And this is pure nodes. And this is this. Yellow. And apply. Yeah, I really like the yellow. Okay. So we got that. So we know where all of our pure nodes are just visually. Very nice. Then I think I got one up here too. Yes, this is our coal pure. Coal pure. Okay, paste that in there. This here. This here. And apply. Okay. What we got over here? Impure, normal. Okay, what do we got down here toward the bottom? We got an impure. We got an impure, pure right there. Okay. Again, we're just going to put it somewhat close. Limestone pure. And then this will also give us a visual representation of how many pure nodes we have nearby. Again, remember, I'm doing the ultimate challenge, so every bit of power I need to optimize. Sulfur, pure. Accidentally hit the chat key. Again, this is the first time I ever even bothered these. Pure node there. Normal node. Impure coal node. Now, impure coal nodes, yeah, those you can combine together and use those. But again, the optimal is to use just pure nodes, power-wise. There's a pure node right there. How about this? This is normal. Limestone. Limestone pure. There, and then this, and then that, and then this. Okay, what about down here? Normal, normal, normal. Another pure node. Wow, we got a lot of concrete that's pure. Limestone pure. Or pure limestones. And a lot of those, and again, they're all randomized, so you know, you can play this the next time, and these are all like oil nodes that are pure. Speaking of oil nodes, I actually have oil nodes over here. You just can't see them on the map. Those are the things we should probably go and label where all the oil nodes are. I need those later. Oh, there is a iron pure here. And then this here, all right, this. Okay, what do we got here? Pure copper node. Copper, pure, there we go. Try to be consistent. Normal, impure. Man, tons of pure limestone. Limestone, pure. Look at this. Here our power amplifier doing that. What do we got here? Impure. Pure copper there. we got here? Impure, normal. Okay. Yeah, see, now we're getting a little idea of where all of our pure nodes are. Let's see. Oh, there's a pure quartz node. All right, let's put that right over there. Again, we can run an infinite distance now because we're making so much resources that we could run it from wherever we are. Now, we don't have the ability to utilize our trains or anything like that because we're still in phase 1, everybody. Check it out. Still in phase 1. We did unlock tier 3 and 4 finally by doing 5,000 smart platings, which is basically 100 times what you normally have to do, which is 50. And now we're just in the second part of phase 1, trying to get into phase 2. And we're 26,862 smart platings we've already done and 18,602 versatile frameworks out of 100,000 of each of those. So that's 200,000 objects over there. Still 80,000 versatile frameworks to go. And about, let's just round it up to about 70,000 smart platings. So that's why we really need to optimize our whole entire production here. So we're just looking for pure nodes now because we spent all this time getting, oh, there's an iron pure node there. Getting our radars up and iron pure. And so again, we want to optimize our extraction and all of that. And then we can maximize our extraction, maximize the amount of smart platings we got going as well. How about up here? Impure. I got to look at these already. This is a pure node. All right, awesome. How about here? Normal, pure, normal. So, man, again, when we need some serious amount of concrete made, we're going to be styling. And again, putting it in the subcategory. Select these. Do this. And again, just the pure nodes is all we need. We got plenty of markers left down here. We're 92 of 250. And again, it's not like I'm going to go grab the ones from way over here, everybody. Not in the early game. That's a long way to run a bunch of stuff. So you're just looking for which ones are close by. Oh, another, well, what I consider to be close by anyway. Coal pure. And then your nodes. Again, we'll just do the whole bottom half of the thing for first, just to get the ones nearby. And that's probably about as far as I would go right there. But if I was really hurting for some resources, oh yeah, there's a couple pure coal nodes there. And whoa, okay, there's a three pures there. Is this a pure too? No. Oh, that's a really good, that would have been a good spot to start right there, even though the copper is impure. But you got a pure mode, 2 pure coal nodes. All right, we'll mark those. We'll mark all of that. Let's mark all this first. All right, so this is coal, pure, and then this. We're really getting fancy now. Again, I have so many things I need to produce that I can spend a good amount of time doing all this stuff, which is organizing all the things that I'm doing. And this is the type of thing you do now, and then you set all this up, and then you come back later and you remove all of the ones that you've already done because you've already, you already found all the pure nodes, you already tapped the pure nodes, you already got them running back to your base. And then I would remove all of those labels, and then I would label the next ones, and then remove those labels or do the next ones. And so you could very easily mark all of the stuff in the entire world, but just not all at the same time. Again, you mark it as you go and then remove the ones that you've already taken care of. So very easily done if you just work a bit at it, obviously. The cool thing is I don't have to go anywhere. I'm just right here in my base. And this is also a pure node. This is limestone. pure. And you're like, well, Kismet's not right on the node. Well, what I would do is I would go toward that node, and then I would ping where the node is, and then I would go to the node and tap that node. And you don't want it to be right over the top because they're hard to manage, the things when they're when they're stacked on top of each other. They're really obnoxious, by the way, to try to get the one that's underneath the other one and all of that. So that's why I'm just kind of putting them offset. This just gives me a general idea of where it is and what direction it is. I can highlight it so I can kind of go there. So if you try to click on the node itself, you can't highlight it. But if I click on this, I can just say highlight marker and go there and tap that node. Normal. Oh, there's another pure there. Yeah, we're labeling them. Let's just label them. Sam pure. And then pure nodes. Again, it'd be nice to be able to copy paste this or use a template or something. So I don't have to keep doing that over and over, but it is what it is. There's a pure iron node. Again, it may come down to it where we want to go and get these ones from real far away. You never know. We got the labels for them now. We'll do it. Okay. Oh, another pure node over there. So these are in some funky places, I bet, too. Some funky spots to take those resources and run them across there. But I got some gaming secrets we could use. Okay, so we looked at those. Oh, there's pure node. Impure, pure. Oh, there's pure sulfur right there. Nice. Try to put it down left, but if I feel like it's kind of not the right place, I'll just move it. Sulfur, pure. Yeah. I try to hit the button and it messes me up. All right, where is it? Where was it? Right over here. Make me type it again. Fun to do stuff you never bothered to do in previous playthroughs. Again, I wouldn't do this in a previous playthrough because I could just tap all the nodes. There's no point in just picking just the pure nodes. I would just tap all of them because you would have plenty of power to have them all running at the same time. But when you're really trying to optimize your power, you're really trying to find the pures, and that's so. Again, it doesn't matter if it costs me a lot of resources to run the line. That doesn't take any power at all. The extraction is what takes the power, and then the conversion is what takes the power. And so you'd want to get as many of those as you can. Wow, okay, look, we know where all the pure nodes are that way. All right, let's go look this way to the left. What do we got? Impure, normal, normal, normal. Okay, there's a pure node there. Again, if we're looking for iron, we can say, okay, which pure iron nodes do we have nearby? We can hunt those down. Like this. And again, it doesn't take too long to get this organized. I'm a big fan of efficiency, too. So once you have these labeled, you don't have to keep looking for them on the map over and over again. Cerium pure. Cerium. There we go, pure. Select. And this. And really, it's just to help me and to guide me to that particular node. Coal pure. But if it took too much power, we wouldn't need to get any more nodes. So we'd reach a certain tier point where we'd be like, well, there's no point in getting that node and running that node across there if we didn't have the power to run it. And that's the thing. Okay, so coal pure, cerium pure. These ones are not pure. Nope. Pure, another pure. Wow, a couple nice pure coal nodes. coal, pure. Oh, 2 pure iron nodes. Nice. Press the tab key. Press the tab key. That was my bad. I'm going to tab down to the next category. But don't do that. Iron pure. You got to click on it. Paste it. Enter. Old school. Tab into the next field. Problem. Okay, so there's some pure nodes. What do we got up here? Impure. Impure. Man, we got so much limestone. I think we're fine on limestone. Another pure quartz there. Alright, quartz, pure nodes. That thing, change it to yellow. Okay, let's see another one. Yeah, man, a lot of, actually pretty decent on coal. So a lot of pure coal nodes. Definitely want to tap all of those. So this is not only for just now, but also later when we get our trains and stuff. I got that one marked there, but I don't really see. Ooh, is there another pure node there? So this would be copper pure. All right, doing good, doing good. And again, a lot of these I probably won't go get, but if I needed them, I know where they are. Coal, pure, there we go, and this one. Again, the reason why I'm labeling them so that, again, if I'm looking for iron, I can just say, okay, where's all my pure iron nodes? In just one easy mode. Impure, impure. Like we already. Oh, okay. We didn't label that one. Limestone. And I hit something and it closed out of it. Ah, that's annoying. Sometimes you gotta do it twice, apparently. Okay. Again, I think that's probably enough. There's another one there that's a pure node. Going over and tapping these is actually not that difficult because we have power lines running all over the place at this point, so we could get that power going to wherever we wanted it to go. It's really running the lines back to the primary base, or what we're about to do is to utilize it. Some of the nodes we could utilize even far away for the dimensional depot. So if I want to make some quick wire, I could run over here to this pure node, set up a bunch of production, and just connect the power over there, and it would just make quick wire and run it into the dimensional depot for me, and I don't ever have to go over there, and I don't have to run it anywhere. I don't have to do anything like that. Same thing with plates and other stuff like that, and since we have our dimensional depot all the way upgraded, I know it seems impossible, but I didn't even know it was possible till I did this playthrough. It's pretty crazy, everybody. Pretty crazy amount of stuff that we got done in one playthrough. Again, we're in phase 1, just to prove. We'll go back over here. Playing it the ultimate challenge way. You can see that we did tier 1, 2, and 3 now. And again, in tier 1 and 2, we got basically about 70% of the entire MAM unlocked. And then we had a few things left. And you can see here that we have all of the alien technology other than this one, which is gated. We can't do. We got this one completed, this one, Caterium, these ones here, which we can't do because we don't have enough circuit boards. Mycelia here we can't do because we don't have the refiner. Power plugs, also we need the accelerator later on. And then this over here is also refinery that's blocking us. So yeah, so again, we pretty much have all that stuff unlocked, including the amplifier, the power amplifier, which you see over there as well, which is amplifying our overall power on top of the power that we're already using as well. I wonder if we make another one of those power amplifiers. Do we have enough for it? What do we need? We need more motors, and we need more SAM fluctuators. Now I wonder if I disconnect the power. Okay, right now on the low end it's around 7600. Let me disconnect the power on this thing and then see what our power drops down to. Oh yeah, no, it is definitely helping us a bunch on that power. Yeah, so around 1200 power. Yeah, so definitely good stuff. Let's get that back plugged in. Yeah, right around 1200. That's boosting us there. So 1200 is pretty awesome. Let's go see what happens if we add another one. Again, it scales up based on how much power, the total power that you have. So it says that it's giving me 10% boost, but it also gives me the 500 power there. So yeah, that's about right. Again, we say it's 700, it takes 300, 1200, so 1230 or so megawatts. And you can see that because the geothermal goes up and down, so does the boost. The boost goes up and down. So it's right around, I'd probably state it at around 1200. So 700 megawatts plus the 500. Right around 1200 or so extra boost, which is helping us overall. But if we added another one, it would give us 500 power, which is awesome. But how much would it boost it? And again, we have a lot of summer sloops left. In fact, it might be better use of our summer sloops just to use our amplifiers as well. So I say we go make another amplifier and see if that'll really help us with our power. And again, we have all sorts of options for power. Let's go over here and make some fluctuators. Wow, I can make 79 of them. Okay, hold on. Let's go in here and go to our power augmenter. There we go. All right, SAM fluctuators. Now again, everybody, I'm not really asking you to tell me the answer. I'm just talking out loud, so a little commentate on what I'm doing. Watch out for that backseat gaming. Watch out. I know you guys just want to help. I appreciate it. But part of the fun is going on the journey. Going on the journey and seeing what's possible. And see, I don't have manufacturers, so again, that's in the next tier. I gotta get up in that tier first before I can do all that. So I just make them manually. Very easy. I could be making motors and stuff, but again, I can just make them manually. I don't need that many right this second. I can make 44 and I need 25. Awesome. Oh, did I get back to putting stators in the... I don't think I did. I think I just put the one in there and I never went back and added the stators to the dimensional depot. We'll go back and get that going. After we put down another power augmenter. We're going to need some more SAM fluctuators for that too. Same thing with, you know, SAM fluctuators, with motors, things like that. I just make them manually. It takes a minute, but it doesn't take up my precious power, which I need for other things. And we had a lot of motors too, man. We used up a ton of them. We found them on crashed ships. We just had a ton of them. Even before we could make motors, we had a ton of them. A crashed ship has helped us a lot get this stuff unlocked. All the MAM stuff unlocked, all of that. We found 100+ crash ships and loot around each and every one, and depending on what zone it's in, where the difficulty level of getting there is, and the difficulty of the mobs nearby. That's what the quality of the drop of the loot is going to be around that area. Okay. Well, speaking of things we could put in the thing here, we can put that in there. We can put that in there. Okay. Now we're going to try another power augmenter and see what happens. Take this out, and we'll just put it right over here. Very cool. All right, let's check that power. Boom. Oh, wow. Okay, we went above our max cons right now, too. All right, now at upper level of about 9,000 to 10,000 power. Holy moly, look at it climbing. Look at it go. Wow. Now, if we had all of our power synced, it would actually go above 10,000. But right now on the high side, we're getting 1,600 power boost. But what I want to see is the low side of the power boost. With 2 of those. So if one of those is giving us 1,200 total, on the low side, we should be getting around 1,500. So 700. Actually, when we added 2, we actually gained more. And now, again, even on the low side, it is above our max cons of everything that we have going. And we're actually only have about 5,000 going. So we pretty much could build everything that we've already built again, including all of the radars that we've done. And all of that other stuff. So awesome. Very, very cool. All right, so we'll augment that as well. Again, I feel like that's the thing for me to do right now is just do power augmenters with my summer sloops, and then just do all my summer sloops as a single lines. All right, so let's go ahead and figure out what we want to do. All right, let's go see if we can unclaim a location. I don't think I've ever tried to unclaim a node. Normally, again, I'm just collecting nodes, but again, we're trying to optimize all of our power to utilize what we can. So let's go over here and see if we can unclaim this one over here. Does that unclaim it? Oh, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, we've unclaimed it. Oh, cool. All right. I didn't even know that was a thing. I never even bothered to do that. All right. Completely unclaimed now. Awesome. We got that one chaining into there. Let's clean this up a little bit. Clean this up a little bit. Again, we ain't using no impures. In fact, we don't even need to do that anymore. We can just do our big towers. Do the big boys. Right over here, and we'll do this. We'll put this into the big tower. And then chain that into the big tower. There we go. Okay, so we're getting rid of that extraction, and we're just going to go with this extract in here. Okay, maybe we should do it on this side. That's a good question. These are my blueprints, by the way, in blueprint mode. Fill that area in. Really just want these to match up. Again, that's the advantage of the dimensional depot there too, is I can just do that and it'll automatically put a bunch of that stuff back in there. So we want to eliminate our current concrete run over here. And then it should unclaim it. Sure does. Okay, cool. We got a bunch of line runs and stuff under here. Take all this out. Cut that back a little bit. Let me just do with this center part here. Okay. So let's start with our iron. Let's go ahead and hide all of the resources that we don't want to look at. Man, there's a lot of stuff in there. Hide this. There we go. Now we can just say, okay, where's our pure node? We got iron pure there, here, here. So let's just start with these three nodes. Limestone, Caterium. So we have 3 iron nodes. Okay, how about over here? It's 4 pure iron, 5 pure. Okay, 5 pure iron nodes nearby. Let's go ahead and do our stuff. Look at, we're doing a lot of calculations today. Iron nodes, iron pure. Or here, we'll just do this. Iron, this is pure. And that's going to extract 240. And, oh, even better. Hold on, we'll do this. Getting the spreadsheets out now, everybody. Look out. 0, 1. Oh, it's not letting me do my decimal. What do I need to do? Money or something. I think it's just supposed to be number. Turn that off. Data, let's see, format, number, plain text. 0, 1. There we go. It's always some sort of tricky thing that you got to do. Center all of this. There we go. And all of these. Center. Okay, so we got a pure node there, so that's 1, and we said we had 5 of those. So that's 4, this would be 5. Okay, so 2, 3, 4, 5, and that gives us a total of, oh, I already did it. My bad. My bad. Already did 1,200. Okay, so 1,200 iron that we can use for making stuff. Okay. Now we want to think of the process of producing what we need to produce. So we'll start at the very end here. Let's go this way. I like to start at the end and work my way backwards because it's easier to figure out the numbers that you need going backwards. Now remember, I have to do double the resources as well as using 5 times the power. So keep that in mind. Okay, so we're running at 100%. We're going to output 4 smart plating. So let's go, say over here, assembler, and then this will be in. Let's see, this is 4 iron plates and 4 rotors. 4 iron plates, 4 rotors. And yes, they have websites that'll do this for you, but what's the fun in that? I prefer to do it myself because that's fun. And then 4 per output. 4 smart plates. Okay, now to get these iron plates and these rotors done, we have to backlog again here. And again, we want to make sure we're at 100%. So again, assembler. And we'll just do the same kind of thing back here. There we go. So the output of this is going to be, actually there'll be a double output like this. We'll say this is the goal, which is green. This is the part before that, which is yellow. Just visually makes it easier. Okay, so this is going to output our reinforced iron plates. There we go. Reinforced iron plates, and this is going to output our 4 rotors. Actually, we could do something like this. And then take this, put that in the center. And then you have your, your ins and outs matching each other. Kind of like visual reference. Okay. And so over here we need 40 iron rods, 200 screws. And this is rotors. 40 iron rods in, and then 200 screws. Actually, this is the wrong one. This is this down here. For the reinforced iron plates, we need 60 and 120. Again, making sure that's 100%. So 60 and 120. If I take this out, does it... it just drops this down, but it doesn't drop the input, because the input's the same. So 60 and 120. So this is 60. This is 120. This is 60 iron plates. Now we weren't able to do this all the way up to speed earlier because we just don't have the resources set up. But now we do. And this is screws. Okay, so there we go. Now we actually want to do something more like this, because this is going to widen out here in a moment. I can just tell you already. It's going to widen out because we're going to need to figure out how many constructors back here that this is going to go. So this should go like this. And then we're going to need some more rows here. lots and lots of rows below there. So we can go ahead and do this. Okay, and these we'll take out. And there we go. Then this we'll go ahead, copy and take that out and put that there. We'll take this and take that out and move that down. We'll take this just to kind of make it visually easier to follow. And then obviously this rotors goes up into this assembler. So we'll take that. And you can see that it's like kind of like a pie chart where it'll start to cascade downward. Like that. Okay, so, and this probably needs to move down. Hold on, where should it went? Copy, cut kind of thing. There we go. Okay, now we need to get some iron plates. All right, this is in, which actually will make red. Nope. I like to use red for input, green for output. This is output. Also center that. Red. No. Green. Green. Then the input here is red and red. Good. Give it some references. Again, we're trying to match up these numbers. Now, for iron, to make 60 iron plates, we need to back up again. See how many plates we're making. Again, you see I added a bunch. So we're going to need 3 constructors with 60 in and 20 out. So now we're back here on the, say here, this will be constructor. And we'll just do like a light blue or something. There we go. And then we are doing 20 per plate. So the out is 20, the in is 60, and then see, this is only a single input, so this one's really easy to just do in a single line. So we would need 1 of those, 2 of those, oops, copy, 2, and 3. Oh, we gotta move this again. We gotta move this again. Copy, cut, move way down. There we go. So we would need these ones here. We would need basically 3 constructors to equal the 60 plates that we need for just one assembler running at full capacity. And that's really what we want. We want it running at its full capacity where it never stops running. Where it doesn't just, it's not waiting for rotors, it's not waiting for screws, all of those things. I can tell you this also is going to need to be moved way down here. So we're going to take this, copy it, get rid of it, move it down here, move this down some more. Sometimes I go in, by the way, and make full illustrations of all this stuff for you guys. My patrons have a bunch of these illustrations that I've done where I hand draw the little assembler and I put the inputs and outputs. But you can also do it here in a spreadsheet as well. So 120 screws is also what we need. So we need to look at our screws, which are over here somewhere, over here. So the input of our screws is 20 rods to 40 screws. So the out is going to be right here. This is iron plates, by the way. Iron plates. Let's do it like this. There we go. And then this is screws. And the output of our screws at 100% is 20 in, 40 out. 40, 20. Okay. Iron plate screws, iron rods here. And then again, the output is plates. That's 20 plates, 20 plates, 20 plates. And then this is 40 screws. There. And then the input here is this one over here, 60 iron ingots. Oops, there we go. All right. I feel like we might want to separate these two just to make it a little easier. See the different ones there. So we can see that this is going to be 180 total. We know this is 60 total over there. Again, this is way down again. Way down there. There we go. So 40 screws obviously not going to cut it. And this is 20 iron ingots on the way in. This is 20 rods on the way in. Yeah, 20 rods. Over here, rods. Okay, so 20 rods equals 40 screws, and we need 120. So if we take this again and we double it up, it would be 80 screws, and we need to move this down just a little bit. So this would be 80 screws. And it would take 60 rods to start, and then we would probably want to do another one like so, and then 80 plus 40 would be 120 screws. So we need 3 constructors with about 60 rods, and then we're going to need, this would be 120 screws. And again, we didn't even have enough power at the beginning to do this, so we just set up as much as we could and then just let that run for a really long time. And we can still do that. We can let it just run and run and run for weeks because it's on the server. And I have the auto pause turned off, so it'll just keep running infinitely. But if we optimize this process, it'll just keep clicking that off every minute, as opposed to it doesn't have enough of this or it doesn't have enough of that. It's stopping and starting and stopping and starting. We don't want it to stop and start. We want it to just keep doing its thing. And again, we can take this part and we can take that and cut that out and move this down so it's kind of aligned in the center. There we go. And reinforced iron plates goes to this assembler out there. But ultimately, we got this whole other part here, which is rotors. Okay, double checking our numbers again. 20, 40. 20, 40. Okay, and then over here, 60, 20. 60, 20. Okay, now we got to go even further back, which means we got to move this whole entire thing forward. Because we're going to need a lot more room for some serious ingot production. Okay, so we're extracting 240 ingots as well. So this is going like this. And this actually is this right here. There we go. This is going to be rods. And we want to try to get each one's going to be 15 rods. I can tell you that already. Because we go to our screws here, and then we go back to the rods that are back here. Those rods are going to be 30 in, 15 out. So, iron ingots, so 30 iron ingots in, 15 out. But we need 20 rods, and we don't, we're not producing 20 rods. But if we keep compounding this, we need a total of 60 rods there. We keep compounding. Now we have 30. Now we have 45. Now we have 60. See? So it just keeps compounding. And that's what we need, 60, and then we split the 60 into third, right? Third, and third, and then we'd have enough for the screws. And again, you can see it exponentially gets more and more and more as well. Wait till we come back and figure out how much power this is all going to take too. That's really crazy. But again, this is the number one thing we need to do. We need to balance all of this, take all this other stuff out that we're no longer running, and optimize this. And then we'll optimize the other one as well. And even if we have one line that's just constantly making them 1 minute after another minute, then if it's making 4 per minute, it'll make so many per hour. Hey, Siri, what's 4 times 60? So it'll make 240 every hour. And then, hey, Siri, what's 240 times 24? It'll make 5,760 every single day. And you can see how many days it would take with just one of these running, everybody. Because, again, we still need about 80,000 or 70,000. So that would be about 10 days, 15, 20 days. And we could figure out all the math of it, but you get the general idea. And so, again, we want this to go in reverse here. So again, combining multiple of them into a single number and then having that single number become the next one. So this is 60 rods. And again, these numbers should be matching up across here as well. Let's just put those in the center. This should be matching this one, and then this should be matching this one. You get the idea over here. And actually, we could probably put that up toward the top, but we'll put it here where the assembler is. Now this one is now, or we can just do this one, to create 180 iron ingots. We also need to figure it out, and that one is going to be back here, and this is going to be the smelter over here, and constructor rods, and this will be iron ingots. Right there. Or actually, iron ingot is what it says. Now, I can tell you already that we forgot the out part. It's going to be vitally important. I'll just grab it from down here. I already know that the out is 30, and because I have it's doubling. Again, these numbers are all double of what you would normally need. And then it just keeps doubling. So it's like 2 times, and then it's 4 times, then it's 6 times. For every grouping of machine, it's going to require twice as much again. So it's an exponent of whatever it is. So it's going to be 2, 4 times, 8 times, 16 times, 32 times. You can see it's going to get very, very large numbers very, very quick. As we go down the line. And again, especially when we're going backwards and we're seeing, okay, wait a minute, we need all of this amount of stuff. All right, headphones, I just want to keep beeping at me saying, Kismet, we're dying. Or the beeping. All the beeping. Hold on, I gotta fix my headphones over here. Again, this is really fun to kind of reverse figure this out. Now, if you never did the math, everybody, it is definitely worth it. And remember, it's a lot simpler in the normal mode than the ultimate mode that I'm doing it in. You don't need as much. You're going to need half as much of what I'm doing, and then exponentially half, depending on how many of these you're doing. Now, what we need to do is we need to get enough rods that match the 180 input that we need. Over here. Sometimes it's better just to do the total number that you need, and then you can figure out how many of these smelters you're going to need, right? So we're going to do smelter, we're going to do smelter, we're going to do smelter. So if we add these two together, that would be 60, and then we double that, it'd be 120. And then we do this, and then 120 plus 30 is around 150. And you can still see that we're still too big here. This gets very exponentially big, very, very quick. Let's copy that. Hold on, we got to add more rows below. By the way, we haven't even done rotors yet. We're just doing the stator part. And again, this will help us just know ahead of time. Or still doing the reinforced iron plate part. Okay, so 30, 60, 90, 120, 150. There. So let's go ahead and Move this down a bit. And what I'm doing is I'm copying it, cutting it, and then pasting it, and it just kind of moves it down, which is great. You can also just grab it, by the way. If you grab it just right, you can just grab it and move it. And I'm using the Google spreadsheets. Okay, so 30 and 30, and 30 and 30, and 30, 30, right? So 60, 60, and 60. So this is 120 plus 60. You guessed it, 180 for the total. Right there. And it's irritating that it's not centered. Center all that. And then over here for our input, we need 60, 60, and 60, and 60. So we're going to need all of these inputs. So just having this one run, this is 120, 240, 360, 360 total iron ore. 360 iron ore, which isn't too bad. That's like 1.5 than that what we need. So yeah, 1.5 pure nodes. So if we had 2 pure nodes, we could get that going. But here's the thing. We also need to do a whole bunch of stuff down here too, where we need more smelting and whatnot. So we'll go ahead and grab this. And this actually is not rods. This is, yeah, actually this math is wrong. 30 iron, 30 iron ingots is actually what it is. So, yeah. I mean, the math is right, but it's just not labeled properly. There we go. 30 iron ingots. You add the 30 up. It equals 180. So 60, 120, right? 60, 120, and then 60 again, 60, 70, 80. Yeah, 180. Okay, just making sure my math is good there. Now, I could have just typed this out where it does the math for me, but we're going to just figure all this stuff out. Okay, 120 screws there, 60 rods there. This would be 60 rod output, 180, 180. Then the input here is 120. So 120 iron ingots. Iron ingots there. Okay. Now we need more smelters over here. And so we're going to put it right there. Maybe make this a little wider. So this is going to be the same. So 60 iron ore, 30 input. That's always going to be the same. So we're going to work that out as well. And you can see that making screws, you have the extra section that you don't have when you're making plates. So we need 120. So that's easy. We know this is going to be 4 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, again, the amount of iron ingots that we're going to be producing is 120. And then over here, this is 60 and 60. So 120 times 2 is 240. So we need a pure node and then a normal node and a pure node. Just dedicated to just doing this. And that's what we got. And so basically the best thing to do is get like 3 pure nodes and do that. And then whatever's left over, we can divert that to another process. We can divert that to doing something else. So, so this would be 1.5 pure iron. And this would be 1 pure iron. Iron ore node. And we'll just leave that one same. Okay, so that's what we need. We know exactly what we need. We need 3 pure iron nodes to make all of this happen. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 smelters. 6 smelters here. We need 1, 2, 3, 4 constructors. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 smelters here. 4 constructors there. 1, 2, 3 constructors. And over here, 3 constructors. Okay, so 3 constructors. Well, really, we need 6 constructors. 6 smelters here. 10 total smelters, and then 4 extra constructors for the rods. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10. Oh, it's 10 and 10. Look at that. See how the numbers worked out? 6 smelters and 10 constructors. That's interesting. I always love when numbers work out that way. And then assembler, and then reinforced iron plates. Now that's just the reinforced iron plates. Now we got to go down the rabbit hole of this, which is iron rods and screws. So this is 40 iron rods over here. So we will take this and we will move that way down here. Okay, so constructors making iron rods right over here. So we'll grab this one and we'll put it back here. Nope, here. So the output is going to be 15. So we see this is going to be the same numbers, everybody. These numbers don't change if you have them running at 100%. So this is going to be 30. And this will be 45. So we're actually going to have more than we need. We can actually underclock one of these, so it is making less. But I'm just going to go ahead and use the full numbers just to make that easier. So there we go. And then we go back. We know that this is 30 plus 15, which is 45. We're going to need 3 constructors. And we know this is going to be 60 plus 30, which is 90. And again, I'm not going to bother to type all the stuff out. We got a general gist of what we're doing. And there we go. So now we need the smelter, which is going to bring in so much of each thing. Right there, and right there. And again, you can see now that we have it, it's kind of easy to get it going. And again, this is going to output 90. I just love to not be centered. There we go. And this is 60, 90 again. So this is 90 here. This is actually not 90, 30, 60, 90. This is 120. This is 180. 180 iron ingots coming in over there, or iron ore. So 90, 60, 120, 60 plus that, 180. Yes, okay. And this is going to be 3 smelters. You'll see why these numbers are actually the easiest numbers to figure out, or easiest things to help you figure this out in the long run. And so what we need in the input is 240 overall. So this needs a 240. This needs a one pure, one iron pure. There we go. So one pure node there, and it would have some left over, which you could actually use for your screws. And we need more space again down here. And there. I'm tempted to turn this into a chart as well. Maybe when it resizes my thing when I don't want it to do it. There we go. Give ourselves some room. All right, now we're going to do screws, and we're actually going to move this down one just to, or down a couple to make that separated. And we'll take this, put it right there. Okay, so we want to now do screws. So screws we already have up here. We know it's going to be 20 rods in, 40 screws out. There we go. And we got to do enough of these to equal 200. So that's 80. 80 times 2 is 160. And then another 40 would be 200. So 40, 80, 120, 180. And then right here would be 200. 200. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 constructors. In fact, I don't need to type it out every time. I can just copy paste it and just change the number. And then rods, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 rods. Annoyingly like that. Okay, now we also need to go and produce those rods. And so be 30 in and 30 out. But again, we need 100. So there's 30, there's 60, 75, 80, 90, and then right here, that. So this would be 30, 60, 90, this would be 105. See how the math doesn't quite work out perfectly every time, and that's because I'm amplified over there. Now look at how many iron ingots we need. Wow, so this is 120, 240, plus another 120 would be 360, and then plus the other 30, so that'd be 390. All right, let's double check that. So this is 60, this is 90, this is one. Or actually, watch this. You can actually do this. This is actually pretty smart of the computer to do this. So if you do this and you just drag this down, it'll actually figure out the numbers based on what numbers you already have. The sequence of numbers, oops, sorry, like this. It'll figure it out based on the sequence of numbers that you already have. So it'll just go 30 and then 60 and 90 and 120 and so on down the thing. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 1, 2, and then we're going to go down. And it's actually right here, 210. 210 in theory. So 30, 60, 60, 120. Then you add 30, it would be 150. You add 30 again, it would be 180. And then this would be 210. There we go. Now we're getting our numbers right. Okay, so we need 210 iron ingots. And we still haven't got to our smelters yet. Over here. Hey, thanks for the raid, Zero Fate. How you doing, man? Thanks for bringing your awesome community into mine. Appreciate you. We are obviously figuring out the amount of stuff that we need to optimize our production here, where we'll stop, quit stopping and starting. So we need 210 iron ingots over here. To produce 105, which actually is more than what we need there. This one over here is good. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 105. 105 times 7. 735. No. 15 times 7. That's better. Oops. We're going to have it just do some quick calculation. 15 times 7. There we go, 105. Just double checking my math there. And the same thing with 30. We can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Also 7. And then say equals 30 times 7, 210. Okay, awesome. We can also just take the iron ingots part out and then say 210 iron ingots up here, and then just put 30, 30, 30, 30 there for the input, and 30, 15, 50 for output, and just tell it the total. A lot of ways we could do it. Okay, so this needs 30 iron ingots from the smelter over here. So, and so does this one, and this one, and that one, and, oh, my bad, and then this one, that one, and this one. So, all right. So we know that this is going to be 210. There. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yet again. Okay. Again, I always double check just to make sure. 60 times 7, 420. So 420, and then we take 420. 420 divided by 240. 1.75 is the amount of nodes that we need. So we'll just say 2 pure iron nodes. So yeah, so already we're at say 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're at 6 pure iron nodes we would need just to run the smart plating so far. This is some hardcore stuff right here. Doing good, just having fun in Power World. Hopefully you're on the server having a good time. Again, that's why we have that server on there for you guys. I haven't got back to it yet, but I might get back to it. I'm going to rebuild that base and build a vertical base at some point. Definitely want to get that going. So, we need 6 iron pure nodes. That's a lot. We don't got 6 iron pure nodes. We have 5. But we need a total of 1,200 there. So what if we take all of these numbers and add them? 360, 240. Again, all the raw iron that we need. So 360, 240 here, 180, and 420. 180 and 420. And then we add all those up. Sum all of these numbers. 1,200. See? See how that worked out? And you're like, well, Kismet, I thought you needed 6 nodes. Well, I really don't. I actually need less than 6. I actually need the 1.5 here. I need 1 here. Over here, this is actually less than 1. So this is a percentage of 1. And so is this, because this would be 480. So you have 80 left over here. You have 60 left over here. And if you add that all up, that would be 1,200. And exactly what we need and exactly what we have. Okay, and we got to take all 5 pure iron nodes and bring them together so we can create this kind of tier of stuff here to get these going. And that's going to be kind of our goal. Now, what we need to do is figure out how much power all of this stuff uses. We can see that the constructor here uses 20 megawatts of power. So we're just going to say on the output here, 20. And this is 20, and this is 20, and this is 20. Now, there's a way we could do this a bit easier where now that we kind of have an idea of what we're doing, that it will do all the math for us as well. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit just so you can get a general idea of what's going on there. Just for the, again, remember this part here is just for the reinforced iron plates, and this part here is just for the rotors. Again, because I have, it takes 5 times the power and also twice the resources. So I need more raw resources, more smelters, more constructors, and so it's going to take more power. Okay, so let's figure out what we want to do here, how we want to do our power. So we know that this assembler would take 75 power. When augmented, it takes 300 power. And we'll change this one to yellow. Okay, and that takes that, so this takes also 75. This would be, yeah, want to work our way backwards here. Trying to figure out how I want to organize the numbers. Because you can also do this chart vertically too. Hmm. Yeah, I say we think about it for a bit here. Now, again, it's still processing them right now, but again, it's not optimal because we didn't have that much raw resources to utilize for it. So what we're doing is we're doubling it up right now with the summer sloop. But again, it takes 300 power. So, we want to figure out the power consumption. That's what we're doing. Okay, so this takes 75 power. This takes 75 power. So we can go over here and say total power that this is using. So we'll probably want to grab this, move that down, take this out, and we'll do power up and down. Okay. So this is going to take how much power? Go look at our constructors and see how much power they're taking. Uh, 20 megawatts. Okay. So constructor. How are we going to mark these? How much power it's being used? I guess we could just go 20. Like this. Mark that as yellow. And so this would be 60 power, and then 60 power here. Maybe down a little bit more. So we would have a middle number, 120. So let's take this and move this back up like this. So we could have all the ones here in a row, 75. What are you doing? Stop that. There we go. Stop that craziness. So we can just do a sum. This one. Plus this plus this. 270. Okay. And then this in the center. And then this is our total power. Put is yellow there. And then the smelter is going to take how much power? Oh, going the wrong way. Also 20 megawatts. Okay. So this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, or basically 120. Yeah. 4, 6, 8, 12. Okay, so 120, and that's the total there. And then constructor over here is going to be 20, 20, 20, and 20. that a little wider. So 2, 4, 6, 8. So this is 80. This is 200 power here. There, and then we have also our smelters over here, which are also a bunch more power. 2, 4, 6, 8. So this is 80. And actually at the end it would be 80 also. Like so. Okay, let's go back to this calculation. And we'll say plus this one and plus this one. All right, 550 power. Why am I putting that right there? Why did I not put that over there? There we go. Oh, it just offset. It just offset my number there. I have to redo that. So this is 72. Oh, I put 0. 72. This is L. This is I. Basically, that's the column F. And then the last one is column C. So we should get the same number, 550. There we go. And this is total power. Over here. And that's power stuff. Okay. So total power just for the reinforced iron plates is 550. That's what we're looking at. For the entire process of running it, it's about half as much if I just run, it's almost costs half the cost of running at 300. But if I run it at 300, then I don't need half of this production. So I can use the total number and cut that number down by a half of all this other production. So yeah, we can do those numbers in half. Other than this one's not going to be half. All right, we'll take this, put that sum here, and then this number divided by 2 plus this one divided by 2 plus this one divided by 2 plus. By the way, it does math multiplication always first, multiplication and divide first, and then it will do plus and minus. If you ever get that on a trivia question, now you know. That's how you can get the right answer every time. And then this actually needs to go over here. So basically it should give us half this number, which we can kind of get. But the 75 number is not going to be there. So we actually need all of this, and then this would be also plus this number. And so 537. So if we run the whole thing and we're doubling it, it takes us 537 power versus 550 power for running the whole thing at the regular level power. So it actually is less power to double it up at the end than it is to actually run it normally, right? So pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, and that's all. What I did all that for is for that is to figure out if it's less power. So this is the difference between doubling and an exponent. Right, an exponent exponentially, we could just keep making more and more of these things and let them run. But the problem is not just the assembler is boosting the power, but everything behind it also takes power too. So to do those smart platings, it takes 550 power. If I cut down half of all the stuff here in the back, and I just use the Summers loops to boost it, even though the assembler is 300 power. Remember, it's reducing all of the power back here by 1/2 because you need half the amount of constructors and things like that. Plus, it's a lot less of work for us to do because you don't have to make as many constructors. You don't have to make as many smelters and so on. And yeah, I feel like we want to redo this again, but in half as well. There you go. So it's pretty fun. Hi there. You can't blame me. I think that's supposed to mean. New to Satisfactory, just moved into phase 4, built my first turbo fuel. Oh, there you go. And I thought I had it consistent, but keep losing production in a few generations, but the math checks out. I stopped the whole plant and reset the pipes and filled them all and then restarted it. I left it overnight for a full AFK session, but I'm new. I'm still working on the big production numbers. I give you the numbers of my system. Could you tell me where I'm going wrong? I can tell you where you're going wrong without the numbers. I can tell you already. Pipes suck. Fluids suck. Fluids do not work at exact numbers. You can, if you're really good, and I have done it, do 100% optimization of fluids. Here's what you do. Leave a little extra, and then you won't have any problems. That's right. Just take, if you figured out all the numbers and say you're using an extra, you got one more on top of it, so you're using 5, right? You got 5 of these buildings that are making the final thing. Here's what you do. When it's making fluid, take out the 5th one and just do 4. And then it will run perfectly, and you'll never have to worry about it again. That's what you do. You're going to end up with less power, but you won't have to worry about it. I don't do any of that anymore. I have done fluids up and down and left and right, and it's never worth the massive amount of time that it takes to get it running at 100% efficiency. Especially in the later game, I don't worry about it. You know what you do? You just keep scaling up. You keep scaling up more and more power, and you just leave a little extra. Leave a little extra, especially when you're taking your fluids and putting your fluids in. You want to double in and double out of your fluids and all of that. You'll see me do that in the later game, but this is after we get past all of this as well. Now, here's the thing, everybody. You don't do any of this. You don't do any of these numbers like this, especially in the normal game. But in my case, I'm doing the ultimate challenge. So I'm doing 100 times the resources in the space elevator. It costs 5 times the power, and it costs 2 times the resources, right? So very difficult, especially in the early game when you don't have much power. In fact, normally you're using biofuel in the stage that I'm in right now, and then you would go to coal, which also I could do, and then you would go into your oil, which would be your fluids, into your then your turbo fuel, rocket fuel, and so on, and then of course your nuclear fuel later on. Now I played through the game 40-50 times. I played it a bunch of times, and I played it ignoring all the numbers, and I've also played it doing spreadsheets and doing all of that. But inquiring minds want to know, in this particular stage where you are doing 5 times the power cost, what's more efficient? Is it more efficient to do this? Now, here's the thing. If I do double it here at the assembler, that means I need less nodes at the very beginning, right? And that leaves those nodes for other things that I'm doing, right? So I need half this amount. So instead of needing 360 iron ore, I need half of that. Right, so 300 divided by 2 would be 150, and then you take 30, divide that in half. There you go. Or I could just have it do the math for us. Right here equals 360 divided by 2, boom, 180. So I'd only need 180. So I would need less of a node, and my nodes would go further. So I could maybe build two of these whole things, and then just double them up at the end. See, that's why it's so efficient to double it up at the very end versus doubling it up in the early stages. Doubling in the early stages, sure, you're going to double up some of that stuff, but really at the assembler mode, that means it doubles everything behind it. So it basically counters the cost of it doubling my stuff now. So that's what we want to do. We want to figure out half of all of this. And so we can go in and we can figure out these numbers as half, right? So this would be 30 total plates we would need there. This would be, 30 power we would need here. This would be... 180 would be, come on, brain, 90. 90, right? 120, 180. No, that's not right. 180 divided by 2 is, 90. Okay, cool. That was right. Then we know this is 90 as well because that's 180. This would be 60 power. This would be 360 divided by 2, which would be 180. See how these numbers are very similar? Where you're having 30s, they're doubles of each other, 30, 60, 90, 120, 180. It's pretty much a lot of that in the very beginning. It's only when you get to concrete and other things that the numbers start getting really funky. I also do have a Satisfactory calculator right here, everybody. If you do want to go in, check it out. It does a whole bunch of things. And one of my favorite things that it does is when you're doing your split numbers, say you need a certain number, right? You need so many of that particular thing. Like in our case, we need 1,200, right? So if we divide it by 2, then it would be 600. We divided that by 3, it would be 200. We divide that by 2, it'd be 100. Divide that by 3, it'd be 33. And then 3 again, it'd be 11.1, and then this one here, it'd be 3.7. So this, you can actually just pipe the number in, and it will automatically figure out all the splits. And the splits are when you're using your splitter. So you're going, 30 this way, 30 that way, and 30 this way, right? And you can do halves in a splitter. So you go 1, 1, or you can go 1, 2, and then 3 down the middle, right? That's your splitters that are going on back here, like right here. See, we got a splitter going here, and it's splitting this into there. It's grabbing some resources from back there, and then running it in here. So what I've proven is that it is actually more effective to use your power amplifier on the very last part of the stage than it is to just do the whole thing in the normal mode, at least in the one I'm in now. Now we can go back and figure out all the numbers of 5 times less power, and then also of 1/2 of the resources you normally would. But in my stage, this is what I need. So I think the best thing to do is to prep half of all the resources all the way up to the assembler. And then once it has half the resources all the way up, I could then reverse all the power needed and resource needed down to less resources. And again, you don't have to do any of this math, everybody. I'm just showing you basically how this works. And my thing is much larger than I normally would. And again, I have charts on this too. And so if you're not a spreadsheet kind of person, if you're not that kind of left-brained or right-brained or whatever it is, which is the analytical side? What are the sides of the brain? Let's see. The left side is the logical side or the analytical side, and the right side is the creative side. I always forget. I'm both sides, everybody. I can use both. I can do stuff visually, and because I'm a graphic designer, I can do art and that kind of stuff. And then also, I can do math and do all of the fun spreadsheet stuff. Love me a good spreadsheet, everybody, because it tells you something. This just told us that it actually takes less power using the augmenter here at the end than it does if I just built that whole entire thing and then did it at the max size. So very cool. Very cool stuff right there. So what we want to do is do basically half of all of this. So we need 1.5 constructors as well. So 1.5 constructors here. We would need 1.5 over here as well. Over here we would need 3 smelters. So we need 3 smelters, 1.5 constructors, and what we'd do is we'd underclock these constructors so that it would use less power. So that means, again, it would use half this power. It'd use 30 power instead of 60. And then that would make our iron plates. So that's pretty easy to figure out all that math and figure out how that's all going to work. And then again, just figure out the exact numbers that we need at the end part over here, which is this is going to need 30 here, and then here the assembler would need half. But the interesting thing is it still needs 4 iron plates. Let's go in and go to the end of the process over here. Right here, we're doing our smart plating, and we'll pull this one out of here. We'll just go ahead and give it some rotors. We got some here in the Dimensional Depot. And see what happens at the end. Is it still 4 and 4 that it needs, or does it need 8? Let's go find out. If it needs 8, then our process is even bigger than what it is. But I think it's still 4 is what it needs. Yeah, see, it still needs 4. It's just outputting 2. Where here, if we do this, it's going to output 4. So basically, you're getting double the amount. So actually, what it would be double the output here. So I think you still need all of that. It's just over here the output is not 2 smart plates. Wow. Okay. Yeah, this would normally be 2 smart plates. That's where that number needs to be fixed right there. So again, if we want to do 1 smart plate, then we can cut this in half. But we want to do 2 smart plates over here, which would be 4 smart plates if we use this. Yeah, so normally that would be 2. That's even more crazy. Even more crazy. So we do need all of this. We don't need this to be cut in half. It already is going to do all of that for us. All right, awesome. Awesome. Okay. And again, if we went through and did it without the augmenter, all of this, it would be 550 power. With the augmenter, it's going to be 537 power. But let's think about this. All of this is 550 power, right? Let's go ahead and take out this here. Let's back up to here. So we're just going to copy this, put this over here, and paste it so it calculates all the same stuff. But we're going to take out 072. All right, so this is going to calculate all this stuff here in front. So it's 475. So let's make sure it's going all the way back here. Yeah, okay, so 475 is what the whole process takes before it gets to the end. And we'll put this like as a purple or something. Oop, lighter purple. Okay, so 475 is our process back here. So this would be 475 times 2 plus this. Yes. Yes. So this, we're halving all of this power to do this. So if we wanted to do 4 smart plates, it would be double what we're doing here. So this would be, I see the number there. It would be this number times 2, 1100 power. So again, if we want to do this whole process a second time, this would be times 2. here. Oh man, I proved it even more so now. And again, these numbers at the end are the numbers that we're really figuring out. Because if I were to do this whole process twice, it costs me 1100 power. But if I do the whole process and then just double up on the assembler at the end, the smart platings, it costs me 537 power. So it's doubling is more valuable than making the whole process twice. Get it? Does anybody get it? Put a 1 in the chat if you got that. Again, I just try to take more complex things and break them down into simple stuff for you guys. So we figured out that if you were to do all of this twice to make 2 assemblers, right? That's 2 assemblers running out the smart platings, and they're running them out 2 smart platings per minute. And then you did it all again, it would cost you 550 power this one, 550 power this one, and then it would be 1100 power. But if you run it all in there and then just double the last one, then you're getting double the amount. It basically costs you 537 versus the 1100 power. So pretty crazy, everybody. Pretty crazy. That's pretty awesome. If you like that, put a 1 in the chat also, everybody. You like that kind of next level thinking that you're going to get here in my stream. Pretty awesome. All right. I love that. Okay. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking, again, it would cost you twice the power of what you currently have versus how much power that you would need just by adding the augmenter. Now, normally, everybody, this power is just like next to nothing when you're doing it in normal mode. It's not 5 times the power. It'd be 1/5 of the power that I'm using right now. So if it's using 550 power right now, which seems about right, 200, okay. Yeah, and by the way, that's just for the reinforced iron plates. That's not the rotors, which are also down below, which we still need to do. The rotors down here, same thing. We would need to go in and figure out how much the power would be and all of that stuff, and so on. Yeah, so we want to just make sure that these are all where the power is. And then assembly here, 75. Yes, so this is power here. 75 assembler there. This one here is 75 normally. But if we want to add our augmenter, that adds another 300 power onto it. So this one is just this, and this one is all of this plus this, but all of this in a half. Huh. No, that's not right. That's not right. Hold on. Let's take this. 550. This would be 2 if we did 2 rows. This would be all the way to this number plus this number. Is that what we did? Yeah, all of these plus this number, 300, which is 069, which is taking us 537. Yeah, no, that's right. That's right, because again, it is this all this is the same back here, right? This will all be the same. So it'll be 475. Oh, no. Yeah, it's 475 plus that number. Hold on, we can make this calculation way easier. Because this is summing all of the ones back here, right? So 80, 200, 120, 75 is 475. And this number doesn't look right to me, so I know there's something that we got to work on. So this plus this, nope. Okay. What are we doing? 069, 7. Oops, something went wrong there. All right. This one plus that one. There we go. 775 is the number. Okay. That didn't look right. That didn't look right, but we got it. All right. 775 is the actual number that it costs if we boost that power at the end. And then the other one is 550. So normally it costs us 550 to run out 2 smart plates, but it costs us 775 to run out 4 smart plates, or double the amount. If we were to run 2 lines of reinforced iron plates, it would be 1100. So we can figure out what the savings is here. Actually, let's do this. Times 2 here. And we'll center that. Actually, I'll do small x. Times 2. This would be 550, and that's a savings of 775 power, which is double that power that it would take. I think. Wait, no. This is not. This is doing the wrong one. Let's do this one times 2, which would be 1100. 325. All right, 325. There it is. Just keep working at it until you get that. You get that right answer, everybody. Sometimes it's quite the journey. So we're saving 325 power by augmenting it here overall. Now, if you had plenty of power, you'd be like, meh, you know. But if you really wanted to optimize it, we know that again, it's less than I thought, but it's still a lot. That is saving us 325 power, and we can use that 325 power for other things. So there you go. What's the power if you run twice as many machines clocked at 50%? It's going to be the same. It'll be 100%. It'll be 100% of the power. So again, it's 550 total power normally. It is 775 if we use our summer sloops on the assembler to double up the production. And if we were to do 2 full lines of just the reinforced iron plates, that would cost us 1100 power, because it'd be double the total power. And then if we use the augmenter, again, it would be 775, so we're saving 325 power by doing it at the end. And again, I just proved that. I just proved that as a thing. Very cool. We'll put that as yellow. There we go. So that's just the one side over here. So really, it's also telling us currently, if we use this whole process, we're going to use 775 power total out of that, which actually isn't a lot out of 10,000. We got 10,000 power roughly to work with if we want to kind of let it go up to that top tier. So we can basically do this about 10, 11 times if we want. But we got some rotors to do down here. Let's do some rotors, and we can go ahead and just do our constructors here. I can tell you right here, constructor. These are all constructors here. Now, rotors take a lot more power than everything else. And then this is smelter. Over here, smelter. This is constructor. Boom. We're doing all of our power here. That's what this represents. Smelter over here. Smelter. Okay. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now here's a great way of doing this too. We can just go 7 times 20, right? And it'll just do the math for us right there. You don't even have to count it out in your head. Also, I could have just not put the letters in here and just put 20 in there and would have done that, but it would have made the thing wider where I'd do a bunch more columns and whatnot. We could take this into another spreadsheet and really let it do all the work for us. I'm a little tempted. Let's do it. Come on, let's go. We're going to give it its own spreadsheet and do this a little easier. We're going to take this. We're going to cut that out of there. We're going to create a brand new spreadsheet here. This one is going to be smart platings at 2x resources. Oh, I forgot to put Satisfactory in there. Sat there. Okay, boom. Let's do it like this. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to move this down. We'll get a bunch of these here. And we're going to let it do a lot of the math for us now. We're going to go up here. Now that we got a general gist of what we're trying to do. Okay, and we got all this, we got all that. Okay, so what we want to do is do this a different way. So we'll go ahead and start with the input here. This will be the output. Oh wait, let's do this in, out, this way. In, out here. And then machine. Okay, so put this as a header. So the input here is going to be 60. And then the output, I'm going to go here and center all this. Always so annoying. And then the machine is going to be the smelter. Okay, the output is going to be 30. Now, we need to know what it is outputting. So we're going to shrink this down. We're going to shrink this down. And then we can go ahead and go left, like this. So the input is going to be iron ingots. This would be type. There we go, type iron ingots. There we go. And this would be type over here, like this. Love me a good spreadsheet, everybody. We're going to get it going. And then this would be, and actually we'll reverse these. Let's reverse these columns. Let's take this and put this, bite me. Grab that, put that there. This will be type. And the reason why we're going to reverse it is so that when we put this number here, these two numbers will be next to each other. And then the type of output is, oh, this one actually reversed. This is here. And this is iron ore. Okay, and just to give us a little visual clue, we're going to do this as green. We're going to go ahead and do this part here as blue, kind of like what we did down here. The input is going to be red, and then the type of machines are going to be there. Now, what we also need is we need another column, which we're just going to add to the right here, or even easier, we just move this over here, and this is going to be power. In fact, actually, we'll make this orange. Orange, so we can use yellow for power. Again, this is really getting involved here. Okay, so the smelter takes how much power? 20. So that machine takes 20 power. It's doing iron ore. It's outputting iron ingots to out. And again, they have entire websites dedicated to this stuff, everybody, if you do want to do all this kind of fun stuff. So, and again, we can total these up now across whatever we want to do. And so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 of these. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Nope. Don't want to do it like that. We can just do it like this. Really easier now. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. Now we can just do our total. So we just do this. We say sum. We want to sum this. Done. Right here. Oh, should be done. Error. Oh, we took the sum out. Sum this. All right. It's messing me up. Now the cool thing about when you do the sum thing, man, I'm just going to take every column. This is getting annoying. Every column and make it centered. There we go. And then this is our total output there. And we can just say totals here if we want to, or we can just leave it as is. So this is the total output that we want to do. Over here, 180. And then all you have to do is just copy this, and it will automatically just calculate all the rest of this. See? Then we can make this yellow for power, and we'll make this red for inputs. So 360 input, 120 power, 180. 360, this right here, 120, and 180. See, it did all the math for us instead of us just kind of manually figuring out. There's always a better way of doing so many things, everybody. I absolutely love finding a better way of doing stuff. And then over here, same thing. So input, type, power, machine, so on. Now what we want to do is we want to do our input here, which is our plates. So we want to do 60. Actually, we'll do it down here at the bottom so it all kind of cascades together. Actually, our total output should be here. Oh, okay. I just thought of something else. Yeah, we could go and take this. Let's take this out for right now. We could go and put the total across here and then figure out how much we need to split. We need to split this into a third. So this would be 60, 60, and 60, like this. So split here, and we'll make that orange also. So this is what our splitter is going to do. A splitter is going to go take the 180, split it into 60 and 60 and 60, and then we will do all of this stuff over here, which doesn't need to split the next one. So then we'll do this. Then we'll say the input that we need is 60. We already know. And then this is going to be constructor. Oh wait, no, this is a machine over here, constructor. Kind of feel like I need the machine before the power. I mean, it works either way. Or the machine could be way in the beginning. But that's okay. We'll put it there. Okay, and the type here is iron ingots. This is going to take 20 power. Then the output is going to be 20 plates. Oh, sorry, this is plates. Plates. Come on, fingers. There we go, 20. Okay. We need that 3 times. So this, and then it's going to total up all of these things again. 180, that's 60, and that's 60. So basically, this is going to take 60 power here. This takes 120 power. And then we'll go down here. Yeah, see, 60 power, 120 power. So that's all the same, but just formatted in a different way. Then actually what we can do is we can just take all of this out. Just take that out because we already re-visualized that right up here in a kind of a straight fashion here as well. We might want to go ahead and move this over here. And I'm going to cut it. Copy, cut. There we go. Then what I would do is do a separator here. So something like a dark gray or something like that. So you know this is one segment. This is the smelter. These are the this is the smelter here. This is the constructor, and so on. So you could see the separation between each segment. So this would be this, and then this would go into that, and so on. Then way over here, we are trying to take all of this, the 60 of this stuff. Oh, I think we took the part out that we need. Yeah, 60 iron plates is, oh, that's the input of this. Okay, we'll just redo that. Redo all that back together. So we'll go ahead and take this and we'll put a separation here, and then this will be the assembler. So do we need to split that? I don't think we do. This is doesn't need a split, so we can just go like this again, and then this is going to be the assembler. So we're going to have 60 total here, and then the type is going to be iron plates, so 60 plates. The power is going to be 75. Machine's going to be assembler. I do not know why it just constantly trolls me with this just going to select all, center. I don't think I centered that, that's why. Assembler, and then the output of the assembler is 2 smart plates. Oh, over here. This is 2, and this is smart plates. Okay, so there we go. And then we know this is 75 power, so we're going to put that 75 power right down there. And again, we'll color this yellow. And there we go. So now we know that that's going to go into there. And so really this part here would be more down here where these two sections come together. But that gives you a general idea of how much power that's being used across there. Now we can go through and say total power over here and then double check all of our numbers we were doing earlier. So this plus this plus this equals 225 power along that leg of it. And then we've got all of this that we're doing here too. So we want to go over here and start with our iron ore. So we're going to go like this. And we'll create a gap here this way. So we can do this in reverse here. So there. Okay. Actually, probably a little bit further down here. Okay, so actually we could just do it as it is, just with a gap. Yeah, just do it with a gap. Okay, so this is smelters. So we know smelters are always the same. So smelter here. And how many smelters we need? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 smelters. 3 and 4. There we go. And then we know that we can just copy this, or actually we just do this, and that will do that. There we go. That's 80. That's 240. That's 120. So input is 240. Output, or power consumption, 180. And this is going to be our output of 120. And double check our numbers down here. Yes, so 240 in, and then 80, 120. 240, 80, 120. So we got that done. All right, we'll just take that out. And then rods, we need to equal 160. So we need to split this into 20, 40, 60, 80. It's the output. Hold on a second. Oh, that was just this part here. Yes, that was just this front part. I cut out too soon. Too soon now. Okay, there we go. Knew that math didn't look right because you got to have 30 ingots in. So we got 120, and we want to split the 120 4 times. So what we do is you would split it in half and then half again. So you just go 30, 30, 30, and 30. So you use the splitter to split that up twice. So you would take these two and split them, or you would just go straight through. Because this is a 30, so I would just go straight through from this into the next thing, which in this case would be the constructor. So we'll go ahead and do our iron ingots first. That we should have done back there. Iron ingots. We did. And that's going to go constructors next. So constructors here. We'll just grab this as a reference. We'll take this and run this down. Let's probably run that down pretty far. Okay, iron ingots here. I feel like we don't have enough room in between here. Okay. And again, we're just double checking our numbers and then doing it a different way to make it easier for it to auto calculate the numbers for us. Okay, so iron ingots in, we're doing rods, that's what we're doing. So this is iron ingots in, and this is rods here. Okay, so we need 60 This one needs 30 iron ingots in. So this can go straight to straight. So this is 30 in. And then 30 iron ingots in. Going to take 20 power because all the constructors take the same amount of power. It's going to produce rods, and it's going to produce 15 rods, actually. It's going to produce 15 rods right there. Okay, nice. And then we need that so many times. In this case, we need it this many times. Like this. So this number over here, all these numbers match up together. So like this. And then this is a red number, so we're going to do this. And then this is a yellow number, so we'll grab this one, put it there, just so we're grabbing the color. And then this is the output of 60. And then that is the input number that we need for the next part of it, which is the screws over here. So 60 screws. All right, I'll take that part out. And we'll take this, put this over here. And so this is 15 each. This needs 20 each. So we're definitely going to have to use a splitter here. So we'll go left, and we'll say, actually we'll just take all this, copy, cut it, move it over so we don't want to mess up with the stuff down below. And then we'll bring over a split here. And this one's definitely going to have to split because it's going to combine, or actually no, it's going to need a merger. Merger? No, it's going to need to make 90 rods and then split them into, going to make 15, so this is 60 rods. So this is 60 rods, and then you'll have to split them in thirds. Yeah. So this will be thirds, so this will be 30, 30, and 30. Like that. Or we just move this down. Take that out. There we go. Okay, so it's going to basically combine all of these together to 60. And then, yeah, combine all those to 60 over here. And then split these into two 60s. 20, 40, 60. So we need 3 of them. 3 rods. So that means this would be 20. Yeah, this is 20. This is a split of a 20, 20, and 20. This is an input of a 20 and 20, not 30. So I'm getting it mixed up from the rods. And then this is screws. Math is fun if you really enjoy it, but if not, you don't have to do any of this, everybody. You don't have to do any of this. You can just do your own thing. So 40, 40, and 40. And then we check all the math here. We'll do input, which is right here, which is 60. The input of this, again, this is the split. This is the input, so we need to split it in 20 and 20, 20. So we just split it in thirds. This would be thirds. Now I'm going to actually do this in the game here in a bit, everybody. I'm just figuring out all the easy numbers here. And figuring out all the power consumption in case I made a mistake. If I make a mistake, then I am going to be doing it and be like, wait a minute, why is it not running at full capacity? And that's why we will need to do all that stuff. And this is the assembler, which actually should be over here. And this, we'll just do this, meaning that this is kind of, or this, saying that just forwards to this over here, which is 60 plates here. For the input, Okay. And yeah, now we got smart plates, 2 smart plates. Okay, and we need another column actually to the right. So if we want to do 4, and this would be times 2. What's this? Power augmenter. This would then, instead of 75, it would be 300. Actually, this would be back here. Times 2 power augmenter. This would be here. And so total power would be this minus this one, there, 435. 435 of what we have so far. But this actually is not the total, because this needs to total all this other stuff down here too. Okay, so that is our screws, and this is thirds. And we can see this is halves and this is thirds when we're doing our splitter. This number should equal this number. Again, the number here should equal that number. You get the idea. That we're going down the road here, and this actually probably should go in between both of these. Let's take the other this out, and this would be 4 smart plates. Take this out and move this down to match up to the 60 coming in there. Okay. So this is 60, I need the 60 plates, and then we need the other part of it, which is 120 screws. Is it time to hydrate? Let's go. Let's do it. Okay, so that's plates. Where'd our other thing go, which is our screws? Let's just go look at it. How about that? Let's go see how many screws we need back here. This the one? Let's go in this way. How many screws do we need back here when we're doing reinforced iron plates? 120. Okay, that's true. That's 120 true. Again, see how our number equals 120 after we're doing all this conversion? It equals 120. And so this is 120 screws over here. This is an input, and then this is the output, and we'll move this down to match the bottom part. There we go. And then we can see that this is the total output, and this is the power when it's times 2 on the augmenter. There. Yeah. Power augmenter is 300 instead of 75. 225, 435. Okay. Now again, it looks like that the power's more than the thing when you're using the augmenter, but it's not. Because we still got to do the whole other side of it, which is the other side down here. And again, this is smart platings plus power. Okay, we take all this out. All right, we did both sides of power. Now we got to bring this power up into here. Okay, but all that's good. We can clear that out. And again, it's doing all the math for us now. It's doing that math and doing it well. Okay, we got to do our power consumption across this line, and so total power here is this here plus, again, they have whole websites dedicated to this, everybody, if you really want to get deep into these numbers. Now I love me a good spreadsheet. I like to figure it out myself personally. Man, I wish it would stop doing that weird stuff. Okay, thank you for doing weird stuff. All right, there we go. So 16 K16, and C16. Yes. Yes, yes. Okay, so that's using 220 power right there. So this is the power down here. This is the power up here. The total power would actually be in between. The total power would be here. So it would be 75. Let's move this down here. Let's move this down. Take this out. So the total power would be a different thing. Let's just say purple or something. It would be these two numbers together, right? So instead of figuring out, oh, I see. Hold on. We gotta. This is the total power for that row. This one here is the total power for that row. Copy this. Put this here. This would be total power here. And this would be just power. Power. This would be what kind of power? This would be construction power. So we'll just use construction or machine power. Yeah, machine power. Something like that. It's like a subtotal. Subtotal of the total power for that particular line. So there we go. So 220 here, and we'll take this out, and we will reset that. Because this assembler is not going to use double the power. It's only going to use that power there. So this power here, which we should have done in reverse, actually. We should have taken this and done it up above so it ends up over there. So what can we do? We can go here. No, it needs to go down one. All of this needs to go down by one. So we shall copy that. We'll cut that. We'll put this here down by one. There we go. And so this will all line up when it gets to the end. Yes. And then we need to go and do this, but up here, and we're going to sum in reverse order. Now this is really awkward when you're going down summing. A lot of people, that's where it gets you tripped up. Okay, then we'll take all this out. We'll reset all that. We'll take all this out, reset those, and we'll do it like this. So this is here, then this is going to be, oops, this here, that's going to be 80. This is our power. This is our output. This is the split of our output, which is basically the same. Make sure these two numbers are the same. And then we want to make sure this number is the same, which is an input. And then this is output of our power. And this is just to make the spreadsheet match up together when we get it to the end. That is an output, actually. It's output. And there we go. So now we can go ahead and take the power there, and then we'll go ahead and do all of these calculations. Inputs, inputs. This is power. Oops. Power. Nope. Get the calculation in there. There we go. And then this here, which is our output. Okay, then when we go to do the math here, we can just do it right here. So machine power, we'll say this is plate power. There we go, plate power. And this is our screw power. Screw the power. This plus this. Bingo. And that's 220. All right, awesome. And then we take the 220 like that. And then total power would be at the bottom right here. There we go. Now we're getting that to look nice. And then reset that. And then this is simply just this one plus this one. 475. All right, so 475 is what it would take currently if I didn't use the augmenter, and 435 is with the augmenter. Okay, so that's just the reinforced iron plates, everybody. Oh man, that's a lot of stuff there. So this is not plates. This is hold on. There's a step missing there. There is a step missing there. We're missing a assembler. There's an assembler in the middle of that. Move that over. Okay, so this has to go into the assembler itself, which is the one we're standing at right now, 60 and 120. So we have one assembler that's right there. So this here, let's do this first. Do a little gap. And then input of the assembler. Again, we'll take this and just move this forward to the out. You actually copy this out of here. It'll grab the exact same calculation that it's calculating over here and move it over there. So 60 and 120 is the output, and 60 and 120 plates and screws is what we want. And we'll put it here. There we go. Then the amount of power that it's going to take is 75. That's what it's taking right now. Oh, actually, we have it augmented, but it'd be 75. It would be 75. I already know. Actually, we'll do this. This is an assembler. We're missing some power in there. And then this is reinforced iron plates. And the output of that is going to be half of this. So it's going to be 5 reinforced iron plates. 5. It's going to be half. Okay, and we're actually going to take that out of there. Take that out of there, and that'll be 5. And so the final assembler that does this, which is up in the front here, this way, is using 4 and 4. So 4 reinforced iron plates and 4 rotors as an input. Right here. So let's move this down to here. Oops. We'll get it figured out. Again, if you like this kind of next level stuff, everybody, that's what we're doing right now. So this is 4 reinforced iron plates. And then later when we do the rotors down here, it's also going to be 4. I think it's 4. Is it 5? It's 4. 4 rotors. Okay, but since it's 4, we actually need to reduce this. So we'd have to reduce it back to reduce this down to 4. And then we'd have to reduce the numbers backwards. It would say I need, like, 40 plates and 120 screws, and back and back and back it would go. Interesting that the assembler makes 5 and this needs 4. So we could have the math work backwards. And then we could figure out what the reduction would be in the previous one, which I probably had already figured out before. Back here to do just 4. I think it was, let's see, this would be 1/5 of that, so something like 80%. Yeah, like 80% would be just 4. And that's going to use less power. See how now we got to go, we went forward, and now we went backwards. We started backwards and then forwards to try to find the optimal thing. Now we need 48 iron plates and 24 screws, or 96 per minute and 48 per minute. Now you get the idea. So again, I wouldn't worry about it. I would just make extra, is typically what I would do. But we could figure out the numbers in reverse. And again, this just gets more and more complex the more and more you multiply the numbers out. And then trying to get that optimal number. Now I'm just going to set that back up again while we let that run. Okay. So, but here's the thing. The more of these you do, the more those numbers would come into line. So, great example, if I'm producing 5 reinforced iron plates, then if I did 4 of these assemblers, if I did 4 of this whole entire line, I would have then a 4th one, an extra one on top of the 4 ones I already did. So I would actually end up with 5 of them that could actually do 4 each, if you get the idea. So basically we did that line so many times. When you add all that up, so say we did all of this and it was doing 5 reinforced iron plates, right? And we needed to do 4. So we did 5 again, and actually I'll just do like this, so it'll just sum all of this right here. Oh, I got to do the sum thing. I'll show you what I mean. The numbers work out eventually. So here. So say we need 4, right, here. And then we do 4 again. That would be 8, and so on, and so on. But if we did it 5 times, it would be a multiple of 5, which would be 20, right? Again, if you do it 5 times, it's a multiple of 20, meaning that if you did this, you made 4 of these, it would equal 5 of these assemblers and be equal 100% efficient in what you're doing. But if you just do 1, then it doesn't match up to the in one, and so you're doing 5 and you only need 4. Again, that's what that's telling you right there, everybody. I call it the magic numbers, or the Kismet rule of 8. How to find that perfect equilibrium of all of that. But again, we would have to do this line a whole bunch of times to do that thing. Now, what we could do is we could double the endpoint. And then we, instead of making how many ever we're making then twice as much on the scale of 5 times twice as much, right? So it's 5 times the number of plates, so it would be 10 plates. And then we double all of those, and that would be 20 plates per minute. And that exponential scaling of it would first take a lot of power, by a massive amount of power. But it would actually be more efficient to do it that way. That's when it would be more efficient to not overclock it, to actually keep it the way that it is, because all of the machines would line up properly. And you wouldn't have to overclock them there. So yeah, again, we're finding some cool stuff, everybody. Finding some cool numbers and things. We're figuring out all that stuff. So yeah, that's what it makes me want to do, is to go in and do that so many times. And just this one side here, just the plate side, would be 255. And then with the screw power, be 475. And then you would do this times 5, which we have enough power to do it. So we'll take this number times 5. That'd be 2,375 power. And then since we have that power, we could then do that twice. Meaning that we could do 5 of them, 5 assemblers and everything else before it that it needs, and then 5 assemblers again, and do all that again, and that's about how much power we have. This times 2, which is about 5,000 power or so. Yeah, almost 5,000, so 4,750. So I kind of feel like that's what we want to do. But the amount of power it would take to do 5 of them overclocked would be insane. Yes. it would be this number, which we actually haven't included. We included both the screw power and this is what it costs to do the plates. This is what it costs to do the screws. Let's do screws. But oh, this isn't integrating the power cost of the last assembler. This is just integrating all this power. All right, and this is plate power over here, reinforced iron plates. This way, and this number actually, this number needs to take the AF part out. Yeah, this, and then this power here. There we go. It's the same number, but we left out the assembler here that's supposed to be here. And actually, we should move this. Move this up to match up to this, just visually. There we go. And then this would be this. And by the way, if you notice, it kind of figured out where I moved it to, which I think is really cool. Z8. Okay. Then this one is actually going to plus also this power. That's the real number. That's the real number of that power. And then this one, same thing. So it's going to be this power. All of this, but at the end, instead of it being instead of being this one, it would be this one. Okay, so that's 550 power versus 555. Okay, now we're getting those numbers closer. Because I thought those numbers would be pretty close, especially if you 5 times it and then you 4 times it again. Sometimes you would think it would be less power than the thing that we want to do. So it seems to me that what we want to do is 5 setups of this. And again, I don't even need to do the rest of the math. I'm just figuring out the math of the reinforced iron plates. And the math of reinforced iron plates tells me I need 5 assemblers at the end, and then just work all the math backwards. And that's really all you need. That's all you need of all this stuff. Of everything I just did, that's the most important number. You need 5 assemblers, and you work your way backwards. Okay, now to get my reinforced iron, 4 reinforced iron plates, I need 5 assemblers back here. You need 1 assembler at the 5 assemblers at the end, and you need 5 assemblers for the reinforced iron plates there. And then you need all the ones for the rotors, so you would need 5 more for the rotors. And so 5 for the assembler iron plates, 5 for the rotors, and then it would be 4 and 4. In theory, if the output of the rotors is 5. So all we have to do is go look at the rotors and say, is the output of the rotors 5? No, the output of the rotors is 8. So again, really some deep math in this game, everybody. I'm sorry if I'm burning out your brain right now. You're like, Kismet, I don't understand anything you're doing. That's okay. That's okay. It's basically optimizing the production output, right? Like if this is outputting 8 per minute, then it is outputting twice as much as what we need for the output. But it's really not, because I have it doubling the rotors right now. So it actually outputs 4 per minute, right? So instead of doing 5 of these to get 20, right, which is what you want, because you're going to need that magic number of 20, because you need the same number of reinforced iron plates as you need of rotors, we would just say, okay, how many of those will we need if we're outputting just 4, right? So this is outputting 4, and then this one is outputting 5. So basically, they're just reversed numbers here. So actually, this one would be 4, because it would be 5. Wait a minute. Yeah, this is 5, 5 over here. 5, 5, and 5 would give us 20. There we go. And then we'll copy this over here. And then 4, 4, 4, and 4 would be 5. So you would need 5 assemblers for the rotors, and you would need 4 assemblers for the reinforced iron plates. And then whatever it takes to max those inputs, right? So again, you can do all the numbers, everybody, or you can just figure out what the end result is, right? This is, again, what I call the Kismet rule of 8. You figure out what the end result is, how many to optimize my output and my input of this do I need, and how much of this I need at the very end, and okay, now I just work backwards, right? And then you work backwards, okay, this needs this many plates, okay, how do I get that many plates, and so on and so forth. And these numbers start to work themselves out because they've done a lot of work on these numbers, everybody. They really have. Hold on, I got to put that last one in. There we go. They've done a lot of work on these numbers, and again, these are 20 and 20. And then we want to make a note of this. This is rotors, and this is reinforced iron plates. And this is what we want to do. So this would be 4. This would be 4 assemblers, actually. Oh, hold on. We'll do reinforced iron plates. And down here, we'll make a note. 4 assemblers. There we go. And then this would be 5. I'll just truncate it. Okay, so this would end up being 5 assemblers. This would end up being 4 assemblers to equal 20. And the reason why we want to equal 20 is because if we figure out what is like the equal number that both 4 and 5 equal the same number, right? Because they're even. They're going in at the same amount. Oops. Hold on. Let's go back and undo that. Undo. There we go. Because they're going in at the same amount in the very last machine over here. So they're coming in at 4 and in at 4. So that's the way to optimize that. For sure. And then that would tell us how much power we're going to be using, because each of these would be times 4 or times 5. So reinforced iron plates here would be times 5 of the reinforced iron plate power. Yeah, so this whole process here would be here. And then the assembler would total this total power. Yes. Okay. Let's make this easier. Okay. So this, we need to add some more stuff to the left here. Add some stuff to the left. Let's see. We're going to say op equals 5. 5. And then 20 out. There we go. So we know that the optimum of plates, no, optimum is 4. 4, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4 equals 20. Then our reinforced iron plates would output here. So we'll do total power here. We'll back this up. Okay, so the total power for the plates here here. So we need total power right here. So total power, come on, there we go, of this. So we'll go here, this plus this plus this. It's going to give us that 225 number. And then the total power here is this. Oh, but I included this. Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, no. We want to total it back here. I want to total each line of power. So we can go here and go total power up to this point. Oh, just one here. Total of power up to this point is back here. This plus this. Again, I'm just, to make it visually easier to understand, it's better to add more columns here. And then this is this, and then this here. There we go. Okay, so this is 220. Again, I don't know why this keeps making it not centered. So this is the total power for the process before this. And this is the total power for this process. And then this would be the combined power of both of these. Both of these plus this. Actually combined power back here. Right here. Combined power. I just put it up here. And then take this out. Combined power here. It's these two. This one plus this one. There's 400 there. And then combined power again over here would be this plus this. 475. Okay, so for just the reinforced iron plates, it's going to be a combined power of 475. And then we'll take out this stuff here. And we'll reset that. We'll take this out. Just take my word for it, everybody. Take my word for it. We've got that figured out now. Again, sometimes when you're doing this, it can make it more difficult to understand. But I can definitely see that this is these numbers here. These numbers are vitally important right there. So how many assemblers and whatnot to optimize the whole process. To get them to be the same, to equal 20 at the end so that it goes into the final assemblers evenly. So it goes 4, 4, and 4. So what we would do is to get the 4 out of there, you would then take 20 and you would split it in half to 10, or no, you would split it in, how can we split that if we recombined it? So, 5. So we'd have to split that into 5. Oh, that would be tricky. That would be tricky. To get 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you'd have to do 5 of those total. So if you take 20 and you split it in half, it'd be 10 and 10, and then half again would be 5 and 5. So that would not be right. But if you split it in thirds, over here, let's go look at our calculator. Let's go use our calculator over here, and we will go say split number is 20. And we split that by 3. Gives us 666. Nice. 3, and then we split it by 2. That doesn't give us the right number. All right, we go 2. It gives us 10. And then 3. That gives us 3.37. How to get these numbers to line up? That's a good question. Yeah, so you can split and then recombine and split and recombine to get that going. Yeah, these numbers are very much off of how you would normally do it, and that's because it's being boosted. The numbers are being boosted, and those little rounded decimal points are adding up to different numbers. So normally it's pretty even in the numbers in which you can do, but it's not. So we're discovering that right now. Black Sirius, what's up, man? Hopefully it's great in Brazil right now. Hope you're having a good time. We got to get these numbers to equal 20. And then we got to divide it by 5. Now, on the rotors, that's no problem. We already got, the rotors will already be coming in at 4, so we just run those directly into each assembler. But the reinforced iron plates will not be coming in at 4. and we want it to be 4. So what we would want to do is do, how can we get that to be a number in which we can combine those back again? So if we went third, and then half, third, half, half, third. See, it never not be a half or a full number. So we probably don't want to recombine them into 10. That doesn't help us. We have it as 5. It'll be 2.5. And then we cut the 2.5 in half. It'll be 1.25. And then what if we take 1.25?
What's up, bro?
And we recombine them together? That would be, oops. Having some fun. What's up, Bruni? We're doing some serious math up in here for some satisfactory. So 2.5, okay, but if we add another 1.25, this is going to give us 375. I can already tell you. This 3.75. If you ever do decimals, everybody, this equals 3.75. That's for inches. When you're doing inches, for those of you who are not in the United States, it works in multiples of 125. So when you add 125 and 125 together, what do you get? You get 2.5. What happens when you add another 1.25? You get 375. What happens when you add another 1.25? You get 0.5. Then you get 0.625. Then you get 0.75. Then you get 0.825, I think it is. You get the idea. And this is how that little line on the ruler works in the old school, whatever the system's called. See, 875. And if you add 1.25 to that, again, we get 975. You get the idea. Again, we'll add another one. We'll tell it to sum all of those. Again, if you work with inches, or you get 10. Yeah, no, you get a solid number. Okay, so 1.25s. Now, can we add those together to equal what we want? We want it to equal 4. Yeah, we got to get it to equal 4. So we do halves. Halves will be a little tough. All right, what about thirds? Again, we can have it as 10. So yeah, 5 in thirds is 167. All right, 1.67. Actually, 1.6667. Let's just be precise. Copy this, and then we will paste values only. There we go. Then we'll take this and add this together, and then we'll tell this to sum these, and then we will tell that to do that again. But this time we'll just take this like this, and that'll sum that together and equal 5. And these ones here will make blue. So what it did is it added those back up again because we split it in thirds, and then it added 3 back together, and that equals 5. What if we take half here? Should be 2.25. So 2.5. What plus 2.5 equals 4? 1.5. So yeah, that's 1.6. So that doesn't work. Again, you can take multiple numbers, split them up, and then recombine them together. But these numbers aren't working. These numbers aren't working to equal 4. And again, we can underclock it and do all of that, but if we want it to be 100% efficient, we need to figure out those numbers. Good one. Good one, everybody. Again, sorry to do so much math in your brain. We do have Satisfactory running in the background. We got to figure out how to make that equal 4. That's what we got to do. What if we had 15? What if we did 15 over here? Where is it? Calculations. What's 15 divided by 2? Or divided by 3 is going to give us 5. Divided by 3 is going to give us... See, we don't get any whole numbers here that we can work with, no matter how many ways we split it. It's not going to give us a whole number. And divided by 1 there. 2, 3. There's no numbers that will equal 4. So the second you split that beyond half, it's going to obviously you have 8 and you split it times 2, it's going to give you 4. Again, if you divide 20 divided by 5, it gives you 4. But getting the splitter, because you can only split halves and thirds, so that doesn't really help you. What can we do to get that to be an even number? That's what we need. We need an even number out of it. So we do this. This is going to be either a 2 or a 3, which is going to be 3.333, or it's going to be 5. Actually, the rotors are easier than, just realize that the rotors are actually easier than the reinforced iron plates. The reinforced iron plates do not match up when it's 5 times the power. It doesn't match up like it used to. This is my rule of 8, which is like an infinity symbol sideways, where normally when you're doing your reinforced iron plates, the numbers all work out. They all work out to be the end result of that thing. So you have so many rods that you're producing, and those rods are being converted into screws, and you're producing so many plates, and you combine the plates with the screws, and bam, you're making tons of reinforced iron plates. But the output, the input requirement of smart plates does not match up now to the other numbers, because those numbers are doubled, but they're doubled a little extra because the fractions of those numbers are doubling a little extra, and that's making the optimization of what we're doing harder, right? And that's the stuff we're figuring out right now. Why is the optimization of this so difficult? And again, we're trying to get the same number, but again, the rotors, once you get that done and all of that stuff in, that will be fine because that's 4 to 4. But the reinforced iron plates are 5 to 5. Now, we could just let it do extra. And in theory, it should allow us to do 4 each, because we can divide by 4. We divide by 4, it would be like, isn't it a half and a half? Divide by 2, divide by 2. 1667. Yeah, let's do the rest of this math here and see where this takes us. 11. It takes us to 20. Okay. What about 0.833? I always forget what the command is. Control Shift V. All right, same thing here. This plus this should equal 1.667. So this is the sum of this. Yes, 1.667. Then we take this and we tell it to duplicate the same thing, and it's going to give us these various numbers as it's adding up the numbers. Actually, we go back here and do this as blue so we can see the totals. Which one is, see, this is the total of these two, and then you take this, these two, and you put it here, and it's going to total just this stuff up above here, which then this is 2.5, and then it's 3.3 and 4.6, and that's pretty close, 4.1667. And to do that, you would have to combine. You have to split it in half again by third, and then take it and recombine it. But there's a number, and I bet you they've done it. I bet you they've figured out that math where you split it down to the lowest amount, and then you combine it back up again, and that equals 4 of those. Now, ultimately, if you just didn't want to care about it, you just make some extra reinforced iron plates, and then you could use them for yourself as well. And usually that's the better option instead of spending too much time figuring out the deep numbers of the game. But I find it super fun. So, yeah, look at this, way in there. I'm looking for whole numbers. I see we did a 15 there. 17.5 and then 20 at the end. There's got to be a number combo that makes that equal 4. And you would think it would be half and a half, or maybe it's half of a half. Half of a half is 1.25. And then you add that up 3 times would be 3.75. So that's not right. But what about half of this? About 1/3 of that. Nope. Well, so there's 0.4. Getting these fractions getting real small now. Yeah, you think you'd take 20 and then you just keep halving it 5 times, and maybe that would equal what you're looking for, and you add those back up again. So you start with this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0.625. 0.625 plus another 0.625. We'll get this figured out. Doing some crazy stuff today. Come on. Click the thing. There we go. This. 1.25. Not really what I wanted to do. But then we take this and we do the same thing. 0.875, 2.5, 3.25, 3.75. So close. Maybe take 3.125, 4, 3.125. What is that magic number? This one minus this node. 0.75. So if we could get it to, I didn't want to do all those numbers. If we could get it to 3.25, we could then add 0.75, and we would need to figure out how to do 0.75. How can we do 0.75? 3, 3, 3, 0.74, 2, half of 0.75. So this divided by 2, 3.75. Aha! There's our number. And you're like, well, Kismet, how come that's a aha number? That's an aha number because 0.375 is 3.125s. So if we went in and we made it 0.125, which is 2, and then 2, and then 2 again, 1.25. See? There's always some sort of logic in the math, everybody, and the way that the math works out. So we need to get it down to 3.75 and 3.25 and then 1.75 to make this before. That's a lot of splitting and combining and whatnot. That's some serious work right there. So it'd be taking 20, cutting it 20 in half, and half, and half, and half again. But the problem is the fact that you're also going to need to cut down the other one into 3.25 to make that happen. So you probably want to take 10 here and do that down to here. And then you'd want to take 10 here. And then we'll take this. Actually, we'll go. This would be 625. This would be a third. A third? No. 2, 2, 2. This is, yeah, no, this is a third. Huh. Third? Or a half. 3.125. 3.125. All right, no, that's what we need. 3.125. That's right. So right here. So we need half, half, half. So again, 5 halves. So I was right. Okay. We would need 5 halves of that. And then we would need the 1.25 here. So you would need to go 1, 2, 3. And then you'd also need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here to equal this. Because then you would take the one that you're splitting here to 1.25 and you would add it to 3.125. Let's see. Maybe I got it wrong. Let's see. 3.25 plus 1.25 would give us the 375 that we need. Let's see. Oh, wait. Now it's 1.25, not 0.125. No, we need 0.125. So we would need this one divided by 3. No, it'd be divided by, boy, how many times does 1.25 go into, make 6.25? All right, let's do it over here. Hold on. We're going to go here. We're going to go like this. We're going to sum those. Ah, you little. Come on. Equals sum this one this is making this difficult. All right, making ish difficult. Then we take this again, turn this green. We'll get this figured out. And this is 3.75, 0.5, 0.625. Or 6.25. But if it's 0.125, like this, we take this and we go 0.125. It equals the same thing, by the way. It's just going to be 0.625, like this, 0.265. Right there. So this needs to, this is like 1/10 of that. I don't even have enough divide things to get it down to that. Oh, man. That's some tricky math right there. Tricky math. 0.375 plus 0.125. That's 1/10 of that. You'd have divided in 10. That's a way to look at this in a reverse way. Let's take all this out. Take all that out and think of it in a reverse way. If you had 4 and you times 5, it would be 4 times this times this is 20. And how many? And you would need to do, it would be 4 machines of 5. You'd need 20 to equal 4. So you'd take 20 and you divide it by 5, and that would give you 4. But we can't divide by 5, so we can only divide by 2s and 3s. So what if we took 10 and divided it by half of that amount, which is 2.5, which we can't do. But we can go 2.5 here. .75. So if you took 2.5 and 1.25 and tried to add them back together again, that would be 3.75. That does not equal 4. What we need is we need a calculator that both takes away and then adds back. So what divided by 4 equals one of those numbers? Yeah, so really what you want is 4. .125. Then you add a bunch of 125s together, or 0.25 or 0.5. But you'd have to divide the 10 all the way down. So 20, 555. Again, this would need a real long thing. And then we divide this by 3. And 3. 3 here. Keep cutting it down. And then this one by 2. Because it takes that number and it divides it by this number. Or really it takes this number, divides by that number. What if it's 3.69? Yeah, my goodness, that makes it way more difficult. Again, it's normally not this difficult, everybody. Again, when you're playing in the normal mode, those numbers work out. Those numbers work out magically. But this is because it's augmented. It has a bit of fractions that it's adding those fractions and making it more difficult. And again, the best thing to do is just to do 5 and you're good. But if I can split it into 1, if I can make it 1, then I can combine those together into 4 back again. So really that's what we want to do, is to get it to equal 1. We can see this is 2 and this is 3. It does not equal 1. So we go 3. Any of these that we could just make equal 1. Any combination of anything that we could add up to 1 as well. And then 2. 2. Oh, I got an idea. Word this the right way. I don't think it's going to know. I think it's going to be how you ask the question, but let's see if it figures it out. I'm asking AI to figure it out. maybe it's actually useful for something. AI's like a toddler, man. You ask it stuff, and it it knows some things and it doesn't other things, and it's wrong about a bunch of things. It is not great yet. Hopefully, it'll be great at some point. Oh, there it goes. Verifying if 20 can be generated from halves and thirds. Oh, that's the question I'm asking. Yeah, that's a great question. Let's see. Using halves and thirds, divide 20 to equal 4. Using halves and thirds, divide 20 to equal 4. Let's try that. See if it can get it figured out. I mean, I could figure it out, but I'd have to go really far decimals to try to figure that number out. Again, the hardest thing is keeping it as a whole number or using it as a fractional number like 0.25. 0.25 eventually equals 1. If I can get it to 0.25. I can get to 1.25, but if I add it up, it'll actually equal 10. Oh, it's saying it's not possible. Starting with 20 and repeating taking half or third can never produce exactly 4. Oh, wow. It's doing some serious math right there. How about this question? Using half and thirds, divide 20 to equal 4 by adding up fractions of the half and thirds. So what you do is you break it down into fractions, you add those fractions back up again. It may not be possible. Maybe that's the problem when you're using the power or using the 5 times power. Because 5 times is an odd number. When you're 5 timesing the power of something, it'll generate an odd number, and then you can't just make it. Now, of course, I could underclock it, and that would work. And I could just figure it out backwards, I guess, and just reduce the input. But it'd be interesting to see. Again, you got to think this has fractional parts, right? So you got to fraction the parts, re-add those fractions back together to equal 4. It cannot be done. Any piece obtained by taking halves or thirds of 20 or halves and thirds of those pieces and so on must be of the form. For any non-negative integers, so on. If you add a finite collection of such pieces, the total is a whole bunch of really advanced math. And then setting equals to 4 forces. A number whose prime factors are 2 or 3 equals 4 equals 2 to the second power, exponent. To the second exponent. The left side is about 5, but the right side is not. This is impossible. Short concrete checks, half a third, 0.333, 0.667. Yeah, we did it. Further halvings and thirdings of any of these produce numbers that are multiples of 5, 2 times 3. No combination of adding those pieces ever cancels the factor of 5. So the sum can never be exactly 4. Wow, we just learned something new, everybody. Look at us go. Never reduce import, only more. Right, Jeff? I'm right there with you. And again, I could just have extra reinforced iron plates. But if you don't want to do all this math, here's what you do. You just make 5. Just make 5, and you can reduce it down again so it uses less power. But then everything before it needs to be adjusted so you're only producing 4. Which you can do. I can just do it in the actual machine itself. So when I'm outputting over here, my plating right here, instead of outputting 4, or sorry, not smart plating back here, reinforced iron plates, I just go back here and say, you know what, I don't want 5, I want 80%. 80% of that. Then I only need 48 plates per minute and 96 screws. And then you go back here and you say, hey, I only need 48. So then you would figure out 48 and you would split how many you would do each one, and you'd underclock that and you underclock back, and do all of that, right? Or you could take the extra and just run it in the awesome thing. Or you could just backlog the extra. That works as well. But yes, because we learned something, everybody. Now, by the way, this number normally works out perfectly. Normally, 100% efficiency, GG's. I've done it a million times. Absolutely a million times. But it does not work out perfectly when you are playing the Ultimate Challenge. So actually, the numbers are now going to be the Ultimate Challenge because it has shifted those numbers. That's cool, everybody. I think that's pretty neat. We just figured that out. I think that's pretty neat. We're using a lot of our left brain on that one. Very cool. Very, very cool for sure. All right. Well, the thing to do then is just to let it run at 100%. We'll have extra reinforced iron plates. But it'd be kind of interesting to figure out the backwards math of all of this and have it automatically do the backwards math for our smart plates. So, if we wanted to, how could we get this to reverse this math backwards? So, yeah, it doesn't need 4 reinforced iron. It needs 4 here. But the output of this is 5. Yes, that's where that number is at. And again, this equals the numbers. And again, if we could split it by 5, we would be good. And you can't just split it by 2 and then split it by 3 because those numbers don't work out. That causes a fraction. Because that's the first thing you would think. Oh, well, it's a 5, so I just do it in half and then do it in a third. Well, no, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. That's the first thing I would think. But again, math doesn't work that way. It's going to be a third of whatever a half is, not a fifth of what the first thing was. But we could figure out the reverse of this. So we could take this and times it times 0.80, which should give us 4. Yes. Okay. Then we could take this and back this up to figure out how much of this we would need. We would need 96. Oh, wait. No, here we need 96 of the screws, and we would need this run here of the plates, so 48. So 48 and 96. Does that match up? Let's say 80%. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so yeah, it's figuring out that math for us. And then back here, we would go, this would be this here. And then how many screws would we need? We'd take this one, and we would need 96 screws, which is actually what we figured out here. Be that number again? Oh, it'd be that number again. So 96 screws, again, is what we need over here. Yes. And then this would be this number, and that would be 48. And then back here, where we need 60 and 60, this would also be 48, which is what matches up to over here, which is what we need. Underneath math. We need the underneath math here. This is what... and again, that would be 48. This would be 48. Remember, it's calculating this number times 0.08, which is 80%, by the way, everybody. If you don't want to do percentages, just take the 0 or take the point and move it 2 decimal places over. I don't know if you guys learned that in class. So if you got 80%, right? So if you think of it in terms of 8.00%, oh, it's not going to let me do it. Hold on. Let's go down here and get this bigger. Let me go ahead and change my data to plain text. There we go. 80% is 80.00. So you just take this point here and you make it 0.80 like that, and that will, you little. All right, hold on, just so you can see the number. It's going to truncate my numbers for me. 0.80. So again, you would go times 0.80, and that's how you do percentages. So if you want to know 50% of something, which is also dividing it by 2, by the way, you could just go times 50%. So if we wanted to take 60 times 0.50, it would, we got to do equals though. We got to put the equals there so it does the math. Times 0.50, which would be 50%. Boom, you get 30, which is half of 60. There you go. Or more, of course, more complex numbers. You would want to say, hey, what about 27%, right? You go 0.27, boom, 16.2 is 27% of 60. There you go. Now I just saved you lots of time, everybody. I don't do all that stuff. You didn't think you would need advanced math after college? Well, now you're wrong. By the way, this is not just for this, everybody. This is managing your money and doing a whole bunch of other stuff as well. Math is a cool thing when it's not too tedious. And again, the thing is to find the magic in the numbers, everybody. If we can find the magic in the numbers, then that all equals out. Like when we're running these constructors, all the numbers up here, we found the magic in the numbers, and we know that if, again, we produce so much, we'll be good. You know what? The other thing is what if we take... we'll take 15 and divide 15. Oh, I just thought about 15. Now, it said that it was impossible. But, you know what? Let's try 15 here. 15 here. And that's 1667. What if we just go 2 all the way down? Oh, wait, there was 3. 1.25 here. 2.25 here. Yeah, see, you really want to go way down the rabbit hole here. And then this again. And again, and again, and again. That, see, if that was 0.25, you could add that all back up again there. But no. What if I put a 2 here? 2, 2, 2, 2. Wait a minute, why did all those numbers not change? Oh, they did. Okay, they did. Okay, so if I put a 2 here and we just go down the rabbit hole of 2's, 15 eventually comes 3.75. Can we do something that's 0.25 and then add that to 3.75? Or something that adds this 1.85 equals that equals 4. Again, this is all fun stuff, everybody. 1.25 there. This was 2. So, yeah, we need 0.25. Again, since we can only do halves and thirds, this would be very difficult to do because we need a 0.5 along the way here to make that happen. Yeah, I kind of believe that, I kind of believe that actually is not possible the way the decimals work out. That's crazy. Because we could combine 4 of them together to equal 15 and then try to divide that in thirds and in halves. But what is 0.75? 0.75 times 4. 0.75 is 150. 150 is 4. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a minute. Whoa, wait a minute. Ah, you little. Sum that. Oh, it's 3. Oh, so close. Very close. Thought I had it there for a second. So it's 3, so we would need 1 to add that in. So what equals 1 of 10? Why is that? Why did that stop calculating? Yep, it stopped calculating. Something went wrong there. This one got busted. Oh, there we go. All right, 10, 5. Yeah, what equals 1? You need 0.25. The thing is, you need 0.25, not 25, but you need 0.25. So you got 0.625 here. If you go 3, that's 2. See, the second you use thirds, that really messes up your decimals. Yeah, if it was 3.75, then you could do thirds. Again, best is to go thirds, thirds, way down. Huh. Wait a minute. No, this should be... Oh, this is because the decimal is not far enough. Should be 0.13. Or 0.00013. Because that went to 1, then it's rounding is what it's doing. Yeah, it's 6.4. Yeah. That is not what we want. Two, 3, or that'd be 5. Yeah, I don't see any combinations that are going to equal 4 when you cut that in halves and thirds. There we go. My money management is easy. Just spend till 0. Hey, don't steal my idea. Or actually, that's my wife and family's idea. My idea, save your money. But, you know, and don't spend money you don't got to spend. By saving money is making money. That's the way I like to be. But my kids and my wife are like, hey, we got money? We'll spend it. We got a checkbook? Let's spend it. Let's get a credit card? Let's spend it. Spend all that money. Spend every last bit of it so you don't got any money and you spend all your days stressing out every single day. Of course, they don't stress out because they don't see the bills. I see all the bills. I'm the one carrying it's like the Atlas guy, everybody. I'm like carrying the weight of the entire family because they don't know. They have no idea that, you know, one more month we might go bankrupt. Every single month, it's like month-to-month survival. That kind of stuff. That's how I've been living my life for like 11 years now. Not good. But you can lay in bed and say, woe is me, or you can get up and try to figure out some deep math over here, everybody. Whew, mama. It says it's not possible. And I believe it at this point. I believe it. I thought I had it with 0.75, but 0.75 is, if I do one more, is going to be 375. And then you would need 0.25 to make that math work. Be kind of cool to figure it out, though. And then say, hey, screw you, AI. You don't know what's going on. I feel like if you go deep enough in the decimals, you would think that's there. But it was doing some really math that's way beyond me to figure that out. And one thing that AI does do good is math, typically. Because, again, it's a computer. Unless you're using one of those old Intel Pentium things where it did math wrong. Anybody remember those? Put a 1 in the chat. Where it actually do math wrong. If you went into your PC and you typed in like a math calculation, it would be wrong. That was so scary. Not good. Math errors in computer processors. That's not good. You don't want that to happen. Maybe if you go deep in the decimals. Maybe you got like massive decimal points. Because this is rounding up right here. What if we go deeper in the decimals? Oh my God, look how far it goes. Holy mackerel. Look at that. Boom. There's the 0. That goes deep decimal right there, brother. Because you want to terminate to the 0. Let's try this one. A lot of 2s in that one. Still going. There's the 0. All right, yeah, that's this is divided into this, which is right because this would be a third of this, so it'd be 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So yeah, if we do halves though, we'll see that that number terminates earlier. But then this 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. So that's 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 decimals down. But if you do 2, boom, 5-0. And then 2, same thing here. This is going to be just terminate right there, 250. This will terminate probably 14 down because that's a 3. But a 2 is going to terminate 3 down right there. So, yeah. So there's 1.25, but it is 1.25, not 0.25. And this is 3.125. 3.125. No, I need 3.75 to cut that in thirds and for it to be 125. Yeah, so if it was 3.75 there, I could get that going. But no. Yeah, I don't know. If you math experts in the chat, figure out how to take 20 and turn it into 4. I can't seem to figure it out, even when I got my cool little calculator. I'm going to put on my thing back the way it was. Undoing. There we go. Undoing a lot of stuff. Okay. I don't think it's possible. All right. I'm the type of person, though, I'd sit and try to figure that out for a really long time. But again, we're doing 80%, so we just need to back up 80%. And that's the resources we need. Because all we really need to know in this calculation for making it exactly 4 is how much raw ore we need. And thus, we can either end up with some extra smart plates at the end, or we can end up with using less raw ore, which means we use less power, by the way. If we do back chain it in there, it's going to use 80% less power in our little power things here. So we go here and we put that there. It's going to use less power here, right? 48 and 64 power. And we'll go double check that. Let's see. Let's go double check all of our power consumption here. So our power consumption here would be the above one. So making screws would use 48 power at 80%. So let's go look at screws. Again, I like to, or we could jump down here. We could do that. That sounds fun. I like to do it on the spreadsheet, but then also physically do it. Physically do it and see if those maths match up. I like to see if they all match up. Okay, so we went back here to rotors, which we don't need to mess with. We go here. That's 80%. What if we go 79.5? That's 3.95. What about 79.9? Okay, that's still, see, it's rounding up. Okay, 3.995 actually what that is. So I think it is 80%. Yeah, and then it's 48 and 96, and then 80% of the power. It's idle. Why is it idle? I screwed up. What happened? I did something to mess it up. Oh, it's full. It's full. All right, so the megawatts should go down when we have it at 80%, and then we should see that be 48. So it'd be 80% of this, so this should be 48. It's 55.8. Why is that 55.8? Shouldn't that be 80% of the power usage? Maybe there's a exponential thing there. Man, I love learning all this stuff. This is super fun. 75 megawatts goes down to 58.8. Huh. So that's not 80% that is reducing it. So if we take 60, 58.8? No, not 58. It's 55.8. 55.8. Yeah, look at that. It doesn't reduce it all that much. That's 80%. If we take 60 times 0.80, let's just double check. Maybe my math's not working out up there. 48. 60% of that is 48. Hey, sorry, what's 80% of 60? 48. Okay. Huh. Oh, there's something going on with the math. See, look, we're looking at the deep math, everybody. And again, if you want to play it in the hardest mode, you got to optimize all of that. So the power is not going down by 80%. So if I do this to 80%, that is not going down to 80%. It's going down to 55.8%. So if we take this and we divide this divided by this, other way. Other way. Like this, I think. This way. This divided by this, which will give us another number. 93. So 93% it went down. See how math is a wonderful thing? Sorry, let me zoom in for all the people on mobile. Hold on. There you go, everybody. Zooming in on it. Again, I zoom out because I'm doing a bunch of stuff. But again, so we take 60. 60 is the normal amount of power. When we take it down to 80%, to reduce the cost of the input of resources, the power did not go down to 48, which is 80% of the power. It went down to 55.6, which means it only reduced the power by 93%. Right? See, there we go. Again, these are the things we're figuring out. Now, let's go check it on the other ones. Let's go ahead and reduce those. Now, this is a assembler. And if we go to a constructor over here, and we say, hey, we want to reduce this by 80%, because now we know we're going to reduce everything by 80% all the way back, because we already know that the first thing to reduce that is to 40%. You just reduce everything by 80%. This is going to be 14.9 megawatts from 20. So 20, 14.9. I bet you it's going to be 9.3. You watch. This one divided by... Oh, it already figured it out. Hold on. Okay, never mind. Take this and just put it over here. Oh, it's not the same. I think it got it backwards. Hold on. This divided by this. Whoa. Whoa, what the heck is going on? That just blew my mind. Boom. What is going on with these numbers? And again, this is because, everybody, my power consumption is 5 times the original number. So you have all of these decimals that normally are being rounded off for you as the normal player that are not being rounded off for me as the ultimate challenge player who's doing 5 times the numbers, because all of those decimals are adding up to more extra components and really making my brain fry here. This is crazy. This is crazy stuff going on over here, everybody. Crazy stuff. Okay. Yeah, 0.74 there. Wow. Okay. So what if we took... Again, this is constructor. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's not 60. It's not 60, that the number that we're doing there. Right? Constructors is 60. Is this, and each one is 0.745. So let's take this number, 14.9, and we're going to times that one times 3. 44.7. Thought it was going to equal this number, but it's not. Yeah, I think the other number we're looking at is actually the assembler. So this one is actually 75. That's why that number's throwing me off. All right, I'm just doing the numbers wrong. Doing the numbers wrong. That'll do it. Okay, so we'll go over here again. Again, see, when I make a mistake, everybody, I just admit it. I just like, okay, wait a minute, there's some weird math there. But it's cool that your instincts kick in and say, you know, there's something wrong with that number. I love that part. All right, now if I do this, this, yeah, it still doesn't equal the same. Because this should be, 80% should be 60. But it is actually doing 558. 558 here. So then we take this number divided by this, 0.744. Whoa, that was that number we saw over here. Yeah, right here. So it actually is reducing the power by more than 80%. Oh, okay. So now we got some stuff going on. Okay. So let's figure this out again here. Okay, so this is that number that we just figured out. And then again, 80% here. So we got to figure out what all the power is going to be. So we add up the power again and whatnot and figure out all the power stuff again. All right, so 55.8 is what that's going to be. And by the way, we just type it in, 55.8, because we know exactly what it's going to be because we can just look at the number and it will tell us that's going to be 55.8 every single time. And then, of course, there could be a bunch of decimals, 8888888, which is causing that to get out of there. Causing that to round off. So points, so 70, and then this, you would probably do this. So it's about 74% of the power. So we're actually gaining more power by reducing it and underclocking it and running it at 80%, but we're saving basically 25% power versus just 20%. That's awesome. That's an amazing discovery right there. Okay, cool. Coolio. Okay, now we need to figure out these numbers again. All right, so this constructor back here, and this here is the same. Let's pull these out of here. Oh, wait, that's smart plating. This is going that way. Okay, this one is 558. Okay. By the way, we're just going to take this one out now. Take that one out. By the way, we've still got about 30,000 done already. So, this is going to be 100%. We don't need to reduce this. In fact, we're going to take this out just to confirm. 4 and 4 and 2. Okay, so to make 4 back here, you would take this down to 80%, which is 48 and 16. The power is going to go down to 55.8. And then you would need to go back and reduce all these numbers by 80%. So that means we would need 48 and 96. Over here, we would need 48 and 48 here. And then back here, we would need 144, 144, 144. Same thing here, 96, 96, 96. And then way back here in the original thing, it would be 192 and 192. But again, this doesn't work for this math here, though, because that's not reducing it by 80%. It's reducing it by 74.4%, or just 74%, the overall power consumption. Again, they know all these numbers, everybody. They're over there at the not Fun Pips, but at Coffee Stain, because they spend so much time doing these numbers. They know all these numbers. Okay, so let's just double check our math here. Okay, so based on the first one, and I wonder if it scales too. That's another cool thing. This is the exponent that we need, and we're going to go way out here. Okay, so yes, this is 7.440. So we're going to take this number, and instead of using this here, we're going to say do this instead, and that's going to give us 44.64. So in the constructor, this is an assembler. That's doing the plates itself. in the constructor, if we do that, it's 14.9. 14.9. Wait, oh, I'm not doing the individual one. My bad, my bad. I got to do the individual one. So let's take, which one? This one. We'll put this here. And this will divide this time, divided by, oh, now I lost the number. All right, right here. This times that number times this number. 14.88. 14.9. Yeah, see, it's rounding it up. So 14.88 is the actual number, and it's rounding it up to 14.9 is the actual megawatts. We found the magic number, everybody. The magic number is 0.744 of a reduction in power if you go down to 80%. Which is awesome because you're reducing your resources by 20%, but you're reducing your power by 0.25%. So that's more than 80% reduction. That's cool. And again, that math will now work on the rest of this. Here and on here. So it's going to be 59 over there. Right? Or no, down here. This math here. So if we go center this, and this is going to be the same because these all cost 20. So these are all the same. 14.8, 14.8. And then if we take this and we do this, this should, so if we have this times 4, it should add back up to 59.52. So this times 4 of these, 59.52. See the magic in numbers, everybody? There's like it's magical when you can get those numbers to line up. And that's one of the challenges of Satisfactory. If you want to go that deep, you don't have to go this deep, everybody. There ain't nothing that says you have to go this deep in the game and figure out all the advanced numbers, and especially odd numbers when you are playing it at 5 times the power, because there's a lot of little decimals and they're all adding up. And then when I try to halve them and when I try to third them, then all those decimals don't add up anymore. But we can reverse engineer how many of these that we need all the way back to the actual original iron ore back here. So instead of needing 360 iron ore, I'm going to need 288 because we have done it here. By the way, I didn't even really need to do all this. I could just set everything to 80% and just figure out what the input number is. This is a really super easy way to do it, everybody. You just go ahead, set everything to 80% except for the final one, the final assembler, and the one that's making the smart plates. And then you know that you need 288 in the input of the raw ore and 192 of the raw ore there. Now, why is that awesome? Well, that's awesome because if you take that number and you add that number together, you take the original numbers and add those together. I'll go ahead and zoom in on this so you guys can see me do this stuff. If you're on mobile, you can see it a little easier. And again, I'm also streaming in 1080 HD, everybody, so you can zoom the screen. You're welcome. All right, this one plus this one here. All right, that gives a total of 600 resources that we need, right? So 3, 4, 5, we can see that's 6. But if we take this number and we add this number, which is the 80% reduction, we need 480. And that works out to be a magic number. How does that work out to be a magic number? Because if you take 480 and you divide it in 2, guess what? It's 240. That's 2 pure nodes. So that tells me that all I need to make all of this run at 80% is 2 pure nodes. Remember how many pure nodes we said before? It was a bunch. It was actually like 3 pure nodes or 4 pure nodes. What is 600 here divided by 240? Nope, that's not right. This number divided by, oh, I forgot the 4 in there, 240. So we would need 2.5 nodes. So we need 2.5 nodes. And on this, we only need 2 nodes. So we basically cut off a half node when we cut that all down. And this would be optimal, and that would be 100% efficient because you'd be doing 100% of the original ore. then you'd be doing everything else at 80%, which would then, of course, reduce your overall power overhead. And then it would equal a 4 at the very end. So I just figured out the numbers, even though AI said that you couldn't do it. Suck me! AI, you suck! You suck! You see, AI can't do that type of reasoning, everybody. It can't do that type of reasoning. It can't work backwards from an end result. So again, these all have magic numbers. And if you can find this magic number, then you're styling. So I need 2 iron ores. That's really what we needed to make all this work. All right, so 2 iron ore nodes. We need a total of 480. Now the problem is getting to 192 to go this way and 280 to go that way. That's a tough number to do right there. What I would do, everybody, is just run this until it actually ran too much into one. You do a smart splitter and you say any overflow goes to the other one, and then that one would then feed the other side, and then that would balance those numbers. Again, trying to take a load balancer and creating a load balancer that would do 288 on one and 192 on the other would be pretty tough, but we can go over here. We can try it real quick. Where's my calculation here? All right, 198. Here. Oh, wait, we got to equal 198. That's right. So we're starting with 480. 480, and then divided by 3. Let's go divided by 2. 80. Again, what would equal 198? No, over here. We need this other one. Over here. 288. All right, I had the thing wrong. 288 is what we need. 288. 288. What would equal 288? That might not be possible either. 240. 288 divided by 2 would be 144. So if we get 144 in there, 120. So 2, 3. What we're looking for is a number that equals 144. And then you could try to figure it out from there. No, it didn't look like it. 2, 2, 2, 2. Again, you would need to have the fractions of those add back up to the number that you want. Man, I should figure out how to do that calculation where you just say, what is the fraction that equals this in number that are only halves and whatnot. Let's ask it again. Hold on. We'll ask it again over here. It was 288. What fraction adds up to 288 with only halves and thirds? Something like that. I might be asking it wrong. It's like if you divide 288 using halves and thirds, can you equal, or no, if you divide 480. Let's divide 480. Hold on, let's tell it to stop. Work that in the background. Can you divide 480 by halves and thirds and equal, and then from fractions, halves and thirds, and then add up to, what was it, 288? 288 and 192. Let's see if we can figure that one out. That'll give it some stuff. Look, we're testing trillion-dollar computers right now. We're testing out, see if they can figure this math out better than me. I mean, I've already figured it out. It's 2 nodes. I need 2 nodes. I run it through, I run everything at 80%, and it equals 4 at the end. I've already figured it out. Let's see. For every 1/3 of 480 is 160. So half of the third of 480 will add to 400. While 288, 192 themselves simply add back up the original 480. Oh, it says, yeah, it doesn't know what it's talking about. I didn't ask it properly. It's not just about the answer, everybody. It's all about the question. If you ever watched some Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it's all about the question that makes the answer worthwhile. What's another way I can ask that question? I'm having lots of fun. I hope you guys are enjoying this, everybody. We're going down the rabbit hole a little bit here, but I already know the answer. The answer is 2 iron nodes. 2 iron nodes equals that, and then on the rotors, it's just whatever it needs, right? So you work with the assembler. The assembler needs this much resources, and you say, okay, I need to make this many constructors to equal those resources. Okay, I need to make this many smelters to equal those resources, and then way back at the beginning, you need this much iron ore. That's it. On the rotors, it's just even. All those numbers work out, and on this, it's an 80% reduction on everything all the way back, and it equals 2 ore nodes. But I wonder if there's a way we can do this. And again, we could just use a smart splitter to balance those running, or we could just run extra. We could just run extra and get it going. Because eventually what it would do is it would fill one and then it would be waiting. And then it would feed the other overflow into the other one. And then plus you'd have it split in a way that it would do like 300 on one, and probably I would do, or 280 on one and 200 on the other. Oh, we can do something like that. How can we get close to that number? That's even better. 480. It'd be 240 on one, 240 on the other. Keep forgetting what my numbers are. 288, 192. So let's just put over here, 288, 192. But what if we went, say, 280 in this one and 200 in this one? So we divide this by 3. This is 160. Yeah, see, the thing is I need to be adding it back up again. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take all this out, because that's just the repetition of that first one. Then I'm going to tell it to take this number plus that number again, 320. And that's going to be 640. Okay, yeah, okay. Or this one times 2. Or this one plus... no. Hold on. This one. This one plus 160 in this case. So this one plus this one. And that would give me 320. But the next one, I would want to add 160. So you would want to go this plus this. There we go. Get out of there. And then this, you put this here, it would be this. And then this one would be this one. So you could add those two together. Oh no, it would be 480 plus 160. But the smarter way to do that is just to do 160, right? So this plus 160 is 320. Then you take this and put it here. It'd be 480, 640, 800, 960, 1120, 280. All right, so, but you want this to auto-calculate. So you'd want to keep this number the same of whatever this is. Oh boy. How could you keep that number the same as you're cascading it down? So you'd have to individually fix each row. So this plus this, and then this plus this original row. Oh, okay, I see what to do. Yeah, you do this like this, then you go here and you copy the second one, and then you just go down to all of these and you make that C60. Like this. Yeah. There we go. So now when I change this number here, or I change this, that's going to change that and change all of these. So this is 240 plus 240, which is 480, and then 480 plus 480 plus 240, which is easy because you can just go, no, this is 12, and this is 456 plus the extra one would be 720. So again, that's just exponentially figuring out, adding this to itself, and then this to the next one, and this one to the next one. This one. I actually really like that kind of stuff. Those kind of compounding numbers like that. Very cool. But we could just run 240 in this one and just run it in half. So we run one node into this one node into this one, and then balance it out. Because these numbers are really odd numbers. Those are some odd numbers there. And what we really want to do is equal those numbers. So how can we get really close to these numbers from 240? Oh no, from 480. So we 3, and then which do the same thing over here, which will give us all these adding back up again numbers like this. And so if we do 3 here, this will give us a whole lot of decimals. But look at this one. This one's not a decimal. So we added these back up again, and then this. Look at this. These are magic numbers. See how those re-added back up again to give us these other numbers. This was divided by 3 plus, and then divided by 2 gave us 160 once we add these all back together. Because you're going to add stuff back together again. You could just cut it in half again, and then re-merge it, merge it. And so we're trying to find those magic numbers. When you remerge all that stuff back together, which is pretty wild. This one's 186 here. So we divide it in thirds again, and then cut it in half, it'd be 186. But if we divide it in thirds and then divide it in half, and then half again, we would get 200 and 280. Because we could add 80 back in, or 240s back in again. So again, divided by 3, divided by 2, divided by 2, that would give us 200. And then we would do the same thing but on a separate line, and then add the 80 back in there again. Because basically we're getting it to 200, and then it'd be 200, 200. We add the 80 that's left over into the other one, and then we would have it. Yeah, we'd be pretty close to that 288 number. And then whatever excess was in there, do it. But I would actually make one more than the other one, and then it can do its smart splitting just from one side. You know, it's smart split both sides. So maybe something more like 290. Let's go 2 here. 240. 240, 300. 300 and then 150. So this would be 300, be 180. So 300 and 180. Yeah, that would be easier. So if we cut it in half, we take 480, we cut it in half, that gives us 240, 240. We cut that in half again, and that would give us 120 times 4, basically. Then we cut that in half, and that would give us 60. And then we could add 60 up to 300. And that gives us 300 on one, and then 180 on the other one by just combining 3 of those together. And this one we would combine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 together. Then we can put that thing on the belt and see the speed at which it's running. That's pretty fun, everybody. Pretty fun. And then again, the smart splitter with the overflow. So when it had extra, it would put it onto the other one. Because if we can't find the exact number, that's the thing to do, is to flip that overflow over there. I wonder if I go, what is 288 a multiple of? Hey Siri, what's a multiple of 288? Hey Siri, what numbers equal 288 if you multiply them? $144. I'm having it find out what numbers add up to 288. See, 192 and 96, 120, 160 thing, 144 and 144, obviously. Oh, and the numbers flip. Yeah, the numbers flip. So 48 and 240 add together. So 48 and 240. So we can get 240. Can we get a 48 down here? What about here? 46. I find this stuff fascinating, but I really do. So you'd have to figure out what a multiple of 48 is. It would be 24. Right there, very close. So again, these are called load balancers, where you're splitting and merging and splitting and merging. But these numbers don't add up, man. These numbers don't add up as easy as some numbers do. Again, in the normal game, you don't have this problem, everybody. You really don't. You can do a lot of these numbers in the early game, and they match up perfectly to 100% efficient. But I don't have that luxury. It also makes it even more difficult that the numbers don't add up when you do this. That's crazy. And again, we could have went and built a whole thing by now and just said, I'll just let the extra run in the dimensional depot, or to just reduce it by 80%, which is what I'm doing now. But it's fun to figure it out, I think. And again, the thing I would do, everybody, is I do 280 or 300, because 300 would be a little bit better. Because again, this one you would have to smart split both of these, because both of these would have too much. Where this one would be 300 in one, this one would have not enough, this one would have more than enough, and then you smart split the overflow into the other one. And once it got up to speed, then it would be using all 480 of it as fast as it possibly could. So that's the way to do it there. So to do that, we're going to take 480 and we're going to divide it down to 60. And then we're going to add 60 up to 180, and then 60 up to 300. Let's go try it. Let's go try it and see if it works out. I'm very excited to put that new little thing on there and see if it works out. All right, so we need 2 iron nodes. We're going to try to use some nodes that we're not currently using in our production. Somewhere over here. All right, we did enough of that math stuff, everybody. We know what we got to do. Look at all these pure nodes that I marked. These are all pure nodes. Okay, which ones have we actually used? Let's turn this on and find out. I know we're using this one up here. And we have a pure node here and a pure node there. Oh, that's right. We have this pure node and this pure node. And we got one there, and these are claimed. So we probably want to go down there and unclaimed. I think this is working for my stuff there. Any other of these nodes that I've claimed? Yeah, I've claimed this one over here. Okay. Yeah, we can just do the claimed ones too. Just showing the claimed ones and the unclaimed ones. And then all of them. So yeah, these are claimed. Okay, so we have 3 pure nodes right next to us, and we only need 2. So, oh, I could flip this the other way. I can just use these 2 right here, flip this the other way, and then that would run that. And then, do we figure out how many we needed for the rotors? I don't think we figured out how many we needed for the rotors. Let's go back to that. All right, rotors down here. Oh, we didn't do the rest of this. We didn't do the rest. Okay, let's do the rest, because that's going to be fun, and then we'll be like, okay, this is what we got to do. So we also want to make a note of how much we reduce this. So plates and screws, assembler reinforced iron plates, and then assembler 100%. 100%, what do they actually call it in the thing? They call it something specific. Clock speed. 100% clock speed. All right, and then this is 80%. Clock speed. See, we figured it out, everybody. Even though it said it was impossible, nothing's impossible if you really want to work at it. Really work at it, you get it going. Then over here, oops, that did not paste. We make sure to make a note that we're at right here, 80% clock speed. And then this is just the same all the way back, 80% clock speed, 80% clock speed. Again, important to make that note so later on when you go, okay, what the heck was I doing with these numbers? Now you know. And then we're doing rotors. Okay, rotors over here. We're going to just start a new thing here. And we're going to start it down here. Let's make sure it's not going to hit something else over there. Well, it'll hit that other stuff eventually, but we'll go right here. Okay, so we are going to smelt some ingots. We're going to take 60 in and 20 out is what we're going to do. Right over here. Boom, 60 in, 20 out. How many did we need? We needed 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3 of them. Wait, those are smelters. Did we not do our rods? This is 45 rods. Okay, this number is not correct either, because this number should match that number. So this is another underclock right here that we could do. Rods, this is the smelter here. Smelter ingots and then rods. Okay, that's why we're doing that. That's why it's odd. So we need 3 smelters. 2, 3 smelters. And that's going to output, oh, we didn't have the 30. Don't have the 30 in there. All right, that's 30 there. And then we need the total of all of our stuff here. The under total here. In fact, we could probably just copy the totals too. Total there, and then the total output is going to be here. See, it's cool when it just does all the numbers for you. So that's what I'm doing here, but it's just automatically figuring out all the numbers to double check all my numbers for me as I go. So I don't have to do the numbers every single time, and that's the power of a spreadsheet. In fact, I think a spreadsheet, very much like a calculator, is a powerful thing. I would rather have a spreadsheet than an actual calculator. You know why? Because if you make a mistake, you can just change the number on a spreadsheet, but on a calculator, you got to clear it and then do it again. Most of the time, people just go clear, 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 and then if they type the wrong number, especially if you're doing like 10 numbers in a row, everybody, then you got to do the whole thing again. Just put it in a spreadsheet, add it up, boom, done, just like that. In fact, I always wanted to make like an app that was a calculator, but it was like a spreadsheet instead. Like I called it the Quick Calc, where you could just go in and instead of pushing the plus or minus button or whatever, or doing all of that, what it did is on the side over here, so you would have a number, right? And maybe you guys could go do this because I'm too old and I'm probably not going to do it. But say you have a number, blah, 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 right? You have a number, and then over on the side here, it just has a little thing that you tap on, and then it would pop up with plus, minus, divide, or or divide, or times and divide. And then you would just tap on what you wanted it to do, whether you wanted to plus, minus, or divide, right? And then you would then type in another number, blah, 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 over here, blah, 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 blah. Ah, come on. Get out of there. Oh, it's trying to do a calculation. My bad. Get out of there. So again, we can say that this is plus. No. See, it's trying to do a calculation. It won't let me do it. Let's do something like this. Okay, this is plus. There we go. That would be plus, and then we can always work around it. And then this is minus, and then this is times. All right, so times, or actually times is really this, but in computer it's that. And then it would automatically do the calculation, right? This plus the other number would be whatever. So blah, 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 blah. And then the sum of this, it would then minus that sum of that number to this number, right? And you can do this in a spreadsheet automatically, like I'm doing it right here. But it would make it just so you could go, okay, this number plus minus this number. And so what it's going to do is do it in a cascading fashion. So instead of doing it across, it's going to do it down. So this number plus this number. So this number is this, would then give you the total of that number. And then actually we move these down. It would give you the total of that number like right here. So this plus this equals that number. So this is your finished number, but you're like, hey, also take this number and minus it, minus this number, and so on. And again, this would just start cascading like this, which is super cool, everybody. I think it's cool anyway. Super cool. And then you would have this number here minus, come on now. This one. Why are you going to do me like that? Stop auto-suggesting it, Google. There we go. So this number minus that number, and then you'd have times, right? You have times that number. And again, it would just start cascading downwards, and then times the next number down here. So this number times the next number here. Right, so oh, I started with a 5. Let me start with a different number. There we go. And then this number times. Now this, it would do this part automatically. It would do the calculation automatically. So you don't have to do the calculation. Ooh, that's a big number. That's a really big number. All right, let's now if we change this number to say 50, it just does all the stuff for you. So you can go back to your original number and change it, and it would automatically redo the calculation. Because if you typed it in wrong, say we're going to change all of these to 50, right? 50 here, and then 50 here. There we go. So if you took 50 plus 50, it'd be 100. Then 100 minus 50 would be 50. 50 times 50 would be 2,500. See how that's cascading? And that you can do that really super easy instead of going, okay, let's see, 50 plus 50 divided by would be 100, and then 100 plus thing. And then the things it would do for you automatically would be all of these ones here. It would automatically do all of the answers for you. And the only thing you got to do is say, type in 50, and then press whether you want it to be plus, minus, or whatever, and then it'd say, okay, it'd be plus, and then it would then, you put the other, then it would have you enter the other number, and that would do 100, then you can do minus and the whatnot. Though the interface, I would probably put it out like this, and then have this square like black, like that. So 50 plus this number, 100. Then this number minus that number, 50. This number times this number, 2,500, right? Or you can also go vertically as well. So you could take this and put it up here like this, and then you could just say something like this, right? And then this would be here. I'm a big fan of vertical because again, you're on a kind of a portrait phone. So 50 plus 50, like this. Reset that. And then we give you your answer here, right? So this would be, and again, we do all this this calculation stuff I'm doing here automatically. So that'd be 50 plus, wait, that's 50 plus, not times. There we go. 50 plus, there we go. 50, and then you would then again do another calculation. So you would do, say you wanted to be minus, you would just tap minus like this, and then you would tell it, okay, I want to do minus 23 out of 100, and then it would take 100, and again do this part automatically, 77. And then I'd also put the totals in a different color, just so visually you would see that they were in a different color. So 50 plus 50 is 100, 100 minus 23 is 77, and so on. And then if you made a mistake, you could go back and say, oh, wait a minute, I wanted that to be times, right? So you want this to be times, and it would automatically figure that out and then do the times for you. Again, you wouldn't have to do this calculation part, and it would then be 2,500. So you wouldn't have to re-enter the numbers all the time and retype the numbers in if you made a mistake. So it's like a mistake catcher, basically. And you can try out different combinations of those numbers just by changing the function, whether you want it to be minus and subtraction or whatever. And actually, there's logic functions in here that I could do, everybody. I could go in and do an if statement if I wanted to. If, right here, if this here, if this here equals this, equals this right here, equals star. This is when you start getting into programming here, right? This is like programming. Then the answer is, if it is, then it's this answer. So then it's 50 times 50. Or if it's not that, then you can also nest another if statement in there and say, oh, well, if it's this, if it's minus, then minus it. Minus 50 times 50. Or even smarter, you would just tell it the field that you would times this. Oops. If it lets me here. Then you would times this field here. Why would it not let me do that field? That's okay. I'll just type it in. Then you would take, oh, because it's quoting. It's quoting this. This should be quoted. Yeah. There we go. And then this is K26. So K26 times K28. Right? And then again, if it's no, then it would just put blank. And there we go. So this times this would be 2,500. But if I change it to nothing, it'll be nothing. See right there, down there. You get the idea. I thought that would work better. But most people understand a calculator. And they would have to learn a new way of doing it. But I would love it for me. In fact, I might just make me a spreadsheet that does that. So I can just go, okay, this number plus this number minus that number times that number equals this number, right? A lot of times, if you're just doing simple functions, if you're just doing a whole bunch of adding numbers, sure, that's different. But if you're adding and subtracting and adding and subtracting, you have to do a whole bunch of stuff to make that work. If you could just go ahead and tap the thing and say, okay, I want this to add, want this to subtract, want this to minus. And so you're trying to figure out the bill, right? So you take your bill and you're trying to figure out everybody's tip, right? You could automatically go into percentage. Like this, you can go into percentage like that, and then say you had the bill was let's just say $25. Then it would automatically figure out the percentage because you would just say what's the percentage, 10 there, and then it would automatically say, okay, the original number here is being divided by this number, so it would take this number over here. Let's see if we can get this done. It'd be plus, or no, it'd be times. So it'd be times 0.0. No, it'd be times point this. Yes. Times point. Oh, how do I make that? Oh, that's a good one. Times J. What is that? J 24. 24. We'd have to convert that into a decimal. So we'd have to take this field and convert that into a decimal times 0.100. No. More. Times 001. Yes. Convert that into a decimal by 001. Then it would then take 25 here and times it times this field, and that would be 10% of that number. Oh, okay, no. Times 25 times 0.01 would be, 0.25. No, that's right, 0.25. Or let's make this easier. We'll just say 100, and we can see it's 1, right? So 10% of wait a minute, 10% of that. No, it's too far. One too far. So it should be 10. Yes, 10% of 100 is 10. Yeah, 1 decimal too far there. Watch out for your decimals. But then when you change this number, right, you change the percentage number, or you change the original number here to 35, then you know it's $3.50. Or, you know, if it's $976, which I hope it never is, it's $97.06 is your tip amount that you want to give if you're given a 10% tip. Again, pretty wild, pretty stuff. What about $1 million, everybody? If you're given a tip of $1 million, hey, feel free. $1 million right there. That's so if you spend $1 million and you're given a 10% tip, you owe $100,000. But what about some real funky number like that? Yeah, see, and then you get basically this reduced number by a decimal usually. If you notice that, by the way, 10%, you just take the last number off. Another fast way of doing decimals. So if you have 100, you just take the 0 off the end. If you have 480, it's just 48. 10% is really easy. But we could actually change this number, say, to 36%. And then it's really going to get tricky. Now it's 172.8, right? There you go. So again, just some quick math idea I had a long time ago of making like an app that does all that for you. So you don't need to know any of that math, everybody. You don't need to know any of that math. All you do is you put the number in, you put what the percentage is, and it does it. And then there's calculators like that all over the internet, everybody. But I thought of it before it was on the internet. Before it was, way back in the very beginning, back in the Apple II, or early Mac, early PC days, before they had the internet. Before they had all those calculators that weren't like the handheld calculators that you had to figure out all the functions to make it work. When spreadsheets first came out, way back when. When did they come out first? When did the first spreadsheet program, when was the first spreadsheet program created? Before my time. 1969, but the first personal computer spreadsheet was VisiCalc, which I did use in 1979. So I came up with the idea that everybody's using now in 1979, everybody. You're welcome. At 9 years old. I was trying to remember how old I was when that came out. Again, very cool program, VisiCalc, which is basically an electronic spreadsheet. Very cool that the normal average person could use and didn't have like some, giant computer with the vacuum tubes and all of that stuff. All right, we're just trying to run some resources over here. Okay, so what are we doing? So we are taking this in. We've got to do 3 of these to equal 90. Then we're doing some more smelters over here. Also we're doing our iron rods here first. Okay, iron rods. We did our smelters here. So smelters. Right, smelters in, out equals 90. 90, yeah, okay. Clear that. So we're moving this over here to a better format so it's easier to see. So this is 90 and it's got to be split 3 times, which is just going to be straight. So we could probably just skip this, take this, move it over here, take that out of there, and we'll just move this up here. Reset that. There we go. So there we go. So this is going to go 30 straight out of this and 30 straight into the next one. So there's no point in working out the split because we know they're just going to go direct into the next one. Which is rods, 30 in, 15 out. So we probably got rods up here that we can probably use right here. Yep, 30 in and 15 out. So no reason to have to do those again. If we've already done the math, we just need to know how many we need. 45. So boom, boom, and boom. And then we're going to do all of our maths again down here. And that'll be 45, where we really need 40. So we would underclock this, and then it would cascade all the way back. And those numbers would get changed by that. And that should be 40 iron rods is what we need in the assembler over here. So we'll take this out. And then rotors over here. Let's see, where is the one that's making the reinforced iron plates? Right here. So we're going to go way over here. Since these are the same two things that are going to equal this, we need a thing over here. In, out, combined power. Oh, I see. We didn't add this other separation here. Right here. So this is going to separate out there. So this is 40 ironing rods. In is going to be 40 iron rods. Let's fix this. Rods. This is 40. Ah. Come on, man. What the heck? Select all. 40. This out. Over here. So, all right, we're going deep today, everybody. This is a bonus stream. Do whatever I want. And right now, we're going deep in. Let's see. Out is going to be 4. Yeah. Over here. 4. There you go. Center it. And this is rotors. Machine is the assembler. Oh, actually, I should just do this up here. There we go. Rotors. Output. I think I did that in this assembler here. Have it in the center. And then this power is going to be 75. And then we're going to take this, reset that, and this is going to be 200 screws. And this is the input. Again, sometimes it's better to work at the end than to, and then work backwards. And then we'll figure out our combined power later on after we get all of this going. So this actually needs to go down further to line up with all of our power that's going to be coming across here, right here. So this needs to be here. Okay, we'll figure all that out here in a minute. Okay, so this goes to rods, 45 rods, and this needs the 45 rods. So we're just going to go like this and say that this is done. So that's 45 rods that go all the way up to here. There we go. Okay, now the trickier one, the screws over here. And we already have a bunch of screws being done previously, but you could probably just grab this whole process right here. See if we can just speed this along a little bit by doing that. Okay, there we go. This one can roll back just a little bit since we changed the way we're doing this. And we'll grab this, we'll cut that, move this back to here. There we go. Okay, so we need how many of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we need 7 of those. Ooh, mama. It's going to be a lot of those bad boys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, a lot of those. And then we're going to go upside. just this here. Upside there. And then upside here. See, this way the two things are facing each other, and then you can do your totals in the center. You can total these two things up and total these two things up, and then you can just do the total straight through the center into one thing, which is basically kind of what I'm doing over here. Totaling those things up eventually together right here. So we take this plus this. That gives us our 480 right there. So pretty nice. Pretty nice. And this is... this needs to be... Oh, we didn't do the top part calculation. Oh, I see. This here needs to be that. And this go here, and we'll put this 80% clock speed over there. Or even better, we'll do this. And then we'll add this plus, excuse me, I think it's already doing C11. All right, so this plus C11, we'll give it a different color. We'll say yellow. This should be centered. And so this is going to be the total of this. Oops. So this is the reduction. This is the total adding up. This is the reduction, 148 added up. And then same thing here. So this will go here to add both of these together. Again, the split should equal this number, so this is going to be a third. This doesn't split here, so that's just going to be the same. This one doesn't need a split. We're going to just take that out. In fact, this one doesn't need to calculate in the middle of the split. Yeah, that one doesn't need to calculate the middle there. That's just to figure out how many times I need to add that together and then split it into 3. And then there's the input. But this one doesn't need to split. It's just going to go straight across. And you don't want to accidentally calculate those numbers based on that splitting, because then you're doubling up your numbers. So 480, so this is 148 there plus 240 is the output. Again, see how irritating it is? It's always like messing up with my centering. Just want it to center and stay centered. This is green here. And then this here should equal this number. The out and the in should be the same. It is. And then this is our actual power consumption. There. Oh, this should be red. Just to be consistent here. There we go. And then this is our combined power consumption. This is our combined output here. Nope. There we go. 96 combined output. Huh. I don't need combined output or combined input. Oh, it just dawned on me. I don't need that. I don't need combined inputs and outputs. I just need combined power consumption. Because these are not actually... This one I need it because this is raw ore. These are the same thing. And these are the same thing. So I could combine those to figure out how many total iron ingots I need. But I know how many smelters I need, and I'm just going to do smelters. So I just do the number of smelters and then run the ore into that. But I'll actually make these like this, everybody. I'll put 6 smelters on one side, and then I'll put 4 smelters on the other side. This way, if you come back and you're backtracking or you're fixing stuff in the game, like when you're running it in Satisfactory and you're running it along, you want to keep those separate so you can double check all your numbers and double check all your stuff. So I don't have anything else to do in the game, everybody, other than to optimize my production because I have to wait till phase 2 is over, though it's 20K on the one and 27 on the other. But the second we get this all organized and figured out, then we can let it run for a very long time. Okay, so those don't need to combine because that's plates up there and rods down there. We don't need to combine those. Iron ingots, though, we could combine those. Because, again, we're just making a bunch of iron ingots. So I think at some point, everybody, you just take all your iron ore and you just convert it into iron ingots and then figure out how many iron ingots you got, and then you start to make stuff. I do that typically in the regular game. But in this game, we're trying to optimize every bit of power to be at the optimal one. And by the way, once you have this, everybody, it's like a blueprint. Then you can just do that same thing over and over and over again to optimize that particular line. And it's really figuring out the one time, and then the one time you just do multiples of that same thing. So we were adding these two things together. Yeah, that equals 240. So we want to output 240 combined, and then the 240 iron ingots will become plates and rods. And again, these don't combine over here because this is the inputs and outputs of different items, right? Or output of different items. Oh, it's only the output. The input is the same. The input should be 240. So a great way of double checking, I guess. If you take this plus this equals this number. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, cool. No, that works. Again, that's a great way of double checking that your numbers are matching. Now, all the numbers are actually the same there, but good way of double checking that those numbers are good. Okay, don't need it there. And so now, instead of doing this other power calculation I did before, way over here, yeah, up here, we're going to go ahead and take this out, reset that, and this one, reset that one, and then our combined power is going to go down the center right here. So now we only have to add two things together. So it makes it more simple. This number is, if you do both numbers, it's only going to have the one side. So the other side would be 0. So if you put this here, this will be this same number. And then, say, combined power here. Let's get rid of this. So all the way up to where you're doing all this stuff behind, before you get to the assembler, our combined power of everything but the assembler is all of this stuff back here. So that is not lined up. That is not lined up. It should be right here. This here plus this plus this. There we go. All right. So now we have 200, about 300 power, just to do that front side there. And then this assembler is part of this power calculation. So this is, let me take combined power out of here. We already combined the power before, so we don't need to combine it twice. So I just eliminated a column. Awesome. I love eliminating columns. All right, 276 here. And then we want to probably bring this down. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 down. So here, oops, forgot to combine this, cut that, here. Yes, okay, that's going straight through there. And then we know what this magic number is here too. So this actually is reduced down to 0.7440. 58 point that, see? We know what that magic number is. We figured it out, very cool. And then these are, why are these not centered? Get centered already, bro. Get centered already. Got to center yourself. Got to center yourself. Darn things keep uncentering themselves. Google, you suck at your job. All right, combined power at this point is this plus this. Boom. No. 372.6. So 372 megawatts is what that is. And then we have the assembler, which is doing the smart plates here, which we will take this and we will line up the power run, which is this one. So this one's got to go up 1, 2. So we'll cut this, go up by 2, and now the power is lined up across here. And that's combined power. And then we're going to take this all out. This will be the total power, because we'll take this power plus this power for 447.6. Awesome. Right there. Now, this smart platings, and then we can say total out here would be here. Total out here would be, yeah, this should be below here. Just visually, it should be below. Again, some of this is just cosmetic stuff. This makes it easier to see. And then this is output. We can take out the combined power there. And this would be a total of 4 output. And this number would be much easier to calculate, because you would take this number plus this number, and that would be that number. There we go. Much easier to do it as you're going along than to do it all at once, right? So you just kind of combine this into one bigger number and this one into a bigger number, and then you combine those two numbers together. That's basically what we just did. Just did all that. So if we're producing, oh, this is two up here. This is output green. This is output blue. Oh, this is like offset or something. This should be yellow. More plates, output 2. No, that's right. It's going across. I think this is the thing that's off. Yes, this is here. Oh, no, this is up here. Total out. Total out. Bingo. Okay, so again, with the overclock, it's going to do 4. It's going to cost us 774 power. But if we take this and we double it, which will also double run. If we wanted to double run this, it would be this number times 2. And so it would be 895. So we're actually saving power by using the power augmenter. And again, that number is just going to keep doing that number, because I know when I add the other numbers from down here, it's going to do the same thing. It's going to be way more power over here, and then it's going to be way more power when I double. In fact, it might be more power to do this whole thing than even more than that. We'll get even more of a savings. But again, that's what we're figuring out. We're figuring out all these fun numbers. Okay, so we'll take this. We'll take all of these here, and we'll do this, but this is not at 80% clock speed, so we're going to take that out. Ooh, we didn't leave room for a reduction. Yes, let's put a row above this one, and then reset that one, and a row below this one, and reset that row. And then we might have messed with our stuff over here, but that's okay. We'll deal with that here in a minute. Just in case we want to do a reduction in the clock speed. Actually, see, this would be great right here, but it's too wide. Maybe we just make it wider. Yeah, 80% clock speed here. I guess we could just mark all of these. Or just mark it in the center. Go with that for now. So this is this, 80% clock speed here. That's what we need. 80% clock speed here, because this is not 80% of that power. This power is this magic number right here. Yeah, this is 0.744 power usage. Based on that calculation. So this, how can we do that? We could do equals, we can do this calculation here. Hold on. This calculation here. So this way, if I change this, it'll change to something else. Oh, wait, no, just do this. 0.744, and then we'll take this and put it over here for power usage. So 0.0074 power usage, and then this calculation will be times this one. Boom. Then if I change this number to something else, I'm going to just leave the number for now, like 0.9, it'll automatically recalculate that. It automatically recalculate. Let me show you again. Right here. Watch it recalculate when I put the, oops. Let me undo it. There we go. And see, it went back to this original thing, 59.52, which I believe is the original thing. So this is this reduced. This is in the smelter. Let's go check it. Smelters, where are you at? Back here. So way back here in these, if we go 80% in the smelter, 14.92. Oh, that's a combination of all of those. Down here, yeah, 14.88, 14.9, so it's rounding it up. Okay, close it up. Close enough. Looks good. So this divided by this. So this is the normal power, and then this is how much is being done. I could put like another column here, and then say power reduction. And then just keep it at 100% normally. So you need 20 times whatever the percentage is, and then an equal number. And then if it's 100%, then it'd be 20. Whatnot. I don't think I need that. Just do it down here. Just do it down there and it'll be fine. But this, I'm actually going to put this back in case I accidentally delete this number or I forget that I put that number in there. I'm just going to put it right in there. Just leave that there. Okay, again, that's just to remind me the power usage. Get out of here. The power usage. Okay, so this calculation we don't need right now because we're not reducing that yet, but we might be reducing that soon. Okay, but this one we do need. We need this one to calculate these totals over there. So we're going to calculate all those totals up. And so this is the amount of rods that are being produced. Right, that's what we're doing, rods. So ingots, rods, and then screws. Yeah, so we need both of these. This is rods, and this is for all of our screws. Okay, on to the next one. And so this is 60 rods. Keep tabbing out when I think I just need to go down here. It should be 60 rods. 15, 15. Down here. 15, it's going to be 105. So again, we could reduce that down to equal 100. And then this is 200. So to reduce this down to equal 100, that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So what is 100 divided by 7? Basically what we need to know. Equals 100 divided by 7. 14.28579, blah, 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 blah. But here's what you want to do. Bump, 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 bump. Round it off. Round it to 14.29, or we could just round it all the way back to 14. Well, that'd be not enough. See, that'd be not enough. You'd want to go way out decimals-wise. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yeah, that's way deep decimal there if you're going to go... if you're going to go to that. Basically, it's 14. So, divided by... Figure out what number equals when you add all this up. And then divide... Oh, it's 105 divided by 7. It's 15. Okay. But 100 divided by 7 is 14. So all of these would need to go down to 14. So we'd have to figure out what could give us 14 rods. Again, sometimes it's easier just to do it in the machine and then right here. So how do we get 14? Let's say 95%. Not enough. 90%. Not enough. Okay. 3337. I think I was doing this before. Yeah. Yep. 93.3337% gives us that number. Okay, so if we go in here and we take 15 times 9.337, 14. Oh, with a little bit of remainder there too, though. 0. Yeah, 0.9337, 0.9993337, like that. There it is. Yeah, a little remainder there, though. What can we do that doesn't do a remainder? 3, 6, 3, 5, 4, 3. Oh, that's too low. 4, about 3, 3. 3, oh my God, look at this run-on number. All right, there it is. 0.93333333. I'm totally putting that number in there. How many threes is that? 1, 2, 6 threes. There's 6 threes in there. So 9.33333. Yeah, that's the exact number that makes it 14 and doesn't have a remainder. Because those remainders add up over time, everybody. They really do. That's what we need. We need 9.3333. And then we'll just go like this, so we know it's 14.0, right? You want to have it zero out so you know it's working. So the magic number is this number. Yeah. Underclocked to 0.9993. Again, see, these are the numbers we need when we put in the clock speed. So this one's 80% clock speed right here, and this one in the oh, I'm putting it down here. I don't even put it down here. In the rods themselves. So over here, we're producing all of these rods. We need to take the clock speed down to here. Clock speed. Okay. And that's going to reduce this down. So this here times that big long number. 41.999. And then take that same thing over here. We tell it to be this one. And then this. It's not adding those together. This one is this plus this, which should equal, oh, it doesn't equal 100. It doesn't equal 100, and that's what we're trying to equal. Okay, so that number's not right. Too many threes, maybe. We're getting deep decimals now, bro. About 4 at the end. This one with a 4 at the end. Nope. 23 even 3. 1, 2, 3. Three. Yep, that does not equal 100. That is not the right number. That is the incorrect number. How are we doing on time? Oh my God, are we doing like another 16-hour stream? Oh, we're going to do a 10-hour stream. We're going to run out of time. We got like 2 hours left. What that went down is 93.333. So 4 threes. Maybe just 4 threes will do it. Let's try it. 1, 2. Let's just take these out. 1, 2, 3, 4. One. That does not equal that. There's a question for AI. Let's ask it again. I got a great question for it. What percentage do you need to reduce 45 and 60 to equal 100? Something's not calculated. Oh, I know why. I know why, because this is not going down to 14. This is not going down to 14. So, you're calculating that. Oh, did I figure that out up here? So, this is power. This is how much you need in. This is how much you're going to output. So, oh, I'm doing it in the output. That's where I'm doing it wrong. This is going to reduce the output to 14. So we know that's already going to be 14. Huh. Oh, I just thought of something. All of the outputs of this are going to be different. Oh, wow. Almost made a big mistake there. Because you got to think all of the outputs are going to be different in each one. So, yeah, I think I need to do another column. All right, column right, and then clock speed. We'll take these calculations out. Okay, times clock speed. So this is going to be 100% clock speed. And then another one here, which would be amount, or reduced amount, or adjusted amount, because you might go up, adjusted amount. See, once I do this, everybody can use this template on other stuff too, so that's what's cool. So this times this, which you need to calculate first. So this times this times 0.10, and then you want to put this in parentheses so it does the 0.10 first and figures out that 0.01. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. And then if you set this to be 80, it's going to go down to 16. Let's go check our numbers here. Let's go check it. Getting it figured out, everybody. Getting it figured out. And this is a part of playing the very hard mode of the game. All right, 80% would make 24 output and 48 input. So this would be 60. Oh, this is clock speed. This is that 0.744. Yes, that's that. And then this, oh boy, here we go again. I need a 1 there for clock speed to calculate the adjusted amount here. That's how your spreadsheets get really wide. Where? Over here. Reset. Okay. So what I did is I went in and I figured out the reduction here. The total reduction at here. So what we're going to do is not do the total reduction there. We're going to do the reduction based on each individual one. So the clock speed is 0.80. And then this times that is 48, which is what we figured out when we totaled that anyway. But this makes it easier to understand and not make a mistake. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to paste that, we're going to paste this across here. And then this would give us our total here of the adjusted amount. Oops, sum that. Actually, I can just do this over here. That would be the adjusted amount here of the input. So the input is going to be 48 all the way down, which is 288 input is what we need, which we already figured that out. And then, again, clock speed, adjusted amount. This we would just do the same thing down here. There we go, and then we'll do it reversed. Instead of going that way, go this way. There we go. Okay. Reduce the size of this so it's not taking up so much space. Okay, and same thing here. All of those. Reset that. Only number we care about is this finished number. Same thing here. This clock speed is going to be consistent. Copy that over. And then that's not right. There we go. Okay. And then this is yellow. This is the adjusted power. Oh wait, no, we'll do blue. And then when we combine it together, we'll do the adjusted power. Okay, so this one, same thing. This is 48. This is 288 is what we actually need. This is what it says that we need. This is what we actually need when we're doing 80% reduction clock speed. Then the total will be the total of this one plus this one. And then we don't need that other row. So we can just go ahead and eliminate this whole row and eliminate this row. And then that's all we need there. So this is the input adjusted. This is going to be the power adjusted. And this will be those two. Okay. So adjusted input 288 and 192, which is the number I think we figured out before. And then this one we're going to do, yeah, we're doing that 301 and yeah, 180 in the other. All right, cool. Cool. Oh, wait, 300, 180. Oh, yeah, because we're going to put 12 in that one. This one will be under, this one will be over, yeah. Okay, and then the output is not right, so we're going to go left. No, this way. Right. Right, and then we'll want to reset all of that because we want to go clock speed and adjusted amount. Okay, now this one's going to be like this one. So we just take the clock speed, 0.8, and then adjusted amount, it'll calculate that. There we go. This part here, we'll take this out, we'll reset that one. Man, right down the rabbit hole with this, everybody. Yeah, I wasn't sure I was going to do this much, but we're going to do it. Let's do it. Let's really get it going. Reduce some of these, the width of some of these things down. Clock speed. Okay, clock speed, adjusted amount. This is the output adjusted here. So this should be all of those together. And this is the output, which is green. So 144 divided by 3. 144 divided by 3. So this should be this number divided by 3. Why can't you divide that by 3? This divide by 3. Oh, because it doesn't have a number yet. I see. This... No, this number over here. Better. This divide by 3. There we go. And this should be this. Same thing here. And here. And that should equal the same number. Okay, there we go. 144. So we're going 48 in each one. Now this one over here should equal 48 now. If we did this right. Right. And this is some stuff right here. This is some serious deep dive. I don't think you're going to see this anywhere else, everybody. Only on my stream. Oh, that's reduction, yeah. And so this here should be 48, yeah. 48. This is reset. Adjusted amount here should be this. And this is the adjusted amount. of the input. And then this here, 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 and here. And the lower one here should go there. It's going to give us 96 there. And then this, combining this and this, should be our, oops, plus, there we go, plus that. Okay, or do your own thing. This plus this equals 240. All right, there we go. So 240 coming in total, but this is 144 here, so this here should equal 96. Let's see. Again, this is double checking all of our numbers, how many smelters we need, how many of this, how much do we need to overclock it or underclock it. Over here, we add all these up. We add these up below, 96. Awesome. Awesome. And these are all iron ingots, so we will add these two together right here. So a total of 240 iron ingots, and then that's what's over here. The input of 240. So this would be the output of this and the input of that. We're matching up all our inputs and outputs here. Okay, so iron ore through the smelter. That's just the smelter there. And then this, same thing here. All right, right. Reset all that. All this stuff through the middle, we take out. Reset. And then we're doing power. Power clock speed here. Clock speed adjusted amount. And then this is going to add up right here. It's going to be adjusted. It's adjusted for the power. This one is adjusted for the input. And then this one is sum. Okay, well, I actually did it. Which is 96. Also adjusted. And then the total input of this plus this should be 240. Bam! All right. All right, well, again, all the maths is working out. Very cool. And then down here, same thing. Clock speed. Oh, wait a minute, that clock speed is not right. Clock speed and adjusted amount is what we need. Clock speed, here we go. There we go, something weird there. Something was beyond, and this is adjusted. Actually, I could just copy this one. Copy that one to go there. And this is our power. We're going to have to redo our power thing at the end. Okay, so again, it's 240, the 240 input, and then the adjusted output. Right, and then the adjusted output is 80. So we can make a bunch of those. Bring that down to 48. Use less power. And then the input's going to be 48. The output is going to be 16. Okay. So clock speed and adjust it out. Okay. And we want to just get rid of this because that's redundant. Okay. Because again, we just put it at 100% clock speed if we wanted to do it at 100%. Okay. So this is 0.8. So this is all 0.8. This is 12. This is adjusted there. This, actually, we just do this. And these are outputting two separate things, so we don't actually need the middle one. So there. This is outputting plates, that's outputting rods. This is 48 and 48. And then at 80% over here, we'll just get rid of split here. So the input down here for screws, we need that to be adjusted. Kadoki type, and then this whole part is weird. Oh, last part is different than this. It'd be input, clock speed, and adjusted amount. Like that. Then type. So this should be here. Like that. Okay. And then this is the 0.80 clock speed on all of these. And then that's the adjusted amount, which is 16. That is, so rod's going to be 48. So this number here should equal 48. Right over here. Yep, bingo. Okay, yep. All right, we're doing it right. All the numbers are working out. A little tricky, though. A little tricky to keep the numbers straight. Right. Right. Man, this is some deep diving right here. Some deep diving. I'm showing you some cool stuff today. Cool stuff. Then reset that one. And again, we combined all of our power here so we can adjust our power usage in that one. And then this one. Yeah, this one's got to come out. Reset that. Those are outputting two separate things. So we don't want to combine that. And then this is 48 input. And then the amount of ingots it's going to create, and the amount of power that's using is 0.744. Here. Okay. So now the power we're using there is good. And then our output. So right and right. We'll just reset that. And then clock speed and adjusted amount. And so here. 32. And we don't care about these numbers. There, and this is going all the way this way. And now we want to do our power, which is this. then this is just going to be that down below. Here. Yeah, this is going to just be the same because there's nothing up above that it's combining with. There's not a bunch of other constructors doing screws. Okay, now this is going to be all messed up over here. Okay, so combine power. So we want to combine all our power right here. Across these three things. Yeah, here. Combined power is going to be this plus this plus this. Boom. All right, 146. Again, we're getting some serious decimals now. That's combined power. Then we need so many plates over here for whatever we were doing. Something got funky over here. All of our references and reinforced plates and stuff, we deleted some stuff and got funky. So we're doing screws and we're doing plates. So this is plates. And then what we really need is just one. Oh, but we may do 80% in one and then 25% in something else, and we may do it. We may not always do it consistent all the way through. So if you do 80% here, it would cascade backwards and reduce everything by 80%. But we'll do it the way we're doing it for now. Okay, so the combined power there, and then right. Reset this. Okay, adjusted amount. This is going to be 60 plates in. But this is going to be reduced by 80%. To 48. So this number over here, we're just going to copy the actual calculation and then paste it right there. Make it blue. All right. That's just going to bring that forward so we can see what that is, and then this is going to be plates. So we don't have to go back here and look at what it is every time. Plates there, then this should be the same number as that number, which it is. Nice. Looks good. We should probably take this out, raise that up so it's at the same there. So this needs to be redone. So it combines the power there, then it goes in type is plates. This is all messed up. Get this all out of here. There we go. So again, this is coming in with our plates, and then also coming in with our screws, which should add up our screws here. 96. And then we'll say screws. Center that. Okay. So the input it normally needs, I forgot. Let's go find out. let's go take a little peeky. We're doing reinforced iron plates. 120. So 16 to 120. So normally it needs 120. Uh, 120 is the normal input. And we do this, it should be 96, which adds up. Okay, there we go. Plates is normally 7, or the cost of the power is normally 75. And this is an assembler. Okay, and the output is reinforced iron plates. And the output is going to be just right here. And our normal output is 5 per minute, but we want it to be 4 per minute. So we don't need combined power right there. We need to go right, clock speed and adjust just the amount. Also over here. Power calculation here. And so the adjusted power would be here. Normally it would be 75, but it's 41. The machine's this. Reinforced iron plates, but because we have it at 80% clock speed, it's going to produce 4. That's the end result that we want. We want to see the number 4 right now. Boom! All right, there it is. And then combined power here would be this power plus this power. Yeah. Total power. Okay, so that'll give us 4 reinforced iron plates and be 100% efficient. Awesome. Awesome. And then we're going to have to redo this part here at the end. We'll do that after we get this other stuff going. Now we got to go back and do this part down below, which is the rotors part, which should be way easier now because now we have all the numbers. So we can probably just take this and just clear this middle zone. Clear that middle zone, reset that. There we go. Now we have the stuff we want. And then clock speed and adjusted amount, here, there, and there. We'll just skip that one since for some reason it doesn't have it in the right spot. We'll put it over here. And this is type rods and machine. This constructor I already have. Machine over here. This does not match up. Oh, I have it offset. That's right, I offset all of that. I'm going to un-offset it. Un-offset it because that's just going to trip me up. Yeah, this is all different. All different than the stuff up above. We're going to fix all of that here. Clock speed. Easy. We already got the calculations to it. In fact, we also got this, which we can do underneath there. There we go. And yeah, normally it's 360. Now it's 280. Normally, oh, what's going on here? What's going on here? Oh, this is our header. Huh. I feel like it's off. So this one is here, and this should be right here under this one. There's two columns here that are in the way that I think we're using for headers. Let's take those columns out. Okay, so we've got we got that. Then we got our power there and all through this. Then we have our adjusted amounts here. There we go. And 20 power. Why is that power weird? Why does it say 0.1%? There's something wrong there. That is not right. Something is very, very wrong now. Those should be the same all the way up. But over here. Power is the same. Oh, this one's wrong here. Really easy to screw this up. Oh man, something is definitely freaky here. All right, right here. There we go. This is not right. This is the wrong clock speed. And that is going the wrong way. That doesn't need to be down there. And this clock speed is wrong. Power, clock speed. This belongs right there. There we go. All right, now that's right. Again, once you get it right, then all these other numbers will fill in properly. Very important to double check all that stuff. Again, while I'm doing this one down here, I can double check that all up there too. This here, and then this is power, clock speed, which is all the same. And then clock speed over here. There. An adjusted amount here, and this is the output. All outputting the same thing. Then we're just going to say 120. Oh yeah, we're going to have to split that 120. Why did I not think I was going to split it? Huh. That's a good question. 120 is going to need to be split a whole bunch of times. Those numbers don't look right. Those numbers don't look correct. So for there, power reduced to 1. So that's not right. Okay, that's not right. It's doing some weird stuff. This is like copy pasting the wrong thing in the wrong spot. Yeah, oh man, I don't know why that's doing that weird stuff. Okay, doing some weird offset there. Okay, again, all these numbers should be the same, and they shouldn't be very far off from 20, right? It's only a 74% reduction, so it shouldn't be that weird number that it's doing. It might have an offset on it, like it's offsetting into another number as well. Okay, then clock speed 24s. 120 there, and then 120 into, this is way more than 120, and this should be way more than 120. Yeah, this is not calculating all of this. This one's calculating too much stuff, which means that's the same as going on back here. Yep. We shall fix all of that. There we go, 480. Yeah, you want to have a general sense if your numbers are correct. When you're copy pasting stuff, it does funky stuff. Okay, there we go. Yeah, 240 looks like a much better number to me because that should be way more if everything needs like a 30 input over here to split this to go into all of these over here. So this whole bottom part here is offset. I'm going to copy, cut that, and then going to put that here. Okay, and then we'll take this, put a gap there. Put that like that. Okay. So we have to split that. 48, 48, 48. These are just going to go straight across. Straight across from the smelter right into the constructor. This needs to be combined and then split evenly across those. And then this, rods and plates are separate. So these rods will go into this, and then they'll produce rods over here. Let's label this one, I'm at it, rods. And then those rods and plates will go over here, 48, 46, and it will produce exactly 4 of those over here. Just put this as yellow so we know that's power. Again, these don't get combined. This gets combined. These two get combined in the assembler. And we want, originally we want 5, but we put it at 0.8, so it's at 4, and then that cascaded all the way back. And then this over here really just needs what it needs. The last one needs what it needs, and that's what it's going to get. Okay, so our reinforced iron plates are getting there. This one we can set to left justified. There we go. 80% clock speed. Okay. Now back down to this one. So we got this, and then we want our combined one here. Or no, right here is where we want to go. The adjusted combined. And then adjusted for our clock speeds. And then over here, same thing. So we want to adjust for our clock speed. This is the out. We need the input. Clock speed amount. Clock speed amount. Oh. This one's all messed up too. This goes over here. This goes there. This is this. That's out of there. This goes there. See, that's why when I paste it in there, it gets funky. Because it's not the same as the other ones. Then here, then here, then here. Okay. Got that. Then power adjustment. Here. That's machine. Yeah, boy. And why is this so wrong? Just gonna copy the rest of this. If a little bit it's wrong, that's all wrong. We're gonna grab that. I'm gonna get rid of that. This just needs to move back one. Here. Matching up to there. Okay. Clock speed. No, come on. This one is wrong. Clock speed here. Like this. This is constructor. Okay, we got to get this stuff all matched up. Let me just grab it from up here. Clock speed. Okay, now down to 12. Still got to get back to that. Oh, wait a minute. Man, I'm getting too much into it. Oh, I see what I'm doing. I see down there that was for rotors. Oh, okay. That's rotors down there. Let's put a little breaker in here right there. So this is I'll get rid of this. This is for our reinforced iron plates up here. Reinforced iron plates to there. And then this is our smart platings here. Yeah. That's smart platings. This right here is not adjusted. This is 100 this is 1.0. This is 100%. So this is 100% here, and that's 100% there. Again, we'll just match them up across the way. This is 100%. This is 100%. Okay, it'll all work out in the end anyway. So now you can see it automatically did all the numbers right again. Awesome. Great. Okay, well, at least we got that fixed up. And then this is 300 here. So it should be 210 this way, 90 that way. So again, this is smelter that's going to make some iron ingots. And then this is going to take those and turn them into rods. So again, our clock speed on this is 100. We're getting there, everybody. Appreciate you hanging in there. This is the kind of stuff I like to do from time to time. Remember, we're just running the stuff in the background anyway. You can see in the upper right-hand corner, we're just running it. So we're trying to optimize it using this spreadsheet here, and then figure out, because the numbers are really wonky in the 5 times power. In the regular 1 times power, everybody, you don't have to do really advanced numbers like this. But if you're going to play it at the hardest mode, you'd want to do some of the more advanced stuff. So that's what we're doing. Again, if this ain't your jam, don't worry. We're going to actually build it here in just a bit. We'll build the thing, and I'll just show you as I'm building it. So this is the rotor. So very important to know what the heck I'm doing. So this is reinforced iron plates, and these are rotors. Again, it's getting all wrapped up there with the thing, but again, we want to match the 2 sides so that it doesn't get messed up down the spreadsheet. And then we got more stuff down here we got to deal with too. Okay, so we got the 60 in. This is 90, 210. Then this adjusted amount here. Go there. And then this is in the wrong spot. See, we started to adjust it where this part was different from the part up above, but when you're messing with columns, if you don't have it as 2 separate spreadsheets, which I could do, I could just do the one part for the iron plates and the other part for the rotors. But we're going to just accommodate adjusting how we're going to get it to go. Now this is going to split into 30, so this has got to go. We're going to do a bunch of splitting here. So this is just going to go straight across. This is 30 to 30. And then over here, we can see this is just going to go straight across 30 to 30 because you're making 30 iron ingots and you're converting those iron ingots into rods. And these are all rods here. And you can see this is all in the wrong thing. I should have got rid of it. X. And that's rods there. There we go. And actually both of these are pretty much the same, so we could just go like this and grab that and just do this over and over and over and over again to fix all of that. There we go. Now they're matched up. And then it's just going to add it up over there. Very nice. And then adjusted amount here like this. Now this would just be this. And then we got our combining numbers we need to do on the adjusted amounts. So adjusting there. Our power adjusting here. That doesn't look right. 2 clock speeds there. Adjusted amount. Okay. And so the adjusted amount is the same because it's 100%. It says 1, but it's actually percent. I can actually put this as percent too. I can go in there. Oh, not that. There we go. Not that right here. Percent. See? It says 100%. So I can do that, but I know 1 equals 100% and 0.8 equals whatever it is. I know how that all works, so I don't need to do that really, but there we go. And there is no split here. So we're just going to make this say that, oh, it just extends this way, and all of these don't need any splits. They're just going to go straight from here into the other machine. Okay, there we go. Okay, 60, 140. Now again, all this math should end up working out at the end. That's why we're doing this, is so it's automatically doing all the calculations for us. And if we make any adjustments, it's automatically adjusting that as well. Then this one we can do. And then power over here. Again, I could have just made a template of the middle part here. The middle part is the same all the way down, so you can just make a template of that. And this actually is going to combine because these are all rods. This is plates and rods. These are all rods to this point. So a bunch of iron ingots into rods, and then those rods are going to go into screws. This definitely looks like it's actually going to split there. Yeah, that 48 is 48 plates, so that's going to push forward. This is screws, and that should be 48.96. Yeah. Okay, see, we're figuring out the numbers. AI said it couldn't be done. We're getting it done right now. Okay, so now we need screws. And I'm sure we have some screws up here. So we'll just grab the screws from up here. Like this. And we'll do this. How many screws do we need? There's a question. I got it right down here. We need a total of... I forgot what the thing of rotors is. I think it's screws and rods. All right, rotors. Which way is it? This way. No, back this way. Rotors. Here. Yeah, we lost our rods and screws thing. Okay. So 200 per minute is what we need. So, okay. So this is doing from the iron ingots into screws. And we can just take all this stuff out here. And this is this and this and this until we equal. Actually, I should have just fixed this while I was at it. 1. And then this is 1. And that should equal 40. Awesome. And this, this, and this. Like that. Okay. So we need to equal 200 screws. And so this here should be adjusted amount. Yep. Okay, this should adjust to what we got. Okay. And that's 120. That's not enough screws. Not enough screws. So why do I have that split? I have that split because these rods go forward, which is 45, 40 rods. Right, this is the one that we need to back reduce. So this goes down to 40 rods, and this goes to 20 screws. I mean, 200 screws. So the screws should go down below. Like this. These should be down here. There we go. Down now. And then we need 200. There it is. Okay. And we'll tighten that up a little bit. Again, you just keep adding until those numbers add up. And this is going to run at 100%. So this is 20 here. 20 all the way down. Oh. Yeah, so it's doing it from up there. What the huda? Like this. Let's just fix this. It's always trying to trip me up. Just like actually playing the game, same way. Always trying to trip me up. Oh, other way. We want to go this way here. Actually, we can just go here. Make sure it's calculating the right thing. Calculating the right thing. Again, I hope you guys are enjoying this. Again, we're letting our stuff run in here in the background while we try to figure out the 5 times numbers here. Pretty crazy. And then we have to adjust for those weird decimals that are going on. What's this for? It's for doing 5 times the amount for smart plates. That's what we're doing. Again, there's websites that do it as well, everybody, but I like to do it myself because I'm that way. So if you like this kind of thing, cool. If you don't like this thing, go get yourself a sandwich, get yourself a drink, relax for a second, and then we're going to actually be building it here in a moment. So just relax. Just relax and take it easy. We're going to have some fun doing some numbers today. Okay, so we got all of our clock speed stuff going there. We got our rods down here for our screws. Up here doesn't have anything because this is just going to extend all the way to the end right here. Over here, this one. This is just going to extend all the way over here to the end of this, where we're going to do that. And then we'll say 45. All right, 45 is what we're trying to do. No, we'll have to reduce that. So when we reduce it, it will then, let's just grab the actual calculation here. And that'll put it over here also. So if we adjust that one back there, it'll adjust this one too. And this is rods. And that's so when we do the next part, we know how many rods are coming over. This doesn't need to be there. This is not going to combine across these. I don't need the combiner. Because these are going to be two separate things. It's going to be rods up here, and then these are going to be screws down here. So, we're doing a bunch of rods. The rods equal 150 on both sides, but really we need 105 here. But what we really need is 100. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. We need 100, so when we reduce, we'll have to reduce these too to equal 100. Or to equal 100 total, which is the one that we were stuck on before. Right on, I'm interested. Yeah, you know it. Again, we can't do anything else in our factory other than to optimize it, so that's what we're doing. And I'm a big fan of figuring this stuff out. So if we turn the clock speed down, we have to have something that equals 100. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have 7. So I think I just asked it that over here. Yeah, what do we need to do to reduce 45 and 60 to equal 100? No, all we got to do is reduce 105 to 100. So we divide 105 divided by 7. I think we just did that earlier. Equals 105 divided by 7 is 15. Okay, but we're going to do 100, then we need 14.22222 there. Why is that number changing down there? What the heck are you doing here? Why are you... What the... Okay, these numbers are real off. Okay. Really off here. Okay, where are these numbers coming from? Okay, they're coming from right next door. Alright, these are all funky. There we go. There we go. Now we got it working. Let's go with that, and then we'll copy this. Again, these numbers are always just trying to get out of whack. This goes over there too. And then this is actually the power one. So we're going to make sure that the power one is... Yeah, no, that's not what I have up here. Why are you doing this weird reduction of my numbers? Stop changing my numbers, bro. Stop changing my numbers. Yeah, see, it's doing this times thing here, which should be times, times, times. This times, times, times. No. What the heck? These are all wrong. These are all wrong. Hold on, let's go back here. This should be E2 times F2, F2 again. No, this is freaking spreadsheets. Okay, we got to go back here and we got to figure out why this whole entire thing is messed up now. Okay, so this is the clock speed, 0.8, and this is taking this and timesing this times that. That's all it needs to do. Take this number times it times this. And so all of these need to do the same. So this needs to do that. This over here, same thing. It just needs to go in and take this number times that number. There we go. There we go. That seems more right. Okay, see, the way I can tell is this number does not look like 75% of this number. 75% of this number should be about 15. So again, when you're moving stuff around, it will get funky like that. Keep that in mind. Same thing over here. This is all funky as well. And this can happen so easy, everybody. So easy that this stuff gets funky chicken. And it starts pulling stuff from way over there that you don't want to pull it from. And it's just like a super simple calculation, too. It doesn't take much to make that happen. But we need to fix it everywhere that it is messed up. And then over here, clock speed, adjusted amount. Yeah, see, that's messed up. Now, it's kind of hard to tell that it changed unless this number has changed, because these are the same numbers. So we just need to fix that. And then when we change this like 0.7, we can see that it's more realistic of a number. Okay. There we go. Over here, these are all correct. Yeah, those are all fixed. Okay, over here. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Okay, that's good. Those are all, because when we go to change it and underclock it, the numbers are going to be like all super funky. And we'll be like, what the heck? Same thing here. Yeah, see, that's wrong. That's all weird. All weird. Yeah, see, that should be 14. Okay, now we got it. Now we got it. Should have copy-pasted that with a weird number in there instead of being the same number. That there. This here. Now we got those. Now we got those looking good. And then just an amount here. That number plus the other number. That number plus that number. That is not an adjusted amount. This number times that number. So we say 0.25. Yeah, there we go. Because 1/4 of that would be 10. Okay, we're good. This is fun, everybody. What do we got going on? 40 plus 60 plus 105 equals minus 5 equals 100. There you go. There you go. That is kind of how it goes. But what we need to do is we need to underclock the rods so that it equals the total number that we need. So we want to get down to 14, 14.2857, but we can also just do this like this. And then we can just say, okay, take this number and divide it by this number. And it's, we also need to change the decimals. We got to go the other way. So we got to go this one divided by this one. And that'll give us our percentage, 71%. Really 7.42222. We're going to take that number. Actually, we got to copy it, put it down here for a second as the actual number. And we're going to take that number right there and then get this going. So this is screws, and we need 200 screws. So I want to go back here, have it do the calculation. Over here, there's our 200 screws. Okay, cool. And again, these are combining the rods. We don't combine the rods and the screws. We don't need to combine those. Again, I'm doing this super elaborate, everybody. You probably don't need to do it this elaborate. But again, I do love to do this kind of stuff. I do love to also fine-tune my columns. This one can be left aligned. There we go. Fine-tune my columns so they fit in there nicely. This one actually needs to be wider. There we go. Alrighty. So we're down here. So, and again, we got to work our way backwards eventually. That's why we're setting this up, so we work our way backwards. So in theory, this is this number right here, which will do this. Oh, that actually equals 120 up there, and it equals 75 there. So that's not right. That's not right. It's more like 90%, you would think. So we need Oh, the question is the total amount we need in. That's what we need over here. Let's do all those. So the total amount we need in is 100. And so this bottom part should be 100. This top part, we don't care. We don't care about the combining of that. This number needs to be 100. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Let's just say 90%. Actually, we'll go in here and take a look at it. So this is making the rotors. We'll come back to that. And that's going that way. Here. And then rods here. Oh, this is screws. Where's my rods at? This one. Rods here. Okay. So we need to make 14 rods, so it's 93.333. Oh, we already figured that out before. Oh, duh. When we were doing that other stuff. That's right. We figured that out already. So it's 93333. And then we take this. We do all of this. And that gets us pretty close. Not exact, though. How many decimal places is that? Okay, there we go. And then 4 threes. But this does not give us 100. What if we did 94? That would be 14 each. That's 97. So what about 95? 95 across all of those would give us 99, 96. This is why we got this spreadsheet. Oh, okay, getting close. 95.5. Oops. 0.955. There we go. Close. 0.95. Gets us under. So let's say 3. Close. 3. Wait, no, we'd actually have to go down to 1. 951. 952. Oh, okay. 953, I don't think we already did that one. I think that's over. That's over. Okay, so 952. So now we know the first 3 numbers. Then this 0.5. Oh, so close. 2. Let's just try 2. 2. Getting very close though. 225. 223. Can't we just calculate this number? Well, I thought we did. What percentage? What percentage of this one is this one? So this one divided by 105. Ah, there it is. All right, I just had to get my brain in there to get it going. This way. Oh my goodness. All right, that's a lot of numbers. Let's widen that. And then back this way. We'll go back to the 0. Okay, so this should be the magic number. So we grab this, do the, okay, sorry, my bad. Paste it as the number. We take this number, we put it in all of these here. Oh, okay, or not. All of those. Boom. All right, there it is. This big long number here. This is going to be 95 point blah 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 blah. So we're going to put it down here, and then we're going to put a point in there so that we can put it in the machine in the game. I know, crazy. Let's see what it does. Boom. Oh, but in the game it's 14.286. Ah, see, the real life number and the number that we need is not the right one, I think. Let's see. Well, the output is 14.286. Is the output here 4.286? No, it is right. Oh, it is right. And then we add it up to 100. Oh, look at us go. Look at us go with our bad selves. We actually reverse engineered that math. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Take this one out. And this is this percent. There we go. That's a big long number too. A big long number. Okay. What else? We got that. We got that to 100. All of these need to be underclocked to 95%. Now, if I underclock this to 95%, it's going to use less power. So now it's using 18.8 megawatts. So, I wonder if I can just do this in reverse. Just put 18.8 here. And then have it automatically figure out the clock speed for me. Oh, this divided by this. 0.94 is the amount that it's being downclocked. Oh, yeah, reverse math. Awesome. Reverse math is the best. Reversing this math backwards, everybody. Let's go. And then this here is going to be back here, because this is going to, the input is also going to be reduced. So the input is going to be this. Boom, 290. Or 200. Again, these are all rods. But I do need the combined, I don't really need the combined amount of rods here. But I do need the overall power combined, so I can see how much power this side's taking. So yeah, so if that's that, now this needs less resources, 28.57, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you know, we could work backwards. We could have been doing this backwards the whole time. Yeah, that's cool, because once we figure out what the percentage is up here, it should automatically calculate it all the way backwards. Based on that percent, because everything in front of it now needs to also be reduced, most likely by the same amount, which is right here, 0.94. So if we just copy that and put that over here as the clock speed, oops, I gotta make sure to copy it as the actual number. There we go. And then this should be the same as what we need here. Now we need this. That's the power reduction. This is the one we need here. Or are we doing that here? Yeah, that's what we need. Okay, act awkward then. There we go. And then this number should be this exact same number. Yep. Okay, so we reduce that, and then that's also going to reduce the inputs back here. So we're just going to copy this. So that's going to reduce the amount that we need here to 400 instead of that, and that'll be 580 over there. And this is 15, and this needs 45, and this is 40. So we got to reduce the top one too. And then this will produce exactly 100, and then the rest of this is 100%, because this matches up to 100%. This is 40, this is 200. And then at the end, the next part that we need is all of this part. I'm just going to copy it from there and put it. We got that. We got to line it up like this. Grab this part. So it's a different process here. Okay, and this is rotors. Rotors. And our rotor input, I already know what it is. It's 40 and 200. And we'll do all of our combined power stuff later. But we'll do a bit of this over here. like this. Okay. So same kind of thing all the way to screws. Screws combined into 200. Our combined power will be... Oh, I didn't do the power for that one yet. So combined power here, which is only going to be the 1 power. Just an amount here. So 0 on the top, so it's just going to be 100. So this is 9, 200. 9 power. That does not seem right. That is incorrect. That is the power. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. We're going to look at all these in numbers. They're going to be well earned, everybody. Well earned in numbers here. Okay, oh, and I forgot to do the power. No, I did. Oh, and this is offset. This is offset from my power. So this should go up here. There we go. That one should go there, and then we can calculate our power all the way across to our combined power here. So this one here plus that one plus this one. Inquiring minds want to know, everybody. I want to see how this power all works out. Very interested in how it all works out here. And we're just going to just leave that for now. So this should... Yeah, it's doing that weird stuff again. Doing that weird stuff. I hope this is not doing that. Yeah, that's doing that weird stuff. Okay. Weird, weird, weird. Gets funky when you start moving stuff around. So what we want is we want this, so that it's calculating just that times the other thing. Doesn't have to be anything weird, funky like that. Like this. There we go. 55.5, and that is the adjusted amount. Okay, and then it's 353 over here. That doesn't seem right. Let's go do it again, just to make sure. So this one plus this one. Again, this could have all got messed up when I added a bunch of columns. Kind of feel like that's what it was. 296 there. And then this one is that one plus that one. Okay, yeah, that looks more right. 350. And then we're going to do all this again. All right, we'll get rid of all this. All that stuff there. And this is the end result here, which we'll get to here in a bit. And this should be 4 reinforced iron plates, which is good. And this is 100% clock speed. And we got to fix this in part where it has all of this stuff like this. Add some more columns there. There we go. So the end should be 4 there. And then the combined down here should eventually be 4. So this should be 4 out here. Clock speed is going to be 100%. That one's 0.8. So 100% clock speed here. This will be 0.1 or 1.0, sorry, 1.0 clock speed there. Clock speed. Then this should be that plus that. Okay. Clock speed. What was I doing clock speed? I think I'm just going to take that out. Okay. Adjusted amount 1.0. Oh, this is type here, reinforce. Reinforced iron plates. This takes 75 power. This is a machinist assembler. And then we're also going to do our 4 take all this other stuff out. Get all this out of here. 4 rotors. There we go. And then the machine is assembler, and then the type is smart platings. And the output is 4. Right? Or is it 2? I think it's 2 normally, and then you double it, it's 4. Go double check. There we go. Almost there, everybody. Almost there. Hang in there. You got this. You went this far. Yeah, it's 2. You went this far. You might as well go all the way down the road. And then over here, clock speed adjusted amount, 75. So this is actually the power here. Right here is the power. So we'll just say equals this. And then this is that. Okay. Got all that combined power there. And then this is going to be clock speed is going to be yeah, we need to separate this. Hold on. Put that back. These need to be separate down here. There we go. Input. Just an amount. So these are all the reinforced iron plates. This actually should be probably in the middle down here. But I'm just going to keep it up there for now. Okay. Clock speed on the output is going to be 100%. And we don't need to, we're going to go times 2. This would be 300 if we did times 2 with our summer sloop. Our summer sloop would then double up the output to 4. So that would output it to 4 here. Some sloop. Okay. Again, this is our end product right here. This is what we're trying to reach. So we've got to get 40 in here and 200 in here. So we got the screws. The screws are at the right amount. And we don't want to reduce this. We want this to be 1. And again, make sure that's the right calculation there. We don't want to reduce this. This is 200. Yeah. Okay. So that should be the adjusted amount, should be this one. And again, 200 there, 200 screws. And we need this to be 100. 40 plates, so we're going 100 there. So once we get to the rotors, once we get to the actual assembler itself, it's 100% clock speed. Yeah, we're adjusting the rotors down. So this goes here, and this would be the adjusted amount. Okay. Now we're getting that, and we're going to go ahead and do this. We'll put that right there, just to remind us. Left justify that bad boy. Okay. Started bugging here, bugging me. So they're aptly named. Okay, now we got to reverse engineer. How do we get this to 40? So if we take this number, 40, and we could say we're adding this up. But we want to take 45 and divide it by 40. Let's do it over here. 45 divided by 40. Oh, wrong way. 40 divided by 45 will give us this number. And that's the number we need to put. Oh, we don't need that. Paste right in there. There we go. That'll give us 40. All right, cool. Coolio. All right, now when we do that, though, it's going to cascade backwards in the clock speed. So we're going to go back here. We're going to do our clock speeds back here. So this is going to need this, this, and this. Again, we could have just adjusted the clock speed here, and then it adjusts every single clock speed back. Because now this needs this. And so it definitely, if you adjust the clock speed down the line, all the ones in front of it need to adjust. So I could have just made one clock speed at the end and then just adjust that, and then boom. Or I adjust something and it cascades clock speed all the way back. But we're just going to manually do it here. And see, that tells me, look, I need less resources than I normally would. Normally, I would need both of these. Oops. Let's just take this and put it here. Normally, I would need 600, but I need 560. So I'm actually reducing the amount that I need there. Also, I would normally need 420 here, but I need 400 here. Divide this number by 240, and that tells me how many pure nodes I need, 2.333. Up here, we can do the same thing. Move that over. And then this number will tell me number nodes. How if I put a D in there? There we go, number nodes. Okay. And this is right here, number nodes. This here. Exactly 2. I mean, I already know because it's 480, but there we go. All right, so this is what we're doing this for, everybody. This is kind of back chains all the way back to the beginning. And all you really need to know, how much do I need to start with, how many machines that I need, and that's it. And then you just build out all your machines. First, you go figure out how much resources. You need, okay, right now, I need 4.3 nodes. Or 4.3 240 nodes, which are pure nodes. So I need 4.3 pure nodes. And so if I have 5 pure nodes, I can go ahead and get that as well. And then also I can do it all the way back to the extractor, because all of these now are going to go all the way back to extractor as well. So the extractor itself is going to be reduced by that overall number. So when I set this to the clock speed of that extractor, that's going to run that much ore or whatnot. Or I'll just run just as much as I need to equal this number. You get it. Now this one here is pretty easy. We just go back here and we set the extractor to 0.8 or 80%, and then this one's gonna extract so much, and this one's gonna extract so much. And we're going to have to balance these and then smart balance them so those are working together. Same thing here. We'll have to figure out the balancing of sending 400 iron ore here and 160 iron ore there. And this is because, again, I have 5 times the power, and those decimals are rounding. And they're messing with the overall easiness of doing those numbers. Normally, these numbers aren't this complex, everybody. You can just easy mode those numbers, throw them in there. In fact, you don't even need to be this precise. Just be a little bit over, you're good, right? But I want to know. I want to know if it's more powerful or more effective, more efficient, because efficiency first, everybody. Is it more efficient for me to run this multiple times, or is it more efficient for me to just put the summer sloop in at the end? Right? That's the real question, right? When it comes to power. And that's really what we're calculating here. And then also the extraction and all that stuff. But really it comes down to how much power we're using across all of these. And if I go ahead and double it at the end, how much power is it using at the end versus how much is it using at the beginning? And if I do it another time versus just doing it and putting the summer sloop at the end, right? So if I do 2 of these whole entire things, which is a lot, everybody, look at how many things I have to do to just do 2 of them. But again, it's all up here too. Let me just zoom out a little bit for, I'm zoomed in for everybody on mobile, but just to give you a little something there, everybody. Yeah, we're doing a lot of stuff. Again, on the top here, these are reinforced iron plates. These are rotors down here. And again, we're figuring out what I call the magic numbers. What are the magic numbers that we need to run this at 100% efficient as well, including all the way back to the actual extractor itself. And anything, if you change this to 88%, everybody, everything behind that is 80% or 88%, whatever you set it to. Everything behind that has to be 88%. Otherwise, you're not getting the benefit of that reduction. You can't just run it at the higher thing. There you go. I think I'm not understanding. Yes, we got it figured out. We did reverse math. What we're doing is we're doing this right here. We are playing some Satisfactory. We're playing it on the hardest mode possible, everybody. This is the ultimate challenge. It's 100 times you need in the space elevator. Right here, big old space elevator. You can see I need 100,000 resources, right? And I've unlocked everything you can do in phase 1. I've done all the stuff in the MAM that you can do. We ran around. We collected thousands and thousands of resources from crashed ships. We got all the hard drives. We got hundreds of those. We did every single thing that we could do in phase 1. But now what we're doing is waiting. We're waiting for it to run as many smart plates as it can. Now, while we're waiting for that, we're trying to optimize our power to the ultimate optimization. So we're using the minimum amount of power for the maximum output and in here. And because it's also 5 times the power, you're not just doing 100 times the resource. You're also, each thing takes 5 times the power. So if we are running it that used to take 4 power, it now takes 20 power. Now notice the discrepancy in the number there, right? So 4 power becomes 20. That's 5 times as much. So there's a bunch of decimals in there, everybody. When you're doing those decimals add up and then cause weird numbers. And that's what we're figuring out, all the weird numbers. We're figuring out the reductions of it and so on. And we're almost done. We're almost there. So just having a good time doing some spreadsheets, everybody. So that we can go and we can build it properly. We know how many machines, we know how many nodes we need, and we'll know if it's valuable to double it with the power amplifier when you are doing 5 times the power, or is it better just to run another line? Normally, best is to run another line because it doesn't use as much power, right? So you can just do 2 lines, good to go. You don't need to use the power amplifier or the summer sloop to boost the output. Normally, that's what I do. Right? Normally, that's mostly understood that. But when you're doing 5 times the power, all those little things are rounding up. And again, I love to do this kind of stuff, everybody. This is my jam. And I'm doing a bonus stream, so I can do whatever the heck I want. That's what's so great about being me. I answer to no one. I do whatever the hell I want, and too bad if you don't like it. And I suggest you do the same. You do the same. Just don't get yourself banned from the chat. Watch out for that part. Okay, so again, we got 484 power just to do the rotors over here. Oh, mama. Holy moly. Okay, so again, we need 2.3 nodes here. We need 2 nodes there. So again, about 5 nodes. And we're going to probably turn down these nodes here to equal that 560, which is going to be 53% on these nodes. This is 60, 60, 180. And then these other ones are going to be 57. And we'll have to figure out our maximum belt speed is 240. So we can't just run this and combine this all into one and then fix it that way. We're going to need to divide this by 240 which is 2.333. But what else do we need? So we're going to need 3 lines. 3 lines is what we'll have to do, is run it. And then we'll have to figure out how to get that to be 53.333 in that one, and so on. We'll just do a load balancer, everybody. We'll just do a smart splitter, so if it's overflowing, it'll put it in the other one. That's how you fix that at the very beginning, especially all these numbers. And then all these numbers will work themselves out down the line if you have the OR going to the right thing and it's all balanced. We'll do all that load balancing as well. And normally I just do a manifold where you just go put it into one, fills up the first one, fills up the second one, fills up the third one. But we'll try to balance it out as best we can, just for the fun of it, everybody. Again, sometimes we just do spreadsheets just for the fun. Okay, we got that. We figured out how to do exactly 40 rods. We also figured out how to reverse the power there. So that's going to give us 40 plates, 200 screws, and then it's going to come out at 4 rotors per minute. And again, we'll go in here and we'll check our rotors one more time to make sure that that rotors was correct over on this side. Over on this side. And again, I already got it running, everybody, but we didn't have enough power to really scale it up. Because, again, we're still in phase 1. And in phase 1, you're doing 100,000 resources times 2, by the way. It's 200,000 resources, 100,000 resources this, 100,000 this. Now, this is just the smart platings, everybody. We got to also do the versatile framework, which we'll do another time. Again, sorry if I was going on the spreadsheet there, but, again, it's going to pay off hugely here in a moment. All right, and then we can also combine all of our summer sloops. We're pulling our summer sloops out here because we don't need those anymore. We're going to use that massive upgrading of power later on. Oh, so that's what we need to do, figure out the power here at the end, the combined power. So this is 100, 290, 2, 3, 4 something. Yeah, 484. And then this is combined power here. So we're going to combine this one with this one over there, and we made sure that our underclocking. Oh, we didn't do our underclocking of our power. Let's see. So we're going to need to know what 0.88, what power that is in iron ingots. Okay, so we got to figure out that ratio. I think it's 0.7444, but we'll find out. Let's go over here. I noticed that the power reduction is different than the actual overclock reduction of your assets. There's another calculation that happens there. So we're figuring out all the deep numbers of the things. We're going to go right here. We're going to put this number in here. Actually, it's going to be 88.8889. And that's going to put us at 17.1 megawatts. So if we take this over here, like this, and we put this in here, that should, what? We need to know what the final output is. Yeah, the final output is 17.1. So, well, we should reverse this. 17.1 is the adjusted amount. And so you would want to take, yeah, so we could have been doing this reverse the whole time. Have it do the work for us. This one divided by this one, 18.555. There it is. There it is. So again, notice that it's not exactly the same number as this one back here. See, this one back here is not the same number. This is actually a different calculation when it comes to power than when it comes to the clock speed of your actual items that you're outputting and inputting. So you got to kind of figure that out. And the same thing here. We're just going to do reverse clock speed. If we know what the clock speed is going to be, we can just have it reverse, and then it tells us how much power is actually going to be used. So pretty sweet. Pretty awesome. Okay, so constructor. Well, this one's 100% because this one's good. 100% there. No, nothing we need to do there. This one's 100%. And this is the only one we got to do power. No, we got to do back here. Back here, we got to reverse engineer our power. So we know that this power is this. So like this. Boom. There we go. And again, that'll give us our true amount of power that we're using across all of those. Again, so that's using the reverse. That's taking this number. Huh. Okay, it should be 17.777. Huh. Hold on. So we're taking the smelter, reducing it down here, 17.1. Why did that change that to that? Oh, this is the constructor. Ooh, we got that backwards. We got that backwards. This one goes here. Ah, look at those numbers. Look at those numbers cleaning themselves up. Okay, so we were doing the wrong thing. We got to go up here to the constructor. And then we got to use the number for our constructor over here to figure out what the actual number is, because it's going to tell us what the number is. So clock speed, I would imagine this number is going to be pretty consistent because they're all the same overclocking and underclocking, but we'll just go see. I bet it's going to be 17.1. Bingo. Bingo, we found the magic number. All right, there it is. And then that's that power, this power. This power is not being underclocked. That's not being underclocked. So now we have the real number there, and then the real number here. Now again, that's just already calculating that, so we don't have to go back and do anything there. That's 517 there. We have to do all of this, plus 75. Adjusted stuff here, which we don't need to. We're not going to underclock this, so we can just take these out. Where is it? Cut. Oh, delete. No, delete columns. Duh. Delete columns. There we go. All right, now fully combined power. We are going to take this one and combine this one with all this other power from before. And then we're going to take this one over here. 5. Oh, no, this is this plus this. Oh, wait, it's more like this plus this plus this. Bingo. Then this is going to be the same thing, almost. Oops. All this, copying the formula itself. So this is going to be all of this except for this one. This one here. Uh-oh. Hold on. That calculation is wrong. I can see it's wrong by the fact I copied it in there. Something went weird. All right, come on. So this plus this plus this. All right, that's more like it. Okay. Okay, and then this one is going to be this plus this plus, if we use the Summers loop, it's going to be 300, 1170. Okay, so yes, the answer is 1170. And you're like, well, Kismet, I don't get it. Okay, all of this, everybody, all of this stuff that we're doing, let me zoom out so you can see all this stuff. All this stuff here is telling us whether this is more efficient to run 2 lines like this, or is it more efficient for us to, now remember everybody, this is 5 times the power and also 2 times the resource, so normally it's half this amount when you're doing all of this stuff. But it's also, it compounds across the way, everybody, so it's going to be 2 and then 4 times and 8 times, you get the idea. But this right here is with the Summers loop in it. So if we take this whole thing and at the very end where we're doing the smart plates, we put the Summers loop in there, it's going to cost us 1170 power, because you don't count the 75 because that's part of the 300. So it'd be 1170. Now, if we did 2 of these to match the same output of using the Summers loop, that would be this number times 2, right? Because that's the whole entire process times 2, which would be 1890. That tells you that your Summers loop is saving you around 730 power. So that means use that Summers loop. And that is what we did. So GG's, everybody. We figured it out. There we go. Nope, I created totally from scratch, live on stream right here, X1, just now. You just saw it happen. Look at you go. Look at you go. So this is the magic number, everybody. This is the green number here. That it is much better to use your summer sloop, especially in the ultimate playthrough, than to just double up the whole entire production. Because normally that's what everybody does, just doubles up the production instead of using the summer sloop, because that number looks really big at the end, because it's like 300 megawatts, right? If you go in and check out my summer sloop, and I'm doing right now, I'm really messing with my production right now, but again, we're going to replace all this here in a minute. But if you go look at my summer sloop over here, it's going to make your jaw drop over here. Oh, actually, I took it out. Let me put it right back in. Summer sloop. Right over here. Boom. And again, this is not efficient, everybody. I just have a bunch of it running because we didn't have enough power. And now that we have enough power, and we're also going to reduce our power, we went around and we did all of our radars so we could find all the nodes. And then we have the ability just to flip off, because we went and just put that on a separate power circuit, so we can just flip that off. And you're like, Kismet, why don't you use your smart stuff? Your smart power switches. Well, I can't, because I don't have those resources yet. I'm not even in that mode yet. I'm in phase 1. If you don't believe me, check it out. I'll give you the quick view over here. Where is it? Over this way. Still in phase 1, because again, this is insane, everybody. Remember, you don't normally have to play at this level or play at this insanity, but if you like next level gameplay, you're in the right place. Check it out. We did most of the unlocking in tier 1 and 2, including the awesome sink, the dimensional depot, the augmenter, the rover, everything, man. Just tons and tons of stuff. Then we got into tier 3 and 4. We're not even using coal power, everybody. We're not even using it. You know why? Because we went around and collected all the resources, and we got just enough resources to open the geothermal generators. And we're using the geothermal generators to do all of that. Now, of course, if you want to see some more spreadsheet stuff down here, down. Wait, oh, no, it's in the other one. Over here, power optimizing. We went in and also, up this way. We went in and figured out how many geysers I have running and how much power that geyser is using. And again, if you're on mobile, I'll zoom in for you. Right now, I'm using 28 geysers, and it's producing on the low end 3,400, on average 6,800, and at the top end 10,200. There's 3 more I need to get, but I don't have enough circuit boards. I only could find so many in the world. So right now, in phase 1, I'm producing around 6,000 to 7,000 perpetual power that I don't have to use biofuel. And I didn't even know that was possible until I just proved it possible in this playthrough. Pretty amazing. Again, because I'm playing it more like an adventure game than a factory game, because I'm not going to sit and collect 5,000 hours of biofuel, everybody. Forget that. I did it about 2,500 2,500 smart platings using biofuel. And I can tell you, it took a long time. But I did prove that it is possible. If you do it for long enough, you can actually do it with biofuel if you want. But you know what's way easier? Geothermal generators. Go around, collect the resources for it, unlock those bad boys, put them in there, and then you can just let it run. Put your computer up there, let it run like it's doing right now. And it's just going to run and run and run. And as you can see over here, boom, check out that power, everybody. Look at that. Oh, so sexy. Right now, tipping out at about 10,000 power, but on the low end, it's right about 8,000 or 9,000 power. And again, we also have our power augmenter, which is, of course, boosting that power even more. So we have about 6,000, 7,000 power, and we're boosting it up an extra 500 for this. And we actually have 2 power augmenters. You're like, oh, Kismet, what the heck? Yeah, 2 power augmenters in phase 1. Pretty crazy. Again, this is some next level stuff up in here, but I keep falling in that hole. Keep falling in my little road hole there. All right, there we go. All right, now again, we're going to replace all of this, everybody, and that's why we're figuring out all the math and all those fun things. So we can replace all this with all the stuff that we want to do, because we don't really care about anything else now. We just want to get those 100,000 smart plates going over there. And to do that, we're going to need a tremendous amount of space and a tremendous amount of resources. And most of this stuff here, I could just tear all this stuff down, which we will do eventually. And I'll show you a little trick too, by the way. If you're tearing a bunch of stuff down, you want to get your resources to be right by your boxes over there. I've already showed it earlier in this playthrough, but I will show it again because it is awesome. So yeah, let's go over this side. Now what we need to do is we need to get enough iron nodes, because we just need iron. That's it. That's all we need. We don't need anything else to make this happen with these smart platings. And we need to do it at a tremendous scale. So first thing we're going to do is give ourselves some more room over here by, boom, dropping some blueprints of those foundations right there. Notice that they're orange. The orange represents the factory, because the factory must grow. All right, I feel like we're going to do our rotors on the right and our reinforced iron plates over there. Now, the first thing we want to do is figure out how many of each thing that we need. So I'm going to zoom out over here, and that's part of what we were doing here in this spreadsheet here. We're figuring out how many of each thing that we need. How many smelters do we need? How many of this thing we need, right? So to start off with our iron ingots, which are going to eventually become plates and rods, we're going to need a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're going to need 10 smelters. To start off with that on that side. Oops, didn't mean to switch that. And then over here on this side, we're going to need a whole lot more. So we're going to need 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on this side too. Okay, 10 and 10. But we're going to separate them into what we have here so we can set all the numbers. We can do all the things. Now, if we have too much iron ore, everybody, that's not going to be a problem. Not having enough is the problem. And by the way, if we do multiple of these, if we have enough time, if we do multiple of these, which I think we're about to run out of time. Oh, we might have to do this next time. Oh, no. Oh, all that setup. You know what? We'll just go a little longer. We'll go a little longer, everybody. I'm going to have to stop the YouTube and restart the YouTube thing because it only lets me go 12 hours and then I have to start another video. So if you're over on YouTube, I'll restart that here in about 10 minutes. But that's what we need to know. So we know 10 smelters and 10 smelters. So GG's, right? So what I like to do is figure out how I'm going to split all of that numbers to match all of these numbers here. At least get pretty close. Right? And you don't have to do any of this stuff, everybody. You don't have to do really advanced numbers and all of that stuff like I'm doing, but it's pretty fun. Pretty fun to do it. Now, what we need is some room for some splitting and all of that stuff. But we want to go way over here. Actually, I just feel like maybe we should just tear this down. We should just tear it down and start again. I always like to let it run, though, while I'm doing other things. But, time to tear it down. Kismet, tear down them walls. That's it. It's got to go. Man, I wish there was a function in this game where you can do everything but. Everything but foundations. Why you got to do me wrong, bro? Why you got to do me wrong? That would be an awesome command. Because that's what I need right now. I need everything out but foundations. But no. All right, we're going to probably lose some power over here, too. All sorts of crazy things are about to happen, including a bunch of resources dropping on the ground. Bye-bye, baby. Oh, we don't want to take all that out. Boom. All right. Yep, there it goes. There it is. Look at all those goodies in there. Lots of goodies. And the cool thing is now you got a universal box, by the way. That'll go right there. Now, I do have another bunch of stuff that I do want to do. Now, do I need to keep all of these raw iron ingots? That tells you that it was not optimized, where it was using every single ingot. That it's just sitting there waiting to do that. I'm just going to control and drop that in there and drop that in there, and I'll just let it do all their own. But there's a lot of this in here, everybody. Now, I can try to lug this back to the base, but what I want to do is something a little tricky, and that is to go over here and just drop some of this loot off. Now, if you're going to do all of that and tear all that down, you're going to be doing this, everybody. Back and forth, coming over here, trying to put it in there. I got too many plates as it is, right? I got a crazy ton of plates. How about over here on the rods? Okay, well, I can put some rods in there. But those rods are going to run out of here. But I'm going to go ahead and cut off all of this run lines because I don't need this anymore. I don't need it. We're going to optimize all of our production. We don't need to use our excess any longer. We don't need to run stuff over this way right now. Though probably should just leave that for now. We don't need to run that over there. We're going to take that out for right now. We're just going to use our stuff over here to get it where it's going. There we go. And this up here, we can take all this out. I love taking stuff out, everybody. Just clean up your base kind of thing. And again, this is called spaghetti when you're just running stuff wherever it needs to go. And we don't need any of this anymore because we got to get to phase 2. And I do a lot of rebuilding of my base as I go along in different tiers. But this really got us up to where we're at now, 27,814 smart platings. So pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Now, I don't really need to do anything with all of these resources that I have. In fact, I got so many plates, boom, throw them in the trash. There we go. And then what's going to happen is this stuff's just going to keep dropping in here. Now, again, we'll have to go rework all of our power and reconnect all of our power stuff, and that's okay. We'll get that going. We'll get it going. But now, all we want to do is just take this out. And you're like, Kismet, this is going to drop a bunch of boxes. Actually, it doesn't do that anymore. It doesn't drop a bunch of boxes on the ground. What it does now is it just puts it in one central box, and you can actually tell it where that box is if you want. By just going and filling your inventory, and then putting something down by where you have your base, and then what you do is you then try to just deconstruct it. There we go. You try to deconstruct it, and then put that thing underneath you, and then once that this thing is down, that little thing is down, it'll always send it over there. As long as it's close enough, it'll always send it over there. Now, right now, I don't mind if it sends it over there because we'll rework all of this resources later anyway. And we're going to probably end up making a bunch more anyway. So, and we're making resources on that side that's just specifically for me to use. But we're going to go ahead and decommission all of that as well. And so we're just going to use it just for this purpose. So we can maximize all of the power that we are running. Oh, my headphones died. Headphones died. Man, we're going on a 12-hour stream here, everybody. We're crushing it. Crushing it. So let's get some demo in here, or demolition in here, tearing down the old base. And we're going to make something super sexy. And we're going to have these smart platings done in no time at all. All right. Again, we'll clean this all up. And again, my inventory very, very full, but that's okay. Get that stupid thing out of there. There we go. Thing throws me off every time. All right. Also, just hit G, by the way. Just get all of the belts at once if you want to just do that. And again, we also had our versatile framework running here. And we could have just let it run and run and run, and eventually it would be done, right? In like 10 days. We just let it run on the server. In 10 days, it would have got it done. And it would have been GG's. But I say we just optimize it for fun. Optimize it, and we'll get it done in just a few days, hopefully. We don't want this stopping. We want it just running at its maximum amount. And there we go. Again, I don't look stuff up online. I make stuff from scratch. Like if I was really there, that's what I would have done, everybody. I would have broke out the spreadsheet. I would have figured out what kind of resources I needed, and I would have got her done. Like this. This purple one is a whole separate line just for our map. For all of our nodes. So we even went around and also put down all the nodes. We even named all of our towers, and we went in and named all of our geysers too. That's how next level we are on this particular playthrough. This is the single greatest playthrough of Satisfactory I think I've done in thousands upon thousands upon thousands of hours of playing Satisfactory. And again, we don't need any of this stuff anymore. We have one purpose now. One goal, one purpose of one mind to get all of these resources to help us with the smart planes. Oh, don't want to get rid of that. We'll just get rid of all that. All right, there we go. And we'll keep our power towers here for now. And we're just going to have some fun demoing all of this. We got to make a new thing. Hold on a second, everybody. I got to make a new thing over on YouTube, or it's just going to cut off my video, and then you guys won't be able to see the next part that we're working on right now. So let me just go ahead and make a part 2 here. Let me make a part 2. And right here. Boom. I got to rename this one part 1. Okay, same thing. Over here. Nice. Totally messed that up. Fantastic. There we go. Okay, part 2. Let's do it. And over here, And then I need to go and over here, change the title of this one to part 1. There we go. All right, if you're watching on YouTube, everybody, I'm going to stop the stream for just a moment, and because I have to switch it to another video, or YouTube's just going to kick you off, and you won't be able to see the rest of this. So.